Chapter 32:15. That's right. Mo Jianli's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. He nodded and said, the development of the situation is beyond the expectations of the sect. I think the Yunlin Temple is the same. The Waterkind are here to wipe out the entire Longevity Town. There must be something fishy going on here. But Xing Chen hesitated. Looking at the dozens of Waterkind behind the water wall, he said in a low voice, Will they listen to us? They have to listen. Mo Jianli sneered, even if I die here, I have to fight for a chance of survival for the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. Then, Mo Jianli turned to Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, hurry back to the Longevity Academy. This is an emergency. Before Mo Jianli could finish, Zhu Junfeng understood. He nodded and said, Mr. Mo, be careful. If things go wrong, go now. Mo Jianli waved his hand coldly. Yes. Zhu Junfeng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurried off with his sword light. Don't worry, fellow immortal Mo. Seeing that Mo Jianli had made up his mind, Xing Chen hurriedly shouted, Senior Xiao Hua of the Daoist school is behind us. Why don't we see what kind of magic he has? Mo Jianli bit his lips and turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was flying closer and closer. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior Xiao is powerful, but it seems that he is good at body refining. Also, as far as I know, the Daoist school mostly uses killing people. When it comes to saving people, I'm afraid it can't be compared with the Confucian school and the Buddhist school. Seeing that Xiao Hua was flying slowly, Xing Chen murmured in his heart. Xiao Hua could defeat him easily, but if he could defeat the Waterkind and save people, it would be impossible. Without waiting for Xing Chen to reply, Mo Jianli rushed to the water wall with his sword light flashing under his feet, boom. Mo Jianli's sword light was blocked by the water wall. Obviously, there was a powerful restriction formation in front of the water wall. Mo Jianli opened his mouth. Whoosh! A 3-inch long flying sword rushed out and flashed across the sky like lightning. The space above the water wall was twisted, and a 10-foot long crack appeared on the water wall from top to bottom. Whoosh! It was like a flood bursting out of a dam. The waterfall-like water rushed out of the crack and flowed into the Longevity Town. This. Mo Jianli saw that he had made a fool of himself and was a little embarrassed. He wanted to rush through the crack, but he hesitated. He did not know what to do next. Fortunately, the invisible restriction on the left side of the crack shone brightly with blue light and gradually mended the crack from bottom to top, causing the water flow to gradually decrease. Why is that? Mo Jianli's eyes flashed. He seemed to understand something. He shouted, Li Mo Ming, come here. Hearing his martial uncle's call, Li Mo Ming hurriedly flew over. However, before he could get close, roar. A clear roar was heard. At the crack that had not mended yet, a 3-foot-tall, pitch-black water creature with 1-foot-long black scales appeared. This water creature had a huge fish head. Its 2 eyes, which were bigger than fists, stared at Mo Jianli without blinking. Mo Jianli looked at the huge black fish. Although he had not used the clear eye technique to check his strength, he felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. Mo Jianli immediately knew that the water creature's strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Therefore, he did not dare to be slow. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, My fellow immortal, whoosh. The black fish did not allow Mo Jianli to speak. It opened its mouth and a water blue light, which was even more powerful than the huge sword, pierced towards Mo Jianli. Clang! Mo Jianli was prepared. He reached out his hand and the flying sword landed in his hand. He gathered his essence force and hacked with all his might. Boom! With a huge sound, the blue light was dissipated by Mo Jianli's attack, but he himself was also sent flying several feet away before he finally stopped with a pale face. Mo Ming, hurry up and ask him. Mo Jianli did not stop and immediately shouted. Yes, martial uncle. Mo Ming's face was a bit pale. He hurriedly opened his mouth and made a strange sound. It seemed that he was talking to the black fish. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown over. He looked at the black fish who was talking to Mo Ming with an unfriendly face. Seeing Xiaohua's face, Mo Jianli hurriedly said, Senior Xiao, don't worry. Mo Ming is good at using the Yao language. He can understand the language of the water creatures. Look at this water wall. It is condensed and not moving. This water creature of Liaojiang River seems to be waiting for something. I think we should ask him first. Who would have thought that before Mo Jianli could finish speaking, with a whing sound, the black fish demon spat out another ray of light, piercing towards Mo Ming with incomparable speed. Looking at the withered yellow eyes of the black fish demon, there was actually a kind of impatience and disdain. Clang! Mo Ming was already on guard. He hurriedly swung his flying sword. However, he was far weaker than Mo Jianli. As soon as he touched the light, the flying sword was immediately shattered. The black fish's light did not stop at all. It quickly pierced towards Mo Ming's chest. Seeing that Mo Ming was about to die under this light, Xiaohua did not have enough spiritual power at this time. His eyes were burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Woo! At this critical moment, Mo Ming's chest swelled. He opened his mouth and spat out a red stream from his mouth. Boom! It hit the light, and he took the opportunity to retreat quickly. The red stream blocked 70% of the light, but there was still 30% that rushed out of the red stream. However, this 30% only cut off half of Mo Ming's hair. It did not kill Mo Ming. Mo Ming might have been scared, or maybe it was because the red stream consumed too much of his spiritual power. Mo Ming's originally pale face did not have a trace of blood. It was difficult for him to even stand still in the air. Without waiting for Mo Jianli's order, Ji Dong immediately flew over and supported Mo Ming. Roar! The black fish was furious again. Its body swayed, and a huge wave rose to the sky, Gotcha. Without waiting for the black fish to make another move, Xiaohua's forehead glowed green. A ball of green light rushed into the sky. Following the appearance of this green light in the sky above Liaojiang River, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The appearance of the lightning was extremely strange and extremely fast. The black fish had just noticed it when a thumb-sized heavenly lightning struck down. Salala. The heavenly lightning was like a burning red spear. It directly pierced through the black fish's body. Those 1-foot-long scales were instantly pierced through. A wave of roasted fish fragrance came from the black fish's body. Roar! The black fish felt the pain and his body shook. With a roar, he spat out a fist-sized pearl. The pearl flew out, bringing with it a wave of water, and rushed straight into the sky. His body slid and fell into the waves. He actually wanted to escape. The pearl brought with it a wave of water, like a water dragon coming out of the sea, and welcomed the rain like lightning. Gotcha! Another few loud sounds. Not only was the pearl smashed into pieces, even the black fish was hit by the heavenly lightning again. The strangeness of this heavenly lightning was definitely out of the black fish's expectations. It could actually pass through the river water and directly hit his body. This time, the black fish was not as lucky as the last time. The heavenly lightning struck his chest. Several streams of black blood gushed out. The black fish's body flapped a few times. It was no different from an ordinary black fish. His belly turned white, and he floated to the surface of the Liao River. Mo Jianli was shocked. Xiaohua's attack was too cruel and too fast. He did not even have the chance to warn Xiaohua before the black fish was killed by Xiaohua. Not only that, but Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique had a range of 1 mile. Other than the black fish, the other aquatic creatures were also killed or injured. Therefore, Mo Jianli said anxiously, "See. Senior Shao. Don't kill like this first." "What? Things have come to this. Do you still want to get information from these aquatic creatures?" Xiao Hua looked at the blood on the river and said coldly. Mo Jianli bit his lips and nodded. "I know that Senior Shao is powerful. But Senior Shao, unless you can kill all these aquatic creatures. Otherwise, the danger of Longevity Town's destruction will never pass. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town will not be saved. If Senior Shao only wants to defeat Little Gold Temple, then I will ask Xingqian to admit defeat." Mo Jianli. Xiao Hua laughed and pointed his finger. "Are you afraid that I will anger the aquatic creatures and they will pour the river water into Longevity Town? Are you trying to find out the purpose of flooding Longevity Town from the water tribe?" "That's right." Mo Jianli nodded. "Senior Shao, even if you can kill all the aquatic creatures, they only need to release the water wall. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people will disappear in an instant. Senior Shao, you are happy. You can leave, but what about the students of Longevity College and the monks of Little Gold Temple? You are too careful." Xiao Hua shook his head. "Besides, I didn't kill the aquatic creatures in front of Monk Xingqian just to defeat Little Gold Temple as you think. Didn't you see? You asked Li Mo Ming to talk to the aquatic creatures, but they ignored him. If you don't beat them until they feel pain, they won't talk. Besides, looking at the situation, even if I don't do anything, they won't let the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town go. Since that's the case, why can't I take their lives with me? Don't worry. If the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town die, I will kill all the aquatic creatures in Liao River." Mo Jianli naturally knew that Xiao Hua's words were reasonable. Without strength, one had no right to speak. However, he was still afraid of angering the aquatic creatures. Just as he was about to defend himself, several powerful elemental thoughts swept out from Liao River. The entire Liao River became even more turbulent. When the elemental thoughts swept past Mo Jianli, he was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. In a voice of disbelief, he moaned, "Aquatic creatures with elemental power beyond second level. How could they appear here?" Of course, the elemental thoughts of the aquatic creatures were much more powerful than Mo Jianli. He couldn't judge the strength of the aquatic creatures at all. Besides, there was more than one of them. How could he not be scared? Not to mention Mo Jianli, even Xiao Hua's face turned pale when he saw the spirit power of the spirit creature, which was similar to his spirit power, sweep across the area. Then, hundreds of enormous water-kind creatures came out of the water in a radius of tens of miles. Chapter 32:16. These weren't ordinary water creatures. The black fish spirit from before had already shocked Xiao Hua, but in front of these water creatures. The black fish spirit was like a child. These aquatic creatures were several hundred feet tall, and the scales on their bodies were comparable to millstones. Blackfish demons did not have many teeth in their mouths, but these aquatic creatures had fangs that were more than a foot long. What was special was that their mouths were extremely wide, and the 2 rows of fangs were completely exposed. The white color of their fangs was tinged with a bloody light, and they were extremely bloodthirsty. After these water creatures floated up, the wall of water suddenly increased by 10 feet and the waves became even more turbulent. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered, "Since we can't avoid it, then let's kill a few more first." Then, another dark green brilliance appeared and the lightning that had just subsided appeared again. One after another, the heavenly lightning bolts were like vigorous swimming dragons, roaring in the air as they pounced towards the hundreds of water creatures. Woo-woo. Roars and whimpers rose one after another, as if all the water creatures knew that danger was coming. Following the roars, pillars of water sprayed out from the water creatures' mouths. These pillars of water seemed to be light, but also like river water, azure blue in color. When the pillars of water reached about 10 feet in the air, they fell back down with a hua sound. The moment they fell, each pillar of water blossomed with a chrysanthemum-like brilliance. This brilliance quickly extended like a huge tentacle, fusing together upon contact. In the blink of an eye, a layer of azure blue water appeared under the heavenly lightning. Rumble. Hundreds of lightning bolts fell at the right time, smashing onto this brilliance. The layer of water was smashed down by more than half a foot, and the lightning bolts violently swam above the brilliance, melting countless brilliance in the lightning. However, in just a moment, the lightning bolts actually disappeared in the water. These water creatures probably have the strength of a third-level origin energy. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, his heart trembling. He understood that today's situation was not good. Although the Soul Cultivator's lightning and thunder technique is mysterious and can create something out of nothing, but its power is still too weak, it can't compare to the Dao Sect's lightning drawing technique. Although Xiaohua's heart was filled with regret, his movements were still not slow. A green light flashed between his eyebrows again, and a dozen bolts of heavenly lightning were born from the water. Boom! This time, Xiaohua had learned his lesson. He did not launch a large-scale attack, but instead, a dozen lightning bolts poured down on a huge aquatic creature's body. After a series of thunderous rumbles, the huge body of the aquatic creature trembled violently and sank to the bottom of the water. Even if he wasn't killed by Xiaohua's sneak attack, it seemed like he had lost more than half of his life. Say. Elder. Mo Jianli was not only shocked by the power of the water kind, he was also shocked by Xiaohua's mysterious lightning-controlling spell. His impression of Xiaohua changed again, but he still begged, "You have already hurt them. Why don't we let Mo Ming go and ask? If what?" Xiaohua frowned and turned around to look at the 100,000 innocent villagers of the immortal town who were running for their lives even though they had already sensed the danger. He shook his head and said, "Is there any room for negotiation in such a situation? Even if there is room for negotiation. What about this Xiao's grudge with the water kind?" The current Xiaohua was no longer as indecisive as he was in the Xiaoyu continent. After the baptism of blood, the test of life and death, he gradually revealed his ferociousness. Toward some specious matters, he had completely made his own decision. Elder Xiao. Mo Jianli smiled bitterly. This junior came to the immortal town to save these 100,000 villagers. Seeing that there is a glimmer of hope, how can this junior not try? Elder's grudge with the water kind is for the sake of the villagers of the immortal town. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to bear this grudge with Elder. Even if this junior dies in the hands of the water kind, I am willing. Can you do it? Xiaohua smiled faintly. Although death is easy, there is no value in dying. What's the use of you dying? This junior knows that he is incompetent. His cultivation is only a fraction of Elder's. Mo Jianli said sternly, Elder will not believe this junior's words. Of course, this junior can also use my Chongyun sect's name to bear this grudge for Elder, but this junior can clearly tell Elder. This time, the Chongyun sect did not pay enough attention to the disaster of the immortal town. This junior does not dare to use the sect's name to vouch for Elder. Moreover, this disaster of the immortal town should be handled by the government of the country of Xi. Elder has seen for himself, the power of the government here is really weak. Forget it. Xiaohua saw that Mo Jianli was clear, and waved his hand, fellow immortal Mo, there is no need to say any more. This Xiao does not mind. I just want to kill as many people as I can before the disaster of the immortal town arrives. Use their lives as a sacrifice to the dead. Fellow immortal Xing Chen, come quickly. Hearing this, Mo Jianli hurriedly waved his hand. Not far away, Xing Chen and the others were also stunned. However, their cultivation was also low, so they could not help. Now that they heard Mo Jianli's call, they immediately flew over. Elder Xiao, fellow immortal Mo. Xing Chen hurriedly asked, do you have a plan? Mo Jianli looked at the messy huge sea beasts on the water wall and said in a low voice, we do not have a plan yet. Right now, we want to find out why these sea beasts are attacking the immortal town. Elder Xiao will take charge of the situation here and intimidate the sea beasts. We will escort Li Mo Ming over and work together with the sea beasts. Okay. At this point, Xing Chen did not remember the bet he made with Xiao Hua. He hurriedly said, we will do as you say. Seeing Xiao Hua nodding silently and frowning at the hundreds of sea beasts, Mo Jianli did not know what he was thinking, or whether he was choosing the next target to attack. Mo Jianli hurriedly led the group to the water wall. Gotcha! Another clap of thunder sounded, and it hit the water wall in front of Mo Jianli and the others. A hole about 3 meters wide appeared on top of the water wall, and this hole was surrounded by lightning. On one hand, it prevented the seal from healing, and on the other hand, it prevented the hole from growing bigger. Mo Jianli and the others did not dare to rush through the seal. They only protected Li Mo Ming at the hole and shouted some strange syllables into the water wall. The 3 continents are really messy. Xiao Hua was speechless. There are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. There is even the dragon palace. Their languages are all different. It is so troublesome to speak. If I have time later, I will ask Li Mo Ming to learn the language of the sea beasts. Oh, why are the sea beasts not moving? And there are no sea beasts coming to deal with them. Could it be that the host has not come out yet? While Xiao Hua was puzzled, the turbulent water surface of the Liao River suddenly calmed down. The hundreds of huge sea beasts flew out of the water. Under the scorching sun, there were only shadows and specks of golden light on the surface of the river. Xiao Hua almost rubbed his eyes to see if he was dreaming. Of course, it was only for a moment. Gurgle gurgle. With a loud sound, tens of thousands of bubbles rushed out of the river like boiling water. In an instant, they covered a dozen miles of the river surface. Then, a group of soldiers dressed in armor, holding bright weapons, and even carrying banners surged out of the river. This time, Xiao Hua really wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes. He muttered, damn it, I am seeing ghosts. Of course, when had Xiao Hua ever seen such a scene on the Xiaoyu continent? Xiao Hua was extremely curious. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw clearly that this group was made up of hundreds or even thousands of sea beasts. There were fish and prawns, birds and crabs. There were also a few strange sea beasts that Xiao Hua had never seen before. However, these sea beasts were not in human form. They were 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal person. They were not holding weapons with their hands, but claws or pincers. These sea beasts were also wearing strange armor. There were some red rust on the armor and some seaweed. This armor seemed to be protecting the sea beasts and hiding their cultivation. Xiao Hua could not see through their strength for a moment. However, looking at the intelligent eyes of these sea beasts, Xiao Hua knew that these sea beasts were definitely stronger than normal cultivators. Xiao Hua had just finished looking when he heard a loud sound from the group. The body of the giant sea beast that Xiao Hua had just shot down slowly appeared on the surface of the river. The body of the sea beast trembled slightly. Obviously, it did not die. However, the lightning had not dissipated, so it could not move freely. After the body of the sea beast came out of the water, it did not stop. It continued to rise. Then, Xiao Hua saw a long and thin arm appear under the body of the sea beast. See. Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He understood that the sea beast that was about to come out, should be the person in charge of the array. Moreover, seeing that this sea beast could lift the giant sea beast with one hand, its strength must be ridiculously strong. Under the gaze of Xiao Hua, Mo Jianli and the others, another shocking scene appeared under the long and thin arm. Xiao Hua originally thought that this arm belonged to a strange sea beast. He would not be surprised if it was a fish. However, what appeared in the end was actually a 3-chi-long midget. Moreover, this midget was human. Not only did it have 4 limbs, it also had facial features. The funniest thing was that this midget was riding on a giant seahorse. Looking at the incomparably huge sea beast on the midget, and then looking at the incomparably huge seahorse below the midget, Xiaohua almost fell down from the sky laughing. Mo Jianli and the others were different from Xiaohua. They didn't even have time to laugh, because the dwarf's gaze swept across them. His cold, steel-like primordial spirit swept across them. They shuddered, and a feeling of being in an ice cave involuntarily rose from their hearts and bodies. Liamo Ming, who was shouting just now, opened his mouth. He did not dare to make any sound. It was as if he attracted the attention of this midget, he would be killed by this midget's gaze. Chapter 32:17. Of course, when the midget's gaze landed on Xiaohua, Xiaohua's smile also froze on his face. Moreover, this smile appeared extremely awkward. A kind of seriousness emerged from Xiaohua's smile like a seed bursting out of the ground, instantly blooming on Xiaohua's face. Damn it! This guy is probably at the 4th grade of origin energy, right? Xiaohua had no way of knowing the exact cultivation of this midget, but from this aura, he was absolutely shocked. Looking at this formation, Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. 103rd grade origin energy subordinates, and this 4th grade origin energy person in charge of the formation, they don't even need some bullshit Liao River's water to destroy the entire longevity town. Why did they take off their pants to fart? Could it be, this longevity town is hiding some secret? Did I block a disaster for them? Woo! That midget waved his hand, easily throwing the giant sea beast to the side. A few sea beasts immediately caught it. Immediately after, the midget loudly shouted a few times. Woo-woo! The entire Liao River was surging with wind and clouds as hundreds of hurricanes were born. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward the surface of the river. Then, a blue light flashed repeatedly on the surface of the river. The hundreds of huge sea beasts transformed into 3 zhang tall giants one by one. However, although these giants had armor on their bodies and looked incomparably brave, their eyes were not as shrewd as the sea beasts from before. G. That midget casually ordered a few more times. Those 100 burly men roared in unison, then scattered towards the edge of the water wall. At the same time, the hundreds of people in the team also waved their banners, and even the sound of war drums could be heard, as if they were eager to give it a try. Senior Xiao. That Mo Ming was very anxious. Without even reporting to Mo Jianli, he hurriedly shouted, "These sea beasts are going to activate the restriction and flood the longevity town. What are they going to do? Why do they want to flood the longevity town?" When Xiaohua heard, he was also very anxious. He didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, his figure flew up and rushed towards the flaw of the restriction. Humph. This time, Xiaohua understood. He coldly snorted like a human. He saw the dwarf raise his head and casually wave his hand. A blue brilliance appeared on the surface of the water and rushed towards him. It looked like a very ordinary radiance. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and his face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and similarly threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble. Sure enough, every trace of that blue brilliance contained an enormous amount of power. As soon as it came into contact with Xiaohua's fireball talisman, it immediately exploded, and the air within a radius of several tens of meters surged. Mo Jianli and the others naturally could not stay in the vicinity. They hurriedly dodged. As for Xiaohua, he was also blocked outside the restrictive spell. Chirp 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 chirp. Seeing Xiaohua block his brilliance, the dwarf unconsciously raised his eyebrows and cried out. "I don't understand. Don't just blabber. Xiao Hua sneered and raised his voice to speak to the pygmy chicken and duck. Senior. Mo Ming was brought over from afar by Mo Jianli. He shouted, he's asking you, if you killed his subordinates. Oh, answer him. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, if he wants revenge, then come at me. However, I still have to ask him who they are. Oh, what kind of water clan are they? Why did they use so much strength to flood Longevity Town? Yes. If it was any other question, Mo Ming would naturally have answered. However, this involved killing. If he was not careful, it would bring disaster to Xiao Hua. Mo Ming did not dare to be careless. He could only ask Xiao Hua first. Now that he received Xiao Hua's permission, he immediately shouted. Sure enough, this time, the dwarf spoke. However, looking at Mo Ming's helpless expression, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. These water clan were definitely not the brainless trash that he thought. It was not difficult for him to show a bit of sincerity. They would not answer honestly. Sure enough, Mo Ming said awkwardly, Senior, this person only said he took your head, then he will answer. Then let him come and take it. Xiao Hua waved his hand without hesitation. As long as he has the ability, let him come. Yes, Mo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. This kind of courage was definitely something he couldn't reach. That dwarf seemed to be somewhat impatient. He casually dealt with Mo Ming while commanding his own team. Senior. Mo Ming smiled and said, that person asked you to send your head over yourself. Okay, I will go over now. Xiao Hua nodded. You all, if you can't, then leave early. From the looks of it, these water clan do not intend to keep you all. If Senior does not leave, then we will not leave either. Mo Jianli replied indifferently. He turned and said, Mo Ming, you all leave. We have already done our best. Xing Chen was somewhat unwilling. He turned and looked at the chaotic Longevity Town. His gaze seemed to be somewhat expectant. He then said, this monk will also accompany Senior Xiao. Ha, good. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff again. He laughed and said, let me see what kind of methods these water clan have. Senior. Mo Ming suddenly said, Junior just vaguely heard something. They seem to be looking for someone. Xiao Hua was stunned. He stopped and said, they need to flood Longevity Town to find someone. Xiao Hua asked back. Mo Ming's face turned red. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Senior, disciple only vaguely heard it. I am not sure. And, if you don't leave, then slowly listen. Xiao Hua nodded. I will go and meet this person. However, you all wait, Sai, if you can leave, then leave. I am afraid that I am unable to protect you all now. Moreover, if you all leave, you can save 1 or 2 people. After speaking, Xiao Hua no longer paid attention to them. He activated his flying talisman and rushed into the water wall's restriction. Seeing Xiao Hua enter, that dwarf sneered and did not stop him. You brat. Once Xiao Hua rushed into the water wall, he did not say anything. He waved his hand and the heaven-leveling staff was raised. With a roar, it flew towards the dwarf. Hee. The dwarf seemed to not have expected Xiao Hua to come so quickly. He had not finished arranging some orders. However, he did not seem to care. He sneered and clapped his hand. Similarly, a halberd-like weapon appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his figure flew up from the seahorse. He stepped on a water-like cloud and met Xiao Hua head-on. The first time was always a test, so Xiao Hua didn't dodge. He was extremely confident in his own heaven-leveling rod and strength. Boom! An intense rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Not only did it deafen everyone's ears, even the water of the Liao River, which was originally surging violently, was set off by violent waves. At the same time, one of the two figures that were charging at each other was actually sent flying. What made Xing Chen and the other's eyeballs almost fall out was that the figure that was sent flying was Xiao Hua, and not that 3 feet tall dwarf. Xiao Hua, who had the strength of 10,000 caddies and the heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy, was actually not a match for this dwarf. Damn it! Is he still human? Xiao Hua himself was also shaken to the point of dizziness. His arms were sore and numb. He was practically shaking his heavy head as he thought in disbelief. This Xiao was really wrong. This guy. I'm afraid he's not human. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. He should also be a member of the Water Clan. Moreover, he should be a transformed Water Clan. Senior, be careful. Mo Jianli's voice was extremely anxious. Xiao Hua was startled when he heard it. He quickly scanned with his divine sense. Sure enough, that dwarf had turned into a water-like light again. He quickly passed through the waves of water. In a few breaths, he had already arrived near Xiao Hua. This kind of battle tactic was previously used by Xiao Hua to kill other cultivators. Now, the Water Clan was using it to deal with Xiao Hua. How could Xiao Hua not know the strength of this dwarf? However, he could only clench his teeth and wave the heaven-leveling staff again. He activated the flying talisman to stabilize his body and began to fight with this dwarf. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's ethereal steps did not require too much transcendence energy. That heaven-leveling staff technique was also very mysterious. Even if his strength was not as strong as that dwarf, he could still hold on for a few rounds. As the dwarf and Xiao Hua fought to a draw, the Water Clan above Liao River had already begun to move. First, hundreds of giant Water Clan transformed into burly men lined up behind the water wall, covering a range of several dozen li. Then, these Water Clan spat out demonic chi from their mouths, which gradually melted into the restriction. The water wall began to leak out. The water wall within several dozen li was even more turbulent than a flood that broke through a dam. It surged towards Longevity Town. Xiao Hua looked at this water wall. He was really furious in his heart. He wished he could beat this dwarf into meat paste with his staff. Since his heart was sluggish, Xiao Hua could not avoid being found a flaw by the dwarf. The sky piercer swept over, forcing Xiao Hua to raise his staff to meet it. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Xiao Hua's figure was smashed into the water. Ha ha ha! That dwarf seemed to be extremely happy. He did not chase after Xiao Hua and only loudly ordered his subordinates. Those fish, prawns and other creatures that were waving banners actually crossed the water wall and flew towards Longevity Town. Stop! Mo Jianli, who had been enduring all this time, could no longer bear it. He waved his hand and took out a book from his chest. He angrily said, I am Chongyun Sex Mo Jianli. This Longevity Town is where my Longevity Academy is located. If you all take even half a step, this Mo will not be polite anymore. Unfortunately, even though Li Mo Ming was at the side speaking, those prawn soldiers and crab generals did not care at all. Forget it. Mo Jianli angrily roared. The book in his hand rushed into the air. Then, he pointed his finger. A ray of sword light hit the book. Woo-woo. A gust of wind rolled up. That book slowly opened in the air. Inscriptions on armor flew out from the book and hit the prawn soldiers and crab generals like hailstones. Accompanying these inscriptions was an indescribable spiritual energy of heaven and earth, boom boom boom. A series of sounds rang out. Dozens of prawn soldiers and crab generals flashed with blue water light. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. Several water pillars that were thicker than buckets rushed from Liao Zhang's side and hit the book. The book closed with a schwa sound and fell from the air. Mo Jianli spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited. He hurriedly caught the book. Chapter 32:18. Wu, with a loud sound, a water column soared into the sky. At the top of the water column, Xiaohua rushed out of the river with an angry expression. He looked at Mo Jianli and shouted, "Fellow Daoist Mo. You should hurry and save the villagers before these fishes and shrimps." Without waiting for Mo Jianli to speak, he roared again, "Fight with me for another 300 rounds." As he spoke, he waved the heaven-leveling staff again. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge at all and directly smashed towards the dwarf. Roar! That dwarf also roared. He waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to disperse. He himself also waved the sky piercer and flew towards Xiaohua. Boom boom boom. After several consecutive head-on clashes, Xiaohua was sent flying every time. However, every time, Xiaohua would fly back bravely. This made the dwarf a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. In his impression, this kind of brave general who didn't care about his life seemed to be really rare. Unfortunately, this dwarf still overestimated the stingy Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua was laughing loudly in his heart. Damn it, I spent a lot of effort to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in my body, but the results weren't good. I didn't expect that every time I hit it, the earth crystal Yao milk in my body would be shaken loose. Refining it would be much easier. Looks like I have to let this guy hit me a few more times. If this sky piercer hits my body, wouldn't the results be better? However, looking at the glittering sky piercer, Xiaohua didn't dare to test it with his life. Boom! Like a dam bursting, the water wall finally collapsed completely. The entire Liao River's water suddenly poured into Longevity Town. The scene was comparable to the heavenly river falling into the mortal world. "I'll beat you to death, you monster." When Xiaohua heard this, he thought of the pitiful little floating corpse in the water. His eyes turned red. This was hundreds of thousands of lives. They were going to die in the water just like that. Xiaohua roared and attacked the dwarf. He was powerless to save these mortals. He could only use his own strength to kill this dwarf. With this attack, all the distracting thoughts from before disappeared. Boom! Although Xiaohua's anger soared to the sky, his strength was still much weaker than the dwarf. In the end, ideals and hatred couldn't replace cultivation. He was still sent flying. When Xiaohua was sent flying, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. G. Seeing Xiaohua being sent flying again, the dwarf shouted loudly. Then, he pointed at the water wall, and then at Mo Ming. Mo Jianli and the others had already left to save the mortals in the village. Mo Ming was still guarding the place. Beside Mo Ming, Xing Chen and the other 3 monks did not leave. They took out their alms bowls, which emitted Buddhist light and covered the river water. The river water was attracted by the Buddhist light and was sucked into the alms bowls. "Senior." Li Mo's voice was heard. "The water tribe said that they saw you risking your life. They said that their purpose was to come to the Longevity Town to find their princess. Their princess ended up in Longevity Town. She used to have some aura, but now she's gone." "Princess?" Xiaohua sneered, "Why are they looking for the princess? Could it be that their princess needs to rely on water to distinguish?" "Oh, I understand now." Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in his heart, "Is she, the little sister that Louis took in? The one called Xiao Yun? I seem to have put a yellow talisman on her." Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to use the flying talisman to return to the River Tide Temple. However, right now, the wall of water was even more majestic than the peak of the flood. Even if Xiaohua went back and found Xiao Yun, he was afraid that the entire Longevity Town would have been completely submerged by the river, right? When Xiaohua saw the alms bowls of Xing Chen and the others, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Mo Ming, quickly go to the River Tide Temple. The princess they're looking for is there, the girl in the wooden barrel. Ah! Liu Ming was shocked, then he became ecstatic and shouted at the dwarf. Unfortunately, the dwarf did not pay attention to him and only stared at Xiao Hua like a tiger watching its prey. Liu Ming looked at the flood that had already passed 3 li. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged his sword to fly towards the River Tide Temple. Although the River Tide Temple was beside the Liao River, it was still several li away from this location. Fight! Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He raised the heaven-leveling staff and charged at the dwarf again. The dwarf was naturally not afraid. The heaven-leveling staff and the sky-piercer collided again, but this time it seemed to be different. When Xiao Hua touched the sky-piercer, his figure immediately flew back and rushed into the river water, disappearing in an instant. Oh! The dwarf was stunned, but he did not care. He swept with his origin will and looked in the direction of the Longevity Town. Amitba. A loud and clear Buddhist chant came from another direction, and then a simple Buddhist sense swept out, martial ancestor. When Xing Chen sensed this Buddhist sense, his tears were about to fall. He persevered for so long, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wasn't it because he was still hoping for a fluke in his heart, waiting for this Buddhist sect expert to appear for a fleeting moment in the morning? However, when Xing Chen looked in the direction of the voice, he was stunned again. He saw a cultivator wearing strange clothes, holding a small bottle in his hand, flying over from the waves. It was not the monk wearing a kasaya he expected. This person's face is so familiar. Xing Chen was bewildered. He looked at Xiao Hua's changed face and thought very strangely, but, where has disciple seen this martial ancestor before? Ever since Xiao Hua sent the Buddha Sarira into his Naiwan palace, his telekinesis could freely form Buddhist seals in his hands. He no longer had to use his hands to disguise himself and activate the Buddha Sarira outside his Naiwan palace. At this time, after changing his face, he immediately took out the water bottle from the Buddha Sarira in his Naiwan palace and held it in his right palm. That water bottle still had the willow branch inserted into it. My Buddha is merciful, excellent, excellent. Xiao Hua raised his left hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, with a wave of his hand, the water bottle emitted a faint Buddhist light and rushed into the air. At the same time, Xiao Hua's hands formed seals. One after another, Buddhist seals rushed out of his palm and landed on the water bottle. G. That dwarf was extremely puzzled. He looked at the direction Xiao Hua disappeared in and then looked at the familiar Xiao Hua. He scratched his head in bewilderment and opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, Liu Mo was not here at this time. No one knew what he was saying. Woo! A gust of wind came out of the water bottle. This gust of wind, under the control of Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense, immediately covered a radius of several dozen li. Withdraw. Xiao Hua's tongue was like spring thunder. His hands slowly formed Buddhist seals and slowly hit the water bottle. A huge suction force came out along with the gust of wind. Like a huge tentacle, it covered the river water within several dozen li. Then, with a strong grab, all of the river water rushed toward the water bottle with this force. Thump 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 thump. A burst of drum-like sounds came out from Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. The Buddha Sarira in the Linglong Pagoda started to vibrate rapidly, as if it was a heartbeat. After that, it started to shrink rapidly, and the Buddha aura around it also became abnormally dim. Clearly, Xiao Hua's telekinesis was not enough to completely unleash the power of the water bottle. Even the Buddha Sarira was somewhat damaged. But fortunately, the Buddha Sarira's Buddhist light dimmed. The exquisite pagoda emitted a myriad of scattered lights that slowly fell on the Buddha Sarira. The Buddha Sarira sent out a faint Buddhist sense and the Buddhist fire also sent out a continuous stream of telekinesis. Amitba, disciple Xing Chen of the Yunlin Temple greets Grandmaster. Xing Chen chanted the name of Buddha. He actually knelt down in the air and said loudly, disciple represents the 160,000 people of Longevity Town to thank Grandmaster for his great kindness. Amitabha, disciple thanks Grandmaster for his great kindness. Xing Kong and the rest also chanted the name of Buddha and knelt down in the air. The four people's voices were extremely loud, like thunder in the sky. It directly shook the ears of everyone within several li. Looking at that posture, it was as if they used all of their cultivation on this lion roar. They were afraid that the people of Longevity Town would not be able to hear it. The Buddhist sect's divine ability was indeed impressive. When the lion's roar landed in their ears, everyone who panicked and lost their sense of propriety calmed down for a moment. It was also at this moment that they saw from high up in the sky, Xiaohua's solemn and dignified expression, that shocking scene. The river water that was enough to engulf the entire Longevity Town was like a sparkling trapped dragon that was captured by Xiaohua's compassionate eyes and obediently kept into that ordinary-looking small bottle in front of him. Inside the small bottle, the willow branch was calm. The green on the willow branch made people feel like they were reborn. Amitabha. An old man knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards Xiaohua. 2, 3, 10, dozens, hundreds of villagers all knelt down. Moreover, this kind of piety was like a kind of wind, rapidly blowing from Longevity Town to every corner. Thousands, tens of thousands, these people who were originally at the end of their rope in despair, when they saw a chance of survival, which one of them did not have a kind of absolute trust? Which one of them did not offer their purest piety to this great divine ability in front of them? Which one of them did not place their hopes of survival on this brave person who bravely stepped forward? Woo! A sound like a dragon's roar sounded. The suction force of the clear water bottle suddenly doubled. The river water that had already rushed out for several li was suddenly sucked back into the clear water bottle. See. I see. How could Xiaohua's telekinesis be so powerful? However, the telekinesis of tens of thousands of people, the power of faith of hundreds of thousands of people was enough to ignite the Buddhist fire in Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira. It was enough to double the telekinesis of Xiaohua's Buddha seal. G. Seeing Xiaohua take out a Buddhist artifact, the dwarf seemed to have understood something. His face became solemn, and he waved his hand, putting away the sky piercer. Then, he shouted a few words in a loud and solemn voice. He grabbed downwards with his hand, and a blue brilliance fell towards the river water below his feet. The moment it touched the river water, it immediately rippled, and in an instant, it extended for dozens of li. Roar! The dwarf roared loudly. He raised his hand, as if he was lifting a heavy object. The water of Liao River suddenly rose by more than 10 zhang. Chapter 32:19. Ka. The dwarf let out a strange cry again. The brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and a water dragon that was even larger than the water dragon on Xiaohua's clear water bottle pounced out from the dwarf's hands, charging towards the clear water bottle. Motherfucker, I won't make a fool of myself, right? How could Xiaohua not know that his disguise had been seen through by this midget? He was afraid that this midget would think that he wanted to compete with him in terms of divine abilities. That was why he put away his sky piercer and wanted to use the water from Liao River to break his water bottle to compete with him. However, Xiaohua had previously used the clear water bottle to collect innate true water, but he didn't collect so much river water. At that time, collecting innate true water was as easy as lifting one's hand. This river water had already reached Xiaohua's limit, and with the addition of the dwarf's river water, how could Xiaohua withstand it? However, if Xiaohua didn't accept the dwarf's challenge, this river water would probably be even more powerful than the previous river water, right? Looking at the people of Longevity Town kneeling on the ground and the faint power of faith, Xiaohua sighed, Amitabha, if there is a netherworld, I will go first, if there is bliss, I will go last, if I don't save the people, I will waste my time, if there is a disaster today, I will bear it. If I don't enter the sea of bitterness, who will? Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, the huge river water rushed down majestically, smashing onto Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness. That Buddhist consciousness was originally invisible, but now that he was controlling the clear water bottle, it was one with the Buddhist light. Under the impact of the river water, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness was severely injured. Pfff, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which landed on the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua's body trembled, and the Buddhist light around him swayed at the same time, like a dim light that was about to be extinguished in the wind at any time. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. Xing Chen, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan were shocked. They hurriedly urged their psychokinesis, throwing out 4 alms bowls, which landed around Xiao Hua's body. As they chanted, the weak Buddhist light rushed into Xiao Hua's body. Merciful Buddha, save the Buddhist sect in distress. Seeing the imminent danger, the hundreds of thousands of people in the longevity town who had already prostrated themselves were all anxious. They chanted the name of Buddha and kowtowed to the ground. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that the Buddhist light of his Buddha Sarira was somewhat dim and the power of thought he sent out was already weak. He couldn't help but sigh and make a decision in his heart. Why is this Xiao so unlucky? Dao Sect's cultivation has yet to recover. Now, only the 4th grade Buddha relic is intact. Just now, I revealed my Buddhist cultivation and the clear water bottle could not control it. Today, I can only abandon this Buddha relic and use this relic to exchange for karma to see if it can support the clear water bottle. Since he had made his decision, Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira came out of the exquisite pagoda. Just as the Sarira rushed out of his Naiwan palace, a loud and clear sound suddenly resounded in the heaven and earth. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came out as heavenly flowers sprinkled down one after another. One after another, beautiful heavenly maidens danced in the void. Namo Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Namo Buddha. Nan couldn't. Namo Monk. It was because of the Buddha. Fate with Buddha. Buddhism and Dharma were interrelated. I am always happy and quiet. I read Guan Yin Bodhisattva in the morning. I read Guan Yin Bodhisattva in the evening. Thoughts arise from the heart. Chanting Buddha without leaving one's heart. Tian Luoshen. Di Luoshen. Separation is difficult. Difficult to leave. All calamities turn to dust. Namo Maha Prajna Paramithal. Every word and sentence was like a murmuring stream that fell into everyone's ears along with the Sanskrit chants. Namo Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Everyone was enlightened and chanted along with the Sanskrit chants. Strands of thought power turned into gossamer threads and rushed into Xiao Hua's Buddha relic. The Buddha relic that was already preparing to melt gradually gave off a Buddhist light. Chirp chirp. In the distance, when the dwarf saw this, hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at the clear water bottle that seemed like it could hold all rivers in the sea. Although the item's Buddhist light was still trembling, under the clear water bottle, Xiao Hua's hands that were forming seals had already stabilized. The faint Buddhist light seemed to flicker eternally. Although Xiao Hua's compassionate eyes didn't look at him, when his gaze swept past, it seemed like those eyes could see through him. Roar. In the instant the dwarf hesitated, a strange roar that seemed to come from some inexplicable source came from the Sanskrit chants. The heavenly maiden who had just said that she was bare-handed and barefooted suddenly turned into a myriad of demons. These demons were grotesquely shaped, ferocious, and pounced towards Xiao Hua with their bloody mouths. Pooh! Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xing Chen, who was prostrating at the side, almost shouted with an incredulous voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Grandmaster wants to attain Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Attain fruit? When Xiao Hua heard this, he wasn't surprised. He had heard Han Zhu talk about attaining fruit in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Of course, he had also heard this during the battle with the demons. However, he had never thought that he would be able to attain fruit when he had just cultivated to the 4-chi golden body. In particular, he didn't know anything about attaining fruit. What did he have to pay attention to in attaining fruit? He didn't know anything about the benefits of attaining fruit. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was now a senior of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally couldn't ask about this kind of thing. The most important thing was that he was doing his best to support the clear water bottle and collect the river water that was rushing into the longevity town. He simply didn't have the spare energy to ask anything. He could only blindly persist, and persist. However, looking at Xing Chen's extremely envious gaze, Xiao Hua also knew that he had encountered a good thing. Since it was a good thing, then what was the point of asking? Unfortunately, at this moment, clang. The sound of a sword rang out. In the distance, Mo Jianli activated the sword light and flew over with a little girl in his hand. He was still shouting, "The princess is here, the princess is here." Whoosh! Without waiting for Mo Jianli to fly closer, the dwarf waved his hand. A long aqua-blue arm grew out from under his body and fell into Mo Jianli's hand like a waterfall. In an instant, it took the girl away. The action was so fast that Mo Jianli couldn't react at all. When the girl fell into the dwarf's hand, the dwarf opened his mouth and roared into the sky. It was really a sound that shook the 9 heavens. Then, with another wave of his hand, thousands of light threads flew out from his body and fell on the Liao River. Whoosh! Like the falling tide, the river water that was rushing towards Xiao Hua's clear water bottle immediately fell into the Liao River. Strangely, as soon as the river water retreated, the demon that was rushing towards Xiao Hua immediately changed its face and turned into a heavenly girl. However, the heavenly girl and the heavenly flower only lasted for a few breaths, then gradually disappeared. The chanting also disappeared at the same time. What a pity! Xing Chen couldn't help but moan. He called out with great regret, "Grandmaster only needs the Tianma test to achieve the fruit." Then, he turned around and looked at Mo Jianli. His gaze almost pierced Mo Jianli into 1,000 holes. Ba, good. Xiao Hua also felt sorry in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. He murmured and activated the clear water bottle again, not daring to neglect it. The dwarf took the girl and slowly fell into the river. The shrimp and crab soldiers that rushed into the immortal town waved their flags and flew back. At the same time, the hundreds of giant sea beasts that turned into burly men slowly turned into members of the water tribe. The water of the Liao River also slowly fell back. Grandmaster. Seeing that the matter was over, Xing Chen still knelt on the ground. He looked up at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Disciple dares to ask for Grandmaster's name." "May I know?" When Xing Chen said this, Mo Jianli beside him looked as if he had seen a ghost. He said hurriedly, See God my lord." "Ah. See God my lord of the River Tide Temple." All of a sudden, Xing Chen was also shocked. Although he had never been to the River Tide Temple, when he discovered Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness in the early morning, he also used his Buddhist consciousness to explore the River Tide Temple. Naturally, he also saw the golden body of the sea god, but it was in a hurry, so he couldn't remember it clearly. Now that Mo Jianli called him, Xing Chen immediately remembered. As for Mo Jianli, naturally, because Li Mo knew that his flying speed was not as fast as Mo Jianli's, Mo Jianli told Xiao Hua's words to Mo Jianli. It was the golden body that Mo Jianli saw in the main hall when he rode his sword to the River Tide Temple. Ha ha ha. Ba. Xiao Hua saw the water of the Liao River recede rapidly. He clasped his hands together and smiled. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Then, he pointed at the clear water vase. The Buddhist artifact fell into his hand. His body slowly flew into the distance, Mas. Grandmaster. Xing Chen was about to call out when he saw Xiao Hua forming a seal with both hands. The word Lin emerged from his Buddhist seal and spread out in all directions. Xing Chen's expression immediately changed. 9 words mantra. My Buddha is merciful. The 9 words mantra has descended upon the hidden immortal continent. Guanyin Bodhisattva, merciful salvation. Disciple respectfully sends Bodhisattva off. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Xing Chen's voice was so loud, and he used the lion's roar. Many villagers in Longevity Town heard him, and they all chanted Bodhisattva's name. Mo Jianli frowned, but when he saw Xiao Hua's figure getting farther and farther away, he also lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hua didn't achieve Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. Xing Chen said that because he had other intentions. When Xiao Hua's figure finally disappeared, Xing Chen didn't dare to use his Buddha's awareness. Mo Jianli and the others didn't dare to use their divine sense either. Mo Jianli looked around and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal Xing Chen, where is Senior Xiao?" Sigh, Senior Xiao was defeated by the Water Tribe. He was shot down from the Liao River before Bodhisattva arrived. Xing Chen said indifferently, "He hasn't shown up for so long. I'm afraid he's dead." Senior. Mo Jianli was anxious. He used the eye-clearing technique and looked at the Liao River. At the same time, he sent a message to Li Mo Ming and the others to search for Xiao Hua together. Xing Chen's face carried a hint of arrogance. He looked at the panicking and praying townspeople in the distance, then lowered his head to look at the place that had been flooded by the river water. He waved his hand and said, "Xing Kong, one of you three will return to Xiao Jin Temple and inform Mingyu of the situation here. Have him send out disciples to calm the townspeople down. The two of you will patrol the area and see if there are any Water Tribe hiding or bandits making trouble in the chaos." Grandmaster Ci Heng defeated the Water Tribe. Our Buddhism sect has blessed Longevity Town. Don't let this blessing turn into water. I'll accompany you to search for Senior Xiao of Taoism. Chapter 32:20. Yes, disciple understands. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan bowed in the air, their faces full of pride. Yes, raising a hand to save 100,000 lives, only half a step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit, this was definitely rare even in the Western paradise, let alone in the hidden immortal continent where Confucianism flourished. Moreover, Xing Kong and the others were able to witness this grand occasion of attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. It was also greatly beneficial to their own cultivation. How could they not be excited? Taking a step back, the merit of saving 100,000 lives, whether it was Xing Chen or Xing Kong and the others, they could all get a little bit of it. When they returned to the Cloud Forest Temple, they might even be sent to the Western Paradise to be recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. Seeing the three of them leave, Xing Chen smiled and urged his body to fly towards Liaojiang. He already understood in his heart that regardless of Xiao Hua's life or death, Taoism had already been defeated. Jiang Chao Temple would definitely not exist in Longevity Town in the future. Not only that, Longevity Academy, which was previously so powerful that Xiao Jin Temple could not shake before, would definitely not be Xiao Jin Temple's opponent in the future. Just now, at the critical moment, Xing Chen easily sensed the power of the 100,000 lives. This kind of the purest worship and piety from the heart had been deeply engraved in the hearts of the 100,000 villagers of Longevity Town. In the future, they would definitely abandon Confucianism and enter Buddhism. Whenever there was any danger, they would think of the scene of Xiao Hua holding a bottle to save the lives of the people. The image of Xiao Hua, that Buddhist cultivator Ci Heng, would also appear in their hearts. It is also because of the instantaneous convergence of the power of the 100,000 lives that Grandmaster Ci Heng attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Thinking of the grand occasion just now, Xing Chen could not help but feel regretful. This kind of opportunity. How many times can one encounter it in one's life? What a pity. If Mo Jianli did not come to make trouble, my Western paradise would have another Bodhisattva. Hateful. Could it be that Mo Jianli did it on purpose? Even if he came a moment later, Liao Jiang would still be taken into the Buddhist artifact by Grandmaster, and would not cause any damage to Longevity Town. If Grandmaster Ci Heng missed this opportunity, I don't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again. Thinking of this, Xing Chen was suddenly stunned again. He sucked in a cold breath and frowned. That's not right. The lives of the 100,000 lives are indeed heavy, but it's impossible to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in one go. For an ordinary disciple of Buddhism, a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit is already very good. Why did Grandmaster Ci hang suddenly? Could it be? Where is Senior Shao? Where is Senior Shao? Just as Xing Chen was feeling a little shocked, a hoarse voice came from not too far away. Xing Chen looked up and saw that it was Chongyun Sek's Liemo Ming. Senior Shao is the one who saved the calamity today. If it wasn't for him taking in the princess of the Water Clan, if it wasn't for him blocking the attack of the Water Clan. Liemo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. The anxious look on his face was definitely not fake. Ahem. Xing Chen coughed lightly and said, "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's find Senior Shao as soon as possible." Liemo Ming bit his lips and glanced at Xing Chen with some resentment. However, he flew toward Liao Jiang without another word. Martial nephews. Xing Chen looked at Ji Dong and Qiu Jian, who had just arrived, and said, "Mr. Mo and I are enough. You should hurry up and help the villagers in Longevity Town. They still don't know that the crisis is over. I'm afraid they'll stir up trouble again." Ji Dong and Qiu Jian gave each other a look, and then said with a smile, "There are government officers and soldiers in the town, as well as martial nephews and junior brothers from Little Gold Temple, and even more so my Long Life Academy's 100 disciples. There is no need for us to go, right? Right now, we should focus on finding Senior Shao of Jiang Chao Temple. He's the one who saved the calamity after all." Then, without waiting for Xing Chen to say anything, the two of them cupped their fists and hurriedly flew to Liao Jiang. Under Mo Jianli's command, they split up and searched in the depths of Liao Jiang. "Ba, fellow immortal Mo." Xing Chen flew over and said in a low voice, "Where should I go to find him?" "Fellow immortal Xing Chen." Mo Jianli's face had a trace of sadness. He pointed to the left and said, "I've already looked around here. There's no trace of Senior Shao. When they were fighting, I wasn't near here. Fellow immortal, did you see where Senior Zhao's body flew after he was defeated?" Xing Chen thought for a while and pointed in a direction, saying, "It should be that place. However, I was also using my mental force to absorb the river water with my Buddhist artifact. I didn't look carefully. Besides." Then, Xing Chen hesitated and said, "Senior Shao killed many members of the Water Tribe and was regarded as a great enemy by the Water Tribe. Senior Shao couldn't defeat that dwarf. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be severely injured. Although Ancestor Ci Heng showed up in the nick of time, Senior Shao fell into the water. The Water Tribe is ferocious and cruel. Senior Shao is probably dead. Alas." At this moment, Liao Jiang was very murky. Sand and sand were floating in the air, and there were even some remains and dead trees that were washed back from Longevity Town. Moreover, the current was still turbulent, far more tranquil than before. Mo Jianli looked at the shadows in front of Liao Jiang and sighed, "Although I don't want to be too optimistic, Senior Shao stood out bravely in the face of so many barbaric members of the Water Tribe. If he didn't attract the attention of the Water Tribe, how could we wait for Senior Ci Heng of the Buddhist sect? Therefore, if we can't find Spiritual Master Zhao's trace, even if we can't find his remains, we can't give an explanation to Jiang Chao Temple and the villagers of Longevity Town, can we? Besides, the most important thing is, I can't give myself an explanation." Mo Jianli looked away from the river, looked into Xing Chen's eyes and said word by word, "Indeed." Xing Chen avoided Mo Jianli's aggressive eyes and said, "I think so too. Let's split up and search. We'll go into Liao Jiang and check. I hope those Water Tribe members won't spoil Senior Zhao's remains." "Okay." Mo Jianli didn't want to argue with Xing Chen. He only felt that Xing Chen was too arbitrary and subjective. After nodding, he pointed again and said, "Fellow immortal, go over there. I'll go in the opposite direction, okay?" Xing Chen didn't say much. He followed Mo Jianli's finger and flew into Liaojiang. He released his Buddhist awareness to check carefully. The winner takes all, the loser takes all. Mo Jianli sighed as he flew. Senior Xiao was brave, but he was defeated by the Water Tribe. Even if he did make some contributions, they are all gone now. Today, the Buddhist sect won a great victory and took in 100,000 disciples. Longevity Academy will be in a difficult situation in the future. In the depths of Liaojiang, the waves were more rapid and there were more and more debris. Most of them were big and small planks. It seemed that many boats on Liaojiang were destroyed by the Water Tribe. Mo Jianli bit his lips. He didn't know if Longevity Town was the only one attacked by the Water Tribe or if other places were also attacked by the Water Tribe. Hum. A sharp sword sound came from afar. Oh. Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Indeed, he saw a familiar sword light soaring into the sky a few miles downstream of Liao River. Okay. Mo Jianli didn't dare to be careless. He stepped on his flying sword and flew towards the sword light. At the same time, he used the eye-clearing technique. He was eager to know whether Xiao Hua was alive or not. Seeing Mo Jianli fly away, Xing Chen was also shocked. A cloud appeared under his feet and he followed Mo Jianli. He also released his Buddhist awareness. When the two of them saw Li Mo Ming and Ji Dong supporting the drenched Xiao Hua and flying over at almost the same time, the feeling in their hearts changed again. Xiao Hua, who was being supported by Li Mo Ming, looked extremely tired and powerless. However, there was a trace of a smile on his pale face, as if he already knew that the tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town had managed to escape with their lives. Mo Jianli smiled from the bottom of his heart. He shouted from afar, "Senior Xiao. Mo Ming said that you fainted in the river. If you weren't caught by a rock, who knows how far you would have fallen. How are your injuries? Longevity Town is safe now. The 100,000 people of Longevity Town thank you for your protection." He. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. He looked at the two people beside him and said, "If I wasn't injured, why would I need the help of two juniors?" However, this old man has already heard from Mo Ming that immortal friend Mo brought that princess out of the tidal river temple and returned her to the Water Tribe. This is all thanks to immortal friend Mo. Mo Jianli didn't answer. He carefully took out a jade box and handed it to Xiao Hua. He said, "Senior Xiao, this is the healing medicine of Chongyun sect. I'm afraid it can't be compared to your Taoist golden core. However, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Oh. Medicine. Very good. When Xiao Hua saw this, he received it with a smile. After opening it, he saw a few black and fragrant pills inside. With a slight sniff, he naturally knew that the main ingredients inside were ordinary healing spiritual herbs. Without any hesitation, he took one out and ate it. He even said, "This poor Taoist is embarrassingly short on money, how could I have any golden pills?" This poor Taoist appreciates fellow Taoist Mo's kind intentions. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony, Mo Jianli was very happy. He said in a low voice, "This is just an ordinary pill. If senior's injuries are too serious, please go to Longevity Academy to rest. Junior will send people back to Chongyun sect, no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand and kept the jade box. He said, "I'm just a little tired. When I was fighting with the dwarf, I was injured by his huge strength and fainted. I only have some internal injuries. Mo Ming's pill is useless. Soon, I will be able to move freely." Very good, very good. Mo Jianli was even happier. At this time, Xing Chen also rushed over and bowed respectfully to Xiao Hua. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said proudly, Xing Chen, when we were fighting in the arena, you and I made it clear that whoever could save the most villagers in Longevity Town would be the winner. Now, I fought the Water Tribe and found the princess they were looking for. The hundreds of thousands of people of Longevity Town were saved by me. Your Shaojin Temple has lost. Chapter 32-21. He he. Xing Chen glanced at Mo Jianli, who was standing to the side with an unpleasant expression, and said with a faint smile, Senior Xiao fought the Water Tribe with all his might, and in the end, he even found the princess that the Water Tribe was looking for. Let alone the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town, even the little Golden Temple and Longevity Academy would like to thank you. No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I was just passing by the Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the people of the Longevity Town remember me or not. The Shaojin Temple only needs to remember the bet and leave the Longevity Town. However, Xing Chen smiled again and said, Senior, you did protect the Longevity Town, but how many villagers did you save? Senior, you might not have saved more than the disciples of the Buddhist sect. As for the winner of the bet, he, I won't talk about it. Fellow immortal Mo, please be the witness. Ah. Xiao Hua is stunned. He looks at Mo Jianli, whose face is a bit gloomy, and says curiously, although I didn't directly save those villagers, I can't say that I lost to Xingchen because I fought against the aquatic creatures, right? Besides, I found their princess. Didn't that solve the crisis of the Longevity Town? If I can't win, does that mean Xingchen won? He. Fellow immortal Xing Chen. Mo Jianli smiled and said, I remember you said that we have to compete with the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect to save more people, or to see which sect can solve the crisis of the Longevity Town. Whoever wins, right? Xing Chen thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Ancestor Ci Heng of the Buddhist sect saved more than 100,000 villagers of the Longevity Town. Isn't that a victory? He, I didn't pay attention before, but now I understand. Mo Jianli frowned. Fellow immortal, you didn't mention the Shaojin Temple or the Cloud Forest Temple, but only the Buddhist sect. Did you expect Ancestor Ci Heng to come? That's right. Xing Chen didn't hide it. I sensed Ancestor's Buddhist awareness at dawn. But fellow immortal also said that apart from saving the most people, whoever can avert the calamity of the Longevity Town will be the winner. Mo Jianli blandly said, word by word, Elder Xiao put the woman the waterkind were looking for in Jiangchao Temple. If he didn't tell us to send her back to the waterkind, how could this disaster be solved? This. Xing Chen paused, then rolled his eyes, fellow immortal Mo, you're wrong. The Tide Temple, the Tide Town, to be honest, the Tide Temple caused the crisis. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was at the river and Tide Temple, how could the immortal town be forced by the Water Tribe? Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple and only Tide Temple only Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide can. Tide Temple and the Tide Temple will be there. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and looked at Xing Chen coldly. Xing Chen was so scared that he shrank his neck. Then he clenched his teeth and said, what Junior said is the truth. Many things happened after Senior fainted. You can punish me however you want, but the villagers of the Longevity Town are not blind, deaf and mute. The truth will spread to the country of Xi, and even Yu province. Xiao Hua stared at Xing Chen for half a cup of tea, then flew out from Liemo Ming and Ji Dong's support. He looked at Mo Jianli coldly and asked, what happened after I fainted? Who is Ancestor Ci Heng? Mo Jianli felt helpless. He had been thinking about Xing Chen's words over and over again. The root of the crisis of the longevity town was the water tribe princess in the river tide temple. The water tribe must have sensed the girl's aura in the longevity town, so they came to find her. But they couldn't find her anywhere, so they decided to flood the town. It could be said that Xiao Hua called the water tribe princess out of the river tide temple and solved the crisis. That was what Mo Jianli wanted to say. But the problem was, why was the water tribe princess in the river tide temple? If the water tribe princess wasn't in the river tide temple and the longevity town, this crisis wouldn't have happened. Especially, Mo Jianli had heard from Xing Chen that there was a threat in his words. Xing Chen was saying that he would spread the news that the water tribe princess was in the river tide temple. Mo Jianli knew that the villagers wouldn't think too much about it. They would only think that the water tribe flooded the longevity town because of the water tribe. That was to say, the river tide temple was the one that the water tribe wanted to flood, and the longevity town was just the fish in the moat. With this misunderstanding, even if the river tide temple still existed on the river tide ridge, when Xiao Hua left, Xiao Jian and Yuanya would be killed by the people of the longevity town. Success and failure of the longevity town was because of the princess. Mo Jianli said bitterly, "Senior, you don't know." Then, Mo Jianli told Xiao Hua about how Grandmaster Ci Heng used a water bottle to block the flood of Liao River. Xiao Hua was pretending to be mysterious, but he was also very bitter in his heart. In fact, when he was hiding just now, he had thought things through. Since he showed up with the identity of Ci Heng from the Buddhism sect, then, the river tide temple was bound to lose. He had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. But obviously, it was impossible for him to reveal his cultivation base of Taoist sect and Buddhist sect completely without understanding the situation in the country of Xi and the hidden immortal continent 10 days after he woke up in the longevity town. Especially, in these few days, he had seen the grudge between the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. This was the hidden immortal continent. If he revealed his cultivation of Buddhism, he would be a lonely ghost without any background. Wasn't he looking for death? The consequences of exposing himself were more serious than smashing his own foot with a stone. However, in that kind of crisis, when Xiao Hua hadn't recovered his cultivation, how could he not use his cultivation of Buddhism? That was an unavoidable choice. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, boundless Taoist master. So there was Senior Ci Heng after me. With such a merciful heart, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives with his own strength. The whole longevity town bowed down to him. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Forget it. Xiao Hua's depression was fake, but in fact, it was real. When he was still cultivating in the West Sea, the wishful steel staff could already break the body of a 5th or 6th grade demonic beast. But today, he met a 4th grade elemental energy demonic beast, and he couldn't defeat him. This really made Xiao Hua depressed. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't use the heavenly laws embodiment technique now, so the power of the wishful steel staff was reduced by 40%. Moreover, the 5th or 6th grade demonic beast was only a 3rd grade elemental energy demonic beast. But Xiao Hua, who had always been proud of his strength, couldn't even defeat a 5th grade demonic beast. How could he be happy? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to admit defeat, Mo Jianli hurriedly said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, although your cultivation is not as good as Senior Ci Heng's, your contribution is not small either. This matter involves the Little Gold Temple and the Jiangchao Temple. Monk Mingyu and Taoist Xiao are not here. It's useless for us to say more. Let's go back to the longevity town and settle the villagers first. It won't be too late for us to discuss this matter." Xing Chen was originally smiling, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He understood that Mo Jianli didn't want to give all the credit to the Buddhism sect. In particular, Mo Jianli wanted to rope in Xiao Hua and didn't want the Jiangchao Temple to leave the longevity town. He. Xing Chen didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. That's true. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This old man is just Jiangqing City's helper. The outcome of the battle will depend on Xiao Jian's judgment. This battle was also started by him and Ming Yu. Speaking of this, Xiaohua thought of something and turned to Li Mo Ming, nephew Li, did you hear anything from these aquatic demonic beasts? Have these aquatic demonic beasts lived in Liao River for a long time? What kind of aquatic demonic beasts is that dwarf? Why is he so powerful? I have some magical powers, but in front of him, I'm really vulnerable. Senior. Li Mo Ming hurriedly said with a smile, Junior only heard some words about princesses and people. Their language is different from the language of ordinary demonic beasts, so they may not be able to understand Junior's words. Oh, by the way, there are 2 demonic characters on their banners, Heavenly Abode. I've never heard of this place in all the demonic realms I know. As for that dwarf, Mo Jianli said with a smile, Senior, you don't have to think too much about it. He must be a demonic beast. However, he has been cultivating for a long time and can already transform. Senior, you must have seen clearly that the legs of that demonic beast are different from those of humans. They are extremely thick and webbed. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. Their bodies are generally several times stronger than those of humans. Senior, you used the weakness of humans to compete with the strength of demons. Naturally, you will lose. Of course, we didn't expect that you could hold on for so long. Hee, let's not talk about it. I've already been knocked unconscious. Thinking about it, although this dwarf only had the strength of a 4th grade essence power, his intelligence was much higher than that of old monster Xia. Of course, this dwarf's body must have been tempered. It was normal for him to not be able to defeat him with just his strength. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Without saying anything else, they flew back to Longevity Town. At this time, Longevity Town had gradually regained its peace. Although most of the townspeople had no cultivation, they were different from the townspeople of Dawn Rain Continent. They often saw demonic beasts. It was not that Liao River had not been destroyed by the aquatic demonic beasts before. However, this time, it was too big. The commotion was far greater than before. This made them feel hopeless. Now that the danger was over, most of the townspeople had calmed down. The chaos and disorder that Xiaohua imagined did not appear. Now that the townspeople had settled down, Zhu Junfeng and Zen Master Mingyu came to greet them separately. The 2 of them had obviously received the news. Zhu Junfeng's face was a little gloomy, far from the excitement of surviving a calamity. Zen Master Mingyu's expression was the complete opposite. He also did not have the sorrow that Longevity Town should have. His expression of exultation was obvious even though he did not speak. Chapter 32-22. Has Ancestor Xiaiheng left? Monk Mingyu called out as soon as he saw Xing Chen. I wanted to invite him to stay at Shaojin Temple for 2 days. He is the great benefactor of the town of Longevity. Countless benefactors want to see his face. Amitba. Ancestor Xiaiheng is an expert who wants to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Why would he stay at Longevity Town? He must have heard some news, so he hurried over from afar to eliminate the calamity of the Longevity Town. Now that the calamity is over, he must have gone to another place. Xing Chen said faintly. It's a pity that I can't pay my respects to him and see his face. Monk Mingyu said regretfully. He left, but he left his golden body behind. Xing Chen naturally knew what Zen Master Mingyu meant. He smiled and deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Ah! Monk Mingyu was stunned. Martial uncle, why do you say that? How can Ancestor Xiaiheng have a golden body? Didn't he fail to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Xing Chen pointed in the direction of River Tide Temple. Ancestor Xiaiheng's golden body is in River Tide Temple. He has fate with Longevity Town. In the past, he saved tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town. Now, he saved tens of thousands of people again. If you want to pay your respects, you can go to River Tide Temple. Ah! Monk Mingyu cried out. So this River Tide Temple wasn't originally a Taoist temple, but the temple of ancestor Ci Hang of Buddhism? Of course. Xing Chen and Mingyu asked and answered each other's questions very smoothly. Xing Chen stole a glance at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was also speechless. He was thinking about Taoist Master Zhao's image, so he used the golden body of the River and Tide Temple. However, he didn't expect that the stone not only smashed his foot, but also broke his leg. Monk Mingyu. Mo Jianli asked. Where is Taoist Xiao Jian of River Tide Temple? Is he still at Shaojin Temple? This poor monk received the news and immediately rushed over from the small gold temple. However, when this poor monk left, the benefactors that gathered at the small gold temple also left in a hurry. I presume that Taoist Xiao Jian was among them. Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said earnestly, Junfeng, the immortal Buddha ceremony at the Longevity Town today is very interesting. I must report this to my elders. However, apart from today's ceremony, there is also the competition between the small gold temple and the River and Tide Temple. We still need to give them a result. This matter is already so obvious. What results do you need? Zen Master Mingyu said with a smile, even if Taoist priest Xiao doesn't leave the Jiang Chao Temple, from today onwards, the one who visits the Jiang Chao Temple will be the golden body of our Buddhist sect's benevolent Bodhisattva. Does a Taoist disciple like him have the face to stay in the Jiang Chao Temple? I still need this little monk to explain this matter to Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua sneered, directly calling Zen Master Bright Moon Little Monk. Yes, I understand. Zen Master Bright Moon did not care about this. Being able to chase away the River and Tide Temple, and with ancestor Ci Hang's saving grace, the small gold temple's reputation in the Longevity Town had spread. Its future development would definitely not be inferior to Longevity Academy. Taoist Xiao seems to be over there. Mo Jianli pointed in the direction of the small gold temple and reminded Zen Master Bright Moon. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Zen Master Bright Moon said with a smile. The earlier we settle this matter, the more time Taoist Xiao can return to the River and Tide Temple to pack up. Otherwise, when the benefactors come to Jiangqing City to burn incense and express their gratitude, Taoist Xiao, it won't be convenient for you to return to the River and Tide Temple, right? Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and flew down first. Xing Chen frowned slightly and glared at Zen Master Bright Moon before flying down as well. Xiao Jian, who was sitting on the worn-out donkey cart, no longer looked as confident as before. His brows were tightly knitted, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others fly down, he hurriedly jumped down from the donkey cart and bowed. Greetings, seniors. You already know the cause of the matter. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Although this old man has made some contributions, after all, I am still far from senior Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect. Of course, my River and Tide Temple also found the princess of the Water tribe, so the contribution is not small. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. You are the abbot of the River and Tide Temple, so you should discuss this matter with Dean Zhu and Abbot Bright Moon. This junior has only heard some rumors. I don't know the specific situation. Xiao Jian heard that Xiao Hua seemed to admit defeat and had the same reaction as Mo Jianli. He hurriedly said, let's ask the small gold temple to explain this matter clearly. Even if I die, I want to die as a ghost. It's very simple. Xing Chen glanced at Zen Master Bright Moon and decided to personally go up and explain the matter in detail. This junior thanks senior for helping us out. Xiao Jian didn't know about the Water Tribe princess, but he was quick-witted and had already heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Hua's words. After Xing Chen finished, he bowed to Xiao Hua and said, if Senior didn't pass by the Longevity Town, this Junior wouldn't even have the idea of challenging the small gold temple. Not to mention today's narrow victory. Everything Senior did, was for the sake of the small gold temple. This Junior won't have any complaints. Senior, please don't think too much about it. Then, Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon and said with a smile, Great Zen Master Bright Moon, listen to this. Senior Xiao of the Daoist sect found the Water Tribe Princess and even fought against the Water Tribe Commander. Although he didn't win against the commander in the end, he still bought time for Senior Ci Heng to arrive. Of course, Senior Ci Heng used the heaven-wielding weapon to turn the tide and collect the water of Liao River, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. This merit can't be erased. It's also not something Senior Xiao can compare with. However, this Liao River's water is probably endless, right? If Senior Xiao didn't find the Water Tribe Princess, this Junior doesn't know how long Senior Ci Heng could hold on. Oh, of course, this Junior isn't questioning Senior Ci Heng's cultivation, this Junior just. How can your Daoist sect understand the magical power of my Buddhist sect? Xing Chen snorted coldly. Senior Ci Heng is already a bodhisattva. In that case, a Buddhist weapon can contain the water of 3 rivers and 4 seas. What's a mere Liao River? Of course this Junior understands this. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Even if Senior Ci Heng was able to collect the water of Liao River, what if the Water Tribe commander led the Water Tribe to attack while Senior was using his magical power? Senior Ci Heng's strength alone wouldn't be enough, right? If Senior Mo didn't send the Water Tribe Princess out of my Tidal River Temple in time. My small gold temple acknowledges this merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said indifferently. Today is the immortal Buddhist ceremony. As the representative of Confucian cultivators, it's natural that Senior Mo contributed to defeating the Water Tribe of Liao River. It wasn't known if Zen Master Bright Moon and Xing Chen had spread rumors, but what Xing Chen said was consistent. They both gave the final credit to Confucian cultivators. This is clearly my small gold temple's merit. Xiao Jian seemed to have underestimated the Buddhist sect's sophistry. He was a bit flustered. If Daoist Xiao sent that girl to Liao River, I can naturally take it as your small gold temple's merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said unhurriedly. Xiao Jian was truly flustered and exasperated. However, he rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, Ah, Mingyu, I told you clearly that day that your small gold temple and my Tidal River Temple would compete in the arena. That battle just now didn't end. Why don't we start over? Who didn't know how to act shamelessly? Xiao Jian's skin seemed even thicker than Mingyu's. Of course, Zen Master Bright Moon's eyebrows didn't move. He didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, as long as Senior Xiao agrees. This sentence made Xiao Jian feel as if he had eaten a fish bone in his throat. He opened his mouth and his Adam's apple moved a few times, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Hua was a senior. How could he go back on his words? Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to agree. Therefore, Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water. Daoist Xiao. Xing Chen at the side opened his mouth. It's a bit hurried to argue about the outcome right now. Why don't we return to our respective temples and rest for a day? We'll discuss it tomorrow, how about it? Oh. Xiao Jian was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xing Chen didn't strike while the iron was hot and settle this matter today. However, he was still willing to step on the stairs that were given to him. Xiao Jian's face immediately filled with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xing Chen is right. Junior just heard the details of today's matter and didn't think about it carefully. After all, the outcome of today's matter has a deep impact on both our families. We have to be careful. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, please come to my small gold temple. My small gold temple's monks will be waiting. Zen Master Bright Moon didn't understand, but he still said with a smile. Xiao Hua said indifferently, I don't want to step into a Buddhist temple. Hee, that's easy. Mo Jianli saw Xiao Hua's rejection of the Buddhist sect and hurriedly said, tomorrow afternoon, how about we invite Small Gold Temple's immortal friends and Tidal River Temple's immortal friends to my Longevity Academy? Xiao Hua didn't want to step into Small Gold Temple. He just didn't want others to think that he was C.I. Hang. All right. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Xing Chen's confident appearance and nodded. Then, he put his palms together and chanted, Amitabha, this monk thanks everyone for today's merit. When this monk returns to the temple, this monk will first light incense and pray for everyone's blessings. Humph. Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon's hypocritical appearance and curled his lips. He almost snorted coldly. Then, he invited Xiao Hua to get on the donkey cart and ordered the silent Yuanya to drive the cart back to Tidal River Temple. The monks of the Golden Temple naturally rode the clouds and left. The Confucian cultivators of the Chongqing Academy naturally rode their swords. Only Xiao Hua, who had the highest cultivation, sat cross-legged on the donkey cart. He let the donkey cart creak as it moved slowly through the Chongqing town after the calamity. Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to say something. But seeing that Xiao Hua closed his eyes and didn't say anything, he thought that Xiao Hua was healing his injuries and didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know how to heal his injuries, but he immersed his divine sense into his body to check the situation of the earth crystal Yao milk in his body and meridians. Chapter 32-23. The outer layer of the earth crystal Yao milk in my body is a bit loose after the fight just now. I can speed up the tempering. Xiao Hua is a bit happy in his heart. Previously, when he was fighting with the dwarf, he already noticed the changes in his body. Now that he has time, he naturally has to check it out. However, the earth crystal Yao milk in my meridians is less loose. The tempering is not much faster than before. This hidden immortal continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This Xiao has only been awake for 10 days, and the first thing I encountered is the powerful water clan. Whether it is strength or body toughness, this water clan's monster is more powerful than this Xiao. It seems that, this Xiao's previous cultivation is far inferior to these monsters. Moreover, this Xiao's cultivation has not recovered, so I can't use any of my powerful techniques. Just relying on the Buddha seal of the Buddha relic and soul cultivation techniques, I may not be their opponent. I still have to think of a way to quickly recover my cultivation. And, if I can have some water clan's cultivation techniques, that would be great. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua naturally thinks of Xian Cheng's water avoidance technique. He has already learned Heaven's Eye connection and also has the clear eyes technique of Confucian cultivators. He can already see the things in the jade eyes. Unfortunately, he still can't read the words in the jade eyes. He can only put the jade eyes aside. Oh, right, just now I forgot to ask Li Mo about the language of the demon clan. Xiao Hua realizes again in size, AI, the 3 continents are really troublesome. To cultivate a cultivation technique, I have to learn a few languages. How can it be more convenient than the Dawn Rain continent? However, the water clan's cultivation technique is naturally suitable for the water clan. I'm afraid that only the demon clan's language can record it completely. If it is written in the language of Confucian cultivators, the content would have already changed. Just like the 9 heavens spirit of Confucian cultivators, how can it be recorded in the language of the Shozhen 3 kingdoms? It is even more disgusting than trying to draw a tiger but failing to turn it into a dog. Right, there is also the primordial spirit in the space. Previously, as long as I touched the jade slip, I can see the things inside. This jade eyes can't. But when this Xiao learns the clear eyes technique and can see the things inside the jade eyes, the primordial spirit can also be seen with a touch. It is really strange. Xiaohua thought of something. It seems that the space isn't omnipotent, and the primordial spirit doesn't know everything. As Xiaohua pondered, he continued to busy himself with the tempering of foolish old man's mountain shifter. The donkey cart arrived near Jiangchao Ridge. Before it even arrived at the foot of Jiangchao Ridge, Xiao Jian cried out involuntarily, "This! What is going on? When did my Jiangchao temple become so prosperous?" His voice was trembling, filled with anticipation and extreme excitement. Xiaohua opened his eyes, only to see that the mountain path of Jiangchao Ridge, as well as the main road in front of Jiangchao Ridge, was packed with black masses of people. These people, without exception, were all rushing towards the Jiangchao monastery. However, although there were many people and the mountain path was not wide, they were orderly. Everyone was extremely pious as they slowly walked forward according to their own order. The mountain path was wide enough for only a few people to walk on, so there was no congestion at all. What was special was that on the side of the crowd, there were some people who came down from Jiangchao Ridge. These people who came down all had a satisfied and honored expression on their faces. Xiaohua took a look and understood something. After thinking for a while, he realized that when Xing Chen was telling Xiao Jian the details of the matter, he didn't mention Ci Hang's appearance. Xiao Jian naturally didn't know that Ci Hang was the Lord Sea god worshipped by the Jiangchao monastery. Moreover, Xing Chen let Xiao Jian and the others return to the Jiangchao monastery to think. Clearly, he wanted Xiao Jian to see the current situation of the Jiangchao monastery and who these hundreds and thousands of people were worshipping. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, "You can't see the essence of the matter just by looking at the surface. You should go inside the monastery and take a look first." "Hee, what can't I see?" Xiao Jian rubbed his hands excitedly, not quite understanding Xiaohua's meaning. The Jiangchao monastery is so prosperous, this disciple can't give up. Let's wait until tomorrow and see how this disciple will chase away the bald donkeys of Shaojin Temple. If they don't leave, this disciple will let the Longevity Town. Xiao Jian originally wanted to say let the people of the Longevity Town chase away the monks of Shaojin Temple, but when the words came to his mouth, he seemed to think of Ci Hang and immediately shut his mouth. Xiaohua heard this and shook his head slightly. Taking a step back, he could tell the truth that he was Ci Hang, but what was the use of that to the Jiangchao monastery? He couldn't stay in the Longevity Town. Today's victory would only bring disaster to the Jiangchao monastery in the future. Rather than that, so what if he lost to Ci Hang? When they arrived at the foot of the Jiangchao mountain, Xiao Jian had Yuanya return the lame donkey and the donkey cart to the owner of the tea house, while he arrogantly accompanied Xiaohua to the mountain path. Ever since Yuanya saw Xiaohua's power on the stage and saw Xiaohua's arrogance that caused the stage to collapse with a single step, he had always been pensive. Every time he saw Xiaohua, his eyes would flicker with fanaticism, but every time, he would remain silent and his attitude would only become more and more respectful. "Good day everyone." Xiao Jian wanted to invite Xiaohua to walk in front of him, but when he saw Xiaohua shake his head slightly, he didn't expose the matter. When Xiao Jian saw the group of pious men and women lining up at the side of the mountain path, he immediately cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. These people naturally returned the greeting with a smile. This smile made Xiao Jian even more satisfied and even more confident. He greeted them all the way to the mountain path. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian was about to step on the mountain path, someone spoke, "Taoist, if you want to go to the Jiangchao monastery to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's better to follow the order. This kind of delay is disrespectful to the Guanyin Bodhisattva. If the Guanyin Bodhisattva punishes you, not only will it be bad for Taoist, it will also be bad for our Longevity Town." Guanyin Bodhisattva. Xiao Jian was shocked and hurriedly said, "If you want to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should go to the Shaojin Temple. This Jiangchao monastery is, my Taoist." Just now when Xiaohua appeared with the face of Ci Hang, the entire Jiangchao town was filled with Sanskrit chants. The Guanyin Bodhisattva's Heart Sutra resounded throughout the Longevity Town. Everyone who knelt down was chanting with sincerity, even the people who were avoiding disaster at the Shao Jin temple were the same. Although Shao Jian didn't kneel down and follow, he heard it all and naturally knew that this Guanyin Bodhisattva was the title the villagers of the Longevity Town gave to Si Hang. It's a pity that Shao Jian claimed to be a Taoist successor and wasn't as pious as the villagers of the Longevity Town. Thus, he didn't get the news that the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was in the Jiangchao monastery. As for Xiao Hua, because he had some misgivings, he didn't want him to associate himself with Si Hang and thus didn't remind him. Don't blaspheme the Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva. A few robust villagers immediately showed anger on their faces. This Jiangchao monastery was originally his Taoist temple. His golden body is in the Jiangchao monastery. When did it become your Taoist temple? Ah! Shao Jian's eyes widened as he hurriedly says, the one enshrined in the Jiangchao monastery is Taoist Shao, which is also the golden body of Lord Sea God. You bastard! A robust man says angrily, if you say half a word more, I will take care of you, this blasphemous thing, even if I have to risk being punished by the Bodhisattva. You dare. Shao Jian's first reaction is to retreat, but then he thinks of Xiao Hua who is behind him. He sticks out his chest and shouts. Xiao Hua says with a smile, Taoist Xiao, why lower yourself to the same level as the people of the secular world? Although this is some Guanyin Bodhisattva's Taoist temple, it is still my Taoist sect's territory. What's there to stop me from returning to my own home? Saying that, Xiao Hua reaches out his hand and grabs Shao Jian's shoulder. He activates the flying talisman and rushes towards the Jiangchao monastery. This. Seeing Xiao Hua and Shao Jian soar into the sky, that robust man is stupefied. His legs go soft and he almost kneels on the ground. Although Xiao Hua fought with the Water Clan's commander for a long time, at that time, the villagers of the Longevity Town were in a panic. Not many people saw it, so who could still remember Xiao Hua? What they are grateful for in their hearts, is only Si Hang who had a great momentum at the end. It has to be said that no matter if it is the Taoist sect or the Confucian cultivators, they are far inferior to the Buddhist sect in terms of extravagance and momentum. Although Xiao Hua is not a pure Buddhist cultivator, once he used the Buddhist sect's methods, he immediately attracted so many believers. He used the heaven-leveling staff to fight for half a day, but no one knows who he is. When Xiao Hua and Shao Jian fly over everyone's heads and land in the Jiangchao monastery, the villagers who do not know the truth hurriedly kneel down. But at the same time, there are many villagers who were about to kneel down when they saw Xiao Hua. Their Taoist robes make them hurriedly stand up. Obviously, in their eyes, the Taoist sect and the Confucian cultivators cannot compare to the Buddhist sect Si Hang who just saved their lives. There are really a lot of good people in the Jiangchao monastery, but whether they are alone or in groups, they all respectfully enter the main hall. After they sincerely kowtow, they close their eyes and make a wish. Finally, they stand up and walk to the side of the main hall. There is a small table and an open booklet. After these people write something in the booklet, they more or less take out copper or silver from their bosom and put it in the merit box on the table. Then, they respectfully leave the main hall and slowly walk out of the Jiangchao monastery. Next to the table, behind the merit box, stands a young man. It is Lu Yi. Lu Yi has a smile on his face, like a spring breeze, he smiles at these good people. But from time to time, he looks at the monastery door with a kind of anxiety. When Xiao Hua landed from the sky, Lu Yi can no longer hold it in. He hurriedly rushes out of the main hall and says anxiously, Immortal Master, where is Xiao Yun? Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian's landing naturally disturbs the people who are offering incense and praying. Everyone stops and looks at Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua does not pay attention to them and says to Lu Yi in a low voice, Xiao Yun has already been taken away by her family. We will talk about the details of this matter later. Don't ask too much now. Yes, This little one understands. Hearing that Xiao Yun was taken away by her family, the stone in Lu Yi's heart finally falls. He looks at Xiao Jian, who is walking towards the main hall in a daze, and says in a low voice, "Immortal Master, I don't know why, but suddenly many people come to the monastery to worship the sea god. This little one saw that Taoist Xiao is not here, so I acted on my own." Chapter 32-24. There's no need to say anything more. Xiao Hua admires Lu Yi's cleverness and says in a low voice, "You did well." Hearing Xiao Hua's praise, Lu Yi's face finally shows a smile from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Jian staggered to the top of the hall and stood there. He stared at the sea god's golden body. After a while, he said sorrowfully, "Sigh, Lord Sea God. Are you a Taoist disciple or a Buddhist disciple? If your family is a Buddhist disciple, why don't you just get a bald head? Why do you still have hair? Now, Taoist sect is not Taoist sect, Buddhist sect is not Buddhist sect, let me worship you for so many years." Speaking to here, he turns to the old woman who is preparing to kneel and asks, "This big sister, this Jiangqiao temple has always worshipped the golden body of the sea god. When did it become the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect? Taoist Xiao?" The old woman clearly knows Xiao Jian. Seeing Xiao Jian's dejected look, she says, "You may not know, but just now, when the fish monsters in Liao River wanted to pour the water of Liao River into our Jiangqing town, the Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared. Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared and collected all the water in Liao River. She even chased away all the fish monsters. He saved everyone in our longevity town. That Guanyin Bodhisattva's face is exactly the same as the sea god. Many people in the town saw it. I heard it from others and quickly came to thank the Bodhisattva for his great kindness, so that he can bless our longevity town every year." See. Hearing this, Xiao Jian takes in a breath of cold air and unconsciously turns to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua helplessly nods, indicating that these words are true. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Xiao Jian immediately understands the meaning behind Xing Chen's retreat. Since the sea god is the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sect, even if he wins tomorrow's debate and can stay in Longevity Town, he can't stay in Jiangqiao Temple anymore. Since he can't stay in Jiangqiao Temple, where can he go? And even if Shaojin Temple loses, the Buddhist sect is no longer in Shaojin Temple, he can still come to Jiangqiao Temple. Right now, the Jiangqiao Temple was even more popular than the Shaojin Temple. Who knew if there would be a Dejin Temple in the future? Forget it. After seeing through Xing Chen's sinister intention, Xiao Jian's mouth twitched slightly. Flinging his sleeves, he let out a sigh and walked out of the palace. Coming to the front of Xiao Hua, he bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, our Jiangqiao Temple has been defeated." He was able to save the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. So what if he was defeated? Xiao Hua said faintly. These words were meant for Xiao Jian to hear, but they were also his own thoughts. That's right. Senior, you're right. Xiao Jian nodded. If I can protect Longevity Town from being drowned by the Liao River, I am willing to be expelled from Longevity Town. Xiao Hua nodded. Exactly. Senior, please wait a moment. Xiao Jian smiled and said, Disciple will pack up and leave Longevity Town with Senior. Alright, Xiao Hua didn't want Xiao Jian to leave with him, but looking at Xiao Jian's somewhat lonely appearance, he felt a bit guilty and nodded in agreement. Xiao Jian walked into the east room. In just half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he walked out with a bitter smile and said to Xiao Hua in a low voice, Senior, can you help me? Of course. Xiao Hua walked into the east room and came out again in a moment. He smiled and said, Is there anything else you want to take? Of course. Xiao Jian pointed at the pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and water tanks on the stove and said angrily, These were all bought by this disciple. I can't leave any of them to those bald donkeys. Ha! Xiao Hua laughed involuntarily. He walked in front of these things and with a wave of his hand, he put them all into his storage bag. Seeing Xiao Hua's methods, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Hua with reverence. Master. Yuanya jumped down from the banyan tree. Obviously, he couldn't go up the mountain path and could only climb from the side. Seeing that the things in the courtyard were gone, he asked curiously, "Are we moving to Shao Jin Temple?" "Bullshit." Xiao Jian couldn't help but scold, "I am moving to Yunlin Temple." "Ah. When did that old bald donkey lose Yunlin Temple to us?" Yuanya was stunned. Immortal Master, Lu Yi, who had been looking at Xiao Hua and didn't know what to say, finally made up his mind. He took the opportunity to kowtow in front of Xiao Hua and said, "I know that I am of a despicable background and my actions are also despicable. I don't ask for anything. I only ask to be a servant in front of Immortal Master and serve Immortal Master's daily life." "Oh." Xiao Hua smiled. He pointed at the main hall and said, "Weren't you doing well there just now? In the future, when Shaojin Temple takes over Jiang Chao Temple, there will still be people guarding it. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a guard?" "Immortal Master, please don't mock me." Lu Yi said embarrassedly, "Previously, I thought that these villagers came to our Jiang Chao Temple to thank Taoist Xiao. Wasn't I collecting money for Immortal Master? Since they want to give it to Shaojin Temple, what does it have to do with me? I even fought with Shaojin Temple's Jian Hong before. If I enter a Buddhist sect, won't I be bullied to death by them? Besides." At this point, Lu Yi was a little hesitant. He lowered his voice and said, "I've caused so many troubles, and I'm at the edge of the Liao River. If someone or an evil spirit comes to make trouble for me, who can I reason with? Immortal Master, please pity me. Following Immortal Master, I can also have a way to survive." "Oh." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He looked at this exceptionally clever youth with some astonishment. He didn't mention the relationship between the Water Clan and Xiao Yun. Lu Yi was able to deduce the truth from just a few words. It was really beyond his expectations. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Lu Yi immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Immortal Master, please save me, get up." Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He knew that he was new here and didn't know anything about hidden immortal continent. Having such a clever follower would definitely be useful. He nodded and agreed. "Many thanks, Immortal Master." Lu Yi was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the main hall. Xiao Hua saw Lu Yi run to the front of the merit box. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What are you doing?" "Immortal Master, this is Jiang Chao Temple's thing. If Shaojin Temple doesn't come, this thing is ours." Lu Yi's hand was already on the merit box. "Put it down." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his mouth, Xiao Jian roared, "This is what the benevolent masters consecrated to Guanyin Bodhisattva, not Taoist Xiao. If we take it, we will dirty our hands. Even if we leave Immortal Town, we can't let Shaojin Temple's bald donkeys point at our backs and curse us." "Yes." Seeing Xiao Hua slightly shake his head, Lu Yi reluctantly put down the merit box. He seemed to regret that he didn't take some in advance. "Damn it, if we don't belong to the same family, this kid is the same as me." Xiao Hua bitterly smiled and also felt helpless. "Master." Without waiting for Lu Yi to come out of the main hall, another person kneeled down beside Xiao Hua. If it wasn't Yuanya, who else could it be? "What are you doing now?" Xiao Hua originally had a bitter smile, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Disciple also wants to follow Master." Yuanya honestly replied. Xiao Hua was displeased and coldly said, "Now that your master is in trouble, why don't you follow your master to protect him? Why are you following me? With your character, how can this Xiao take a liking to you?" "Master." Yuanya's expression changed greatly. He carefully said, disciple. Disciple didn't say that I won't protect master. But if master leaves, where will disciple go to find master? Disciple really wants to follow master to cultivate. When did this Xiao become your master? Looking at Yuanya who didn't have a trace of a heart, Xiao Hua indifferently said. Yes, disciple won't call you master in the future. Yuanya immediately replied. This Xiao goes east, your master goes west, where are you going? Xiao Hua continued to ask. Disciple. Yuanya was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, disciple doesn't know. Lu Yi who was at the side had already walked to the side. He was only anxious for Yuanya. He already knew that Xiao Hua was benevolent. As long as Yuanya said that he would follow his master to the west, and then expressed his determination to cultivate, perhaps Xiao Hua would leave behind a method to find him. Although it wasn't possible now, it might not be impossible in the future. Although Yuanya's answer was a bit better than Xiao Hua's answer, it was easy for people to associate him with indecisiveness and hesitation. Senior, let's go down the mountain first. Xiao Jian looked at the people who didn't even want to go to the main hall and only looked at them. He felt very bored and asked Xiao Hua in a low voice. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked out of the Jiang Chao temple. Going up the mountain was difficult, but going down was easy. The people who had just left had already left, and those who had not yet left were still within the temple of river and tide. Xiao Hua brought the three of them and calmly walked down the mountain path, and no one stopped them. Originally, there were some people who looked down on Taoism, but after witnessing Xiao Hua's art of flying the heavens, they naturally did not dare to roll their eyes. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. His appearance in the longevity town was abrupt. He was inadvertently fished up by Xiao Jian and Yuanya from Liao River. He didn't have any origin. If he wanted to go to paradise, then naturally he wanted to go to paradise. But where is Elysium? Xiao Hua stopped. Everyone stopped as well. Looking to the left, it was the direction to Longevity Town. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't think too much about it. He turned and walked to the right. Who cares where the right led to, as long as it didn't lead to Longevity Town? However, after walking for a while, Xiao Hua looked back and saw that Xiao Jian was walking right behind him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Daoist Xiao, where are you going? I. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly, this junior also doesn't know where to go. Let's leave this Longevity Town first. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, then looked at Lu Yi and said, do you have any silver in your pouch? Go to the town and find a carriage or something. Chapter 32-25. Oh. Lu Yi stared blankly, then immediately understood. He hurriedly said carefully, good, immortal master knows that this little one has used all the silver on me to treat Xiao Yun's illness. I didn't leave any behind. Junior has some here. Hearing this, Xiao Jian took out a few pieces of silver and handed them to Lu Yi. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you to find a slightly bigger carriage. Yes, Lu Yi took the silver and quickly ran towards the town. Although the people of Longevity Town would definitely be very flustered after surviving a calamity, with Lu Yi's intelligence, Xiao Hua didn't feel that this would be difficult. Senior, let's go and wait. Xiao Jian seemed to be unwilling to stay in Jiangchao Ridge for a moment longer, and said to Xiao Hua very respectfully and anxiously. Xiao Hua didn't reply, and slowly walked along the main road. Xiao Jian followed beside him, while Yuanya drooped his head and weakly followed behind the two. After silently walking for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that there were still many people walking towards Jiangchao Monastery, Xiao Jian couldn't help but spit on the ground and fiercely said, damn it, I've worked so hard in Jiangchao Monastery for so many years, but I've been biased towards this group of bald donkeys. Just treat it as a gift from me to my son. Then, Xiao Jian saw that Xiao Hua was calmly walking in front without any trace of anger. He quickly walked a few steps and said with a smile, "Senior, you're my Taoist senior, naturally you wouldn't care about this. However, Junior has been here for many years, and has already treated this place as my home. Now that I'm suddenly leaving, I'm really reluctant. Hee, fighting with the heavens and earth isn't as fun as fighting with the monks of Shaojin Temple." Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian wanted to talk to him, so he simply opened his mouth and mocked him. Hearing this, Xiao Jian unconsciously rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, "Senior is right, I've fought with these bald donkeys for so many years, I'm indeed reluctant." Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't reply. He understood what Xiao Jian was thinking, and wanted to see how Xiao Jian would open his mouth. "Senior." After a moment of silence, Xiao Jian said again, "May I know where Senior is going after leaving Longevity Town?" "The Buddhist sect's paradise." Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said indifferently. "What? Senior? Senior wants to go to the nest of those bald donkeys?" Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly said, "I heard that the Pure Land is filled with baldies. You are a senior of my Taoist sect, an enemy of the Buddhist sect. If you go there, will you still be alive? Of course, this junior is not doubting your cultivation, it's just that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you know where Elysium is?" Xiao Hua turned his head and asked Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian shook his head honestly and said, "Junior only knows that the Western Paradise is in the south. When we reach the border of the hidden immortal continent, we just have to cross the eastern and southern seas to reach there. However, as far as I know, the distance from the Longevity Town to the eastern sea is hundreds of thousands of miles. The eastern sea and the southern sea are millions of miles wide. There are many demon beasts in the sea, and they are 100 times more powerful than the water clan we saw today. Senior, if you want to reach the ultimate land of bliss, it will be very difficult." Sigh, that's right. When Xiao Hua heard this, he nodded inwardly. Xiao Jian was right. If he didn't recover his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to head to the Western Paradise with his current strength. Right now, the most important thing for Ji Hao to do was to purify all the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes brightened as if he thought of something. He turned his head and asked Xiao Jian, "Daoist Xiao, where do you want to go?" "Actually." Xiao Jian clenched his teeth. He turned his head and looked at Yuanya, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said, "I won't hide it from Senior. What you said before was extremely right. Junior doesn't have the power to protect himself. Back then, I saved Yuanya so that he could protect me. However, after being with Yuanya for so many years, Junior has long regarded Yuanya as my own nephew. Junior doesn't have any ability. If he wants to follow Senior to cultivate, Junior is also extremely willing. However, Senior also said that if Senior goes east, Junior goes west. Yuanya doesn't know how to choose. However, if Senior goes east and Junior also goes east, doesn't that mean Yuanya doesn't have to choose?" "Ha ha ha," Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, "I can go to the ultimate land of bliss. Can you go too?" "Yes, Junior naturally can't go." Xiao Jian said respectfully, "However, if Senior goes to the hidden immortal continent and Junior follows Senior, won't Yuanya also be able to ask Senior for advice? Since Senior can take Lu Gu as a servant, why can't you take Yuanya as a servant? Although Lu Gu is clever, he doesn't have a good background after all. He thinks too much in his heart. He can't be compared to Ya's simplicity and seriousness." Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua smiled, "Actually, you don't have to go east. You just need to let Yuanya follow me. Why go through so much trouble?" He. Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Following Senior, not only will I have Yuanya's protection, I will also have Senior's grace. If Junior doesn't follow Senior, then I would be crazy." He. Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He actually became this guy's bodyguard. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, "Oh right, Xiao Jian, do you still remember Lu Town that I asked you about this morning? Lu Town. Xiao Jian was slightly stunned and immediately nodded. Yes, Junior remembers. Could it be, Senior wants to go to Lu Town? That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Others don't know about my origin, but you and Yuanya are very clear about it. How about this? Yuanya. Yes. Just when he heard Xiao Jian say that he wanted to follow Xiao Hua, Yuanya's eyes lit up as if he was alive. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's call, he hurriedly answered. If you help me find Lu Town, I can consider teaching you some spells. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Hearing this, Yuanya was really ecstatic. Almost without thinking, he knelt on the ground and shouted, Disciple understands. Disciple will definitely help Master find Lu Town. When did I say that I want to accept you as my disciple? Xiao Hua smiled and said, I just want to teach you some spells. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Yuanya said excitedly, this is the first sentence that Master taught disciple. Disciple has not dared to forget it for so many years. A teacher for a day is a father for life, alas. Xiao Hua's heart was suddenly touched. In his mind, he instantly thought of the words he said before his death in order to use the blood curse to entangle Shan Xingzi in Taoist disciple said, wrong? Seeing Xiao Hua's gloomy expression, Yuanya's heart suddenly tightened and he hurriedly asked. No, no. Xiao Hua's expression was very amiable. He looked at Xiao Jian and said to Yuanya, tell me, how are you going to help me find Lu Town? This. Yuanya's face turned red. If he had to fight and kill someone, it would be an easy matter. But to find Lu Town, he really didn't know how to do it. Xiao Jian looked at Yuanya's embarrassed expression and smiled. After a moment, he smiled and said to Yuanya, yeah, in fact, this matter is very easy. You only need to buy a map of the hidden immortal continent. Of course, this map must be extremely complete. All the towns and villages in the continent must be recorded. As long as you search one state at a time, one country at a time, you will definitely find Lu Town that Senior wants to find. Oh. Not to mention Yuanya, even Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Hua had never thought of using a map. Disciple understands. Thank you, Master. Yuanya was overjoyed. He turned to Xiao Hua and said, Disciple will help Master find the map first. All right. This old man's words always count. Xiao Hua smiled, no matter what method you use, it's fine. Thank you, Master. Yuanya almost thought that Xiao Hua was giving him a huge opportunity. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua asked again, are you sure that there is a map of the hidden immortal continent? Of course. Xiao Jian smiled and said, when every country was founded, they would draw a map of their territory. Every town and village would be recorded in it. These maps would inevitably be leaked out. When people with intentions took them, they would gather them and naturally form a map of the hidden immortal continent. Not only the hidden immortal continent, but also the Western Paradise and Thousand Demons sacred realm. Senior can rest assured about this. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. In addition, if Senior really wants to go to the Western Paradise, then you should also find a map of the Western Paradise. Xiao Jian naturally didn't think that Xiao Hua would really go to the Western Paradise, but he still reminded him. Master, the map of the hidden immortal continent. Suddenly, Yuanya realized and shouted, how big is that? How can a piece of paper draw it? Xiao Jian smiled, looked at Xiao Hua and said, ordinary people naturally can't, but us Taoists and Confucians have ways to do it. Jade eyes, Buddhist archives and beast skins can all record a lot of things. Oh. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised. He had heard Chu Muhuan mention about the Buddhist archives and beast skins in the Western Ocean, but he had never seen them before. Now it is the hidden immortal continent, and this is a small longevity town. Xiao Jian actually knows about these things, seems like Xiao Jian's story is really thought-provoking. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and said, then where should I find the map of the hidden immortal continent? Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua somewhat strangely, as if he was very puzzled by Xiao Hua not knowing where to find the map. Moreover, he also felt that Xiao Hua didn't seem to know anything about the hidden immortal continent. There's nothing strange about it. Xiao Hua noticed Xiao Jian's gaze and said indifferently, I was originally a rogue cultivator who lived in seclusion. Later on, I met an enemy and was injured by the enemy's magic treasure, so I hid in the origin stone to hide. Now that I have woken up, I don't know how many years have passed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. There are too many things that I don't know. Yes, this junior knows. This was the first time Xiao Hua told Xiao Jian about his origin. Although it was still vague, seeing that Xiao Jian didn't dare to ask more, he hurriedly replied, if Senior wants to find the map, the closest place to here is the Copper Pillar State. Oh, the Copper Pillar State that you and the Cloak Gang's leader talked about that day. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you have a good idea. Even if I can't find the map, you can still trade your origin stones there, right? Chapter 32-26. I've made a fool of myself. Xiao Jian said with a smile, I didn't know you were looking for a map. These primordial stones are of good quality and can be exchanged for a lot of things in Copper Pillar State. You should know that. I don't have any cultivation and these primordial stones are useless in my hands. They're even a disaster. I've long wanted to exchange these primordial stones for some elixirs and see, if they can restore my cultivation. When he said the last sentence, Xiao Jian really couldn't conceal the probing in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua still had a smile on his face as if he didn't hear his last sentence. Instead, he said, that's good. Since we're all going to Copper Pillar State, let's go together. Yes. Xiao Jian was slightly disappointed, but he still said, thanks to you, I can safely reach Copper Pillar State. Huh. At this moment, Xiao Hua slightly raised his head and looked at the road behind him. He snorted and ordered Yuanya, go and pick up Lu Yi. If anyone tries to stop you, don't hold back. Yes, I understand. Yuanya immediately turned his head and looked into the distance, but there were still a few people on the road. Where was Lu Yi? However, Yuanya still obediently agreed, but his expression was one of excitement, almost as if he was about to jump out of the room. I'll give this to you. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the magic wand, I'll give it to you in the future. Really? Yuanya was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He took the magic wand and rushed into the distance like a galloping horse. Senior. Xiao Jian's divine sense couldn't go too far, so he asked tentatively, did Brother Lu encounter the disciples of the Cloak Gang? Humph. Xiao Hua sneered, who else could it be? These people are really like ghosts that won't go away. They don't forget to do evil in this time of disaster. When Xiao Jian heard this, he was a little anxious and whispered, Senior, there's nothing to say about Ya's skills. It's easy for him to deal with a dozen Cloak Gang disciples, but if there are too many people, Xiao Hua said confidently, don't worry. Yuan Ya's aptitude is good. Since I've already agreed, how can I let him die? Actually, he doesn't need to go. Oh. Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, does Senior want Ya to get closer to Brother Lu? And, this old man indeed has this idea. Xiao Hua smiled, but, the origin of this matter isn't as profound as you think. When this old man instructed Yuanya just now, Lu Yi did not have any help. By the time this old man finished speaking, someone had already gone to help Lu Yi. He, Junior is thinking too much, Junior is thinking too much. Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed. He stood to the side and shaded his eyes with his hands as he looked into the distance. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian and no longer spoke. He treated Xiao Jian differently from Yuanya. Although Yuanya looked like an untamed wild leopard, his heart was very pure. Xiao Hua quite liked him. However, Xiao Jian was different. Not only was he very shrewd, but he was also very guarded and probed a lot. In particular, he seemed to be wearing a mask on his face. He changed it whenever he wanted, which made Xiao Hua feel really uncomfortable. The reason why Xiao Hua kept making things difficult for Yuanya was that he did not want to get involved with Xiao Jian. However, Xiao Jian did not open his mouth to talk about the past, and the matter of him secretly probing Xiao Hua just now, made Xiao Hua a little wary. He had just stepped into the hidden immortal continent, and for no reason, he attracted a lot of karma. Especially when the origin of this karma might not be legitimate. Sure enough, after half an incense's time, some dust rose on the road. In the air, a few sword lights fell. It was Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng. When the two of them landed, Mo Jianli bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, why did you leave in such a hurry? If Junfeng did not mention it just now, I felt that you would leave without saying goodbye. This junior would not be able to catch up with you even if he wanted to." "That's right, senior." Zhu Junfeng also said sincerely, "The result of the bet between Shaojin Temple and River Tide Temple has not been decided yet. Why did you admit defeat so easily?" Xiao Hua helped the two of them up and said with a smile, "Actually, this old man does not care. No matter the result, this old man will leave Longevity Town. However, just now, this old man and Xiao Jian went back to River Tide Temple. Just like what Xingqian said, now that River Tide Temple is worshipping Guanyin Bodhisattva, it has completely become a Buddhist temple. What's the point of us guarding that temple?" Xiao Jian wanted to leave, so this old man also left. Actually, Senior played a very important role in this great calamity. Mo Jianli still wanted to persuade, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it again. It doesn't matter who the credit belongs to, the important thing is that Longevity Town was not destroyed because of this great calamity. The villagers of Longevity Town can be grateful to Guanyin Bodhisattva or Lord Sea God, it is okay." Senior is really open-minded. Mo Jianli sighed, "If everyone was like Senior, how could there be so many disputes in this world? There are many people who are more open-minded than this old man." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, "Just like today's Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect. According to what you said, he took the water of Liao River and watched the water tribe retreat. He turned around and left, leaving only the word Ci Hang of salvation. Isn't he more open-minded than this old man?" "Indeed." Zhu Junfeng also gave a thumbs up, "This ancestor Ci Hang is 100 times more comfortable than Xingqian and the others." "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Hua laughed and pointed at Xiao Jian, "Then what about Monk Mingyu compared to Xiao Jian?" Zhu Junfeng laughed and did not say much. "Fellow Taoist Mo, you didn't come here just to see me off, right?" Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the approaching dust on the road. It was a carriage, with a few scholars on horseback, and asked. Mo Jianli glanced at Zhu Junfeng and smiled bitterly. To be honest, Junior was still talking to Junfeng on the way back to the academy. "Although Senior is a Dao cultivator, you have the inheritance of us Confucian cultivators. You can be considered to be fated with us Confucian cultivators. Now, the relationship between Hidden Immortal Continent's Buddhist sect and us Confucian cultivators is very awkward. If Longevity Town doesn't have River Tide Temple, then we can only let Shaojin Temple develop recklessly. In the future, my Longevity Academy might not be its opponent. Junior still wants to bring Junfeng to spend more time with Senior and River Tide Temple." "Ha!" Xiao Hua laughed, "Fellow Taoist Mo is mistaken. I don't have any relationship with Xiao Jian. I just happened to pass by here and stayed at River Tide Temple for a few days. Moreover, River Tide Temple has become a part of Shaojin Temple. If fellow Taoist Mo wants to fight against Shaojin Temple, then you should find other help." Yes, yes, Junior understands. Mo Jianli nodded. Although Shaojin Temple is like the sun in the sky now, it is still wishful thinking if it wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with my Longevity Academy. After today, Junior will have to rush back to the sect. Presumably, the sect will have orders and measures. Junior is not good at these things, so I won't be too concerned. Junior rushed over because of 3 things. Oh. What 3 things? Xiao Hua was a bit surprised. He couldn't think of what these 3 things were. First, I want to ask Lu Yi about the Water Clan's princess. Mo Jianli laughed. Previously, Junior took the princess away from the water bucket. This Lu Yi tried his best to stop me. If not him, who should I ask about the Water Clan's princess? You must have already asked about this matter. Xiao Hua asked. Mo Jianli nodded, indeed. But it's the same as not asking. Of course, Lu Yi is just an ordinary person. How could he know about the Water Clan's princess? He just saved a little girl out of kindness. Xiao Hua laughed. This little girl is not ordinary. Mo Jianli said meaningfully. According to Mo Ming, he heard the Water Clan's words. This Water Clan is not an ordinary water clan of Liao River. It seems to be some Paradise River. Xiao Hua frowned. He thought of the water-repelling technique in his space. It seemed to be from the West Sea when they destroyed the Water Clan of Paradise River. Paradise River. Xiao Jian, who was at the side, was shocked. Could the Dongtian River that Senior Mo mentioned be the Dongtian River of the 3 rivers? Yes, if Li Mo Ming heard it right, it should be. Mo Jianli sighed, one of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. This Water Clan's princess. Even if she's from a side branch, her background is still something we can't measure. Indeed. Xiao Jian sighed. Paradise River, Chitty River, and Saint River are known as the origins of the 4 seas. Naturally, they are not ordinary water clans. That. Xiao Hua hesitated. Wasn't Paradise River destroyed by the West Sea? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Mo Jianli almost lost his voice. He said anxiously, what? Paradise River was destroyed by the West Sea. How did Senior know? This is bad. Xiao Hua had just shown off, and now he was in trouble. Seeing Mo Jianli so shocked, how could he not know that he had said something wrong? When Xiao Hua thought about it carefully, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't that right? The words that Su Zhuoyang told him that day seemed to be a water-repelling technique from the West Sea that was passed down from the Paradise River, right? He had heard it vaguely, and now he had misinterpreted it as, the West Sea destroyed Paradise River. It was very different from the original words. If it was really as he said, and Mo Jianli knew this secret, how could Su Zhuoyang and the others not know? And with the old turtle Xian Cheng's caution. How could he talk about the West Sea's secret in front of them? The so-called rumors in the world. I'm afraid this is the cause. Whether it's intentional or not. Xiao Hua thought helplessly, and immediately covered it up. This old man heard it from someone at the E.G. E.G. What's E.G.? Mo Jianli asked curiously. Xiao Hua was speechless. He really blamed himself for being too talkative. Didn't he bring Lu Yi with him just to ask more about the general knowledge of the hidden immortal continent? He hadn't even learned anything yet, and now there was another problem. What's the name of the Copper Pillar country's primordial stone trading place? Xiao Hua asked helplessly. Oh, this Junior understands. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile, so Senior called the auction E.G. It's really ancient. Chapter 32-27. Hee, it's the auction. Xiao Hua laughed. But Mo Jianli shook his head and said, Senior, if you said that you got the news from somewhere else, I would believe you. But the auction is full of good and bad people, especially those who come to help with the news. There are many groundless rumors and are not reliable. Especially the secret of the destruction of the three rivers, there are many rumors. Xiaohua nodded. If that's the case, the news that I heard without spending much primeval stones shouldn't be true. Yes, for this kind of thing, Senior should just listen to it, please don't say too much. Mo Jianli said embarrassedly, I think Senior knows what to do, Junior doesn't dare to talk about it. I understand. Xiaohua smiled, what about the second thing? The second thing is Junior's little thought. Mo Jianli stretched out his hand and took out an inch-long flying sword from his sleeve. He respectfully handed it over to Xiaohua and said, Senior, this is Junior's sound transmitting eye. Please accept it. Junior will definitely report the matter of Longevity Town to the sect. Senior helped Junior fight against the Water Tribe, Junior will think of giving Senior any rewards in the future. Of course, Senior Xiao is my teacher, Junior doesn't dare to talk about making friends. I only hope that if Senior passes by Xi again, Junior will come and pay Senior a visit. Hee, this old man understands. Xiaohua had a very good impression of Mo Jianli and immediately kept the small sword, if this old man has any problems in the future, I will definitely trouble you. Mo Jianli saw that Xiaohua was so straightforward and was very happy. He bowed and said, thank you Senior. What about the third thing? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked. The third thing. Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, you say it. Yes, Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng agreed, then respectfully said to Xiaohua, Senior Xiao, Longevity Town has suffered a great calamity today. Tomorrow, the prefectural governor will definitely send someone to investigate. This matter will also have to be reported to the king of Xi Nation. In this Junior's opinion, Senior has rendered meritorious service to Longevity Town, and similarly to the Xi Nation. Why don't Senior wait for a few days, it won't be too late for you to leave after meeting the prefectural governor's envoy. Someone from the government? Xiaohua glanced at Xiao Jian and asked curiously, previously, I didn't see any officials in Longevity Town. During the Great Calamity, they didn't appear either. Why is it so grand after the Great Calamity? This kind of official, it's better not to meet him. Ahem. Zhu Junfeng was obviously very embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, Senior, you may have misunderstood. Longevity Town was a small town to begin with. The county governor in charge of Longevity Town would not send too many subordinates over. Some of his own people like Li Zheng could manage the town. And this county governor is a disciple of my Chongyan sect. Therefore, there are many matters in Longevity Town that this junior can make decisions for. Actually, wasn't the incident of the cloak gang's harassment at the Jiangqiao temple previously caused by the government? It's just that you don't know about it. Xiaohua understood the moment he heard and said somewhat embarrassedly, turns out that this old man made a mistake. Sorry. It's all right. Zhu Junfeng smiled apologetically. I've already committed too many sins for not being able to eliminate this great calamity. Perhaps the county governor's envoy is here to punish me. At this point, Mo Jianli raised his head sadly and looked into the distance. He smiled bitterly and said, although the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town managed to escape, but, the Water Clan destroyed all the rice planted along the river. This year, Longevity Town will definitely not have a harvest. The county governor's envoy may punish Junfeng, but the most important thing is to provide disaster relief. If he doesn't do well, it's normal for the villagers to leave their homes. That strange Xiaohua was very familiar with mulberry fields. After hearing this, he asked, the villagers in other places usually grow rice. Could it be that it's farmland or terraced fields in the mountains? How could the villagers of Chongqing Town grow rice, which they rely on for a living, by the riverside? The river overflows easily. Once it's flood season, wouldn't that mean a year's worth of hard work would be wasted? Hearing Xiaohua's words, not only was Zhu Junfeng stunned, even Mo Jianli was stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Hua to know about this. Unfortunately, they only knew about disaster relief. As for farming, how would they know about it? Senior. Xiao Jian opened his mouth. I've been in Longevity Town for many years, right next to the Liao River. I know a little about this. Huh. Mo Jianli almost vomited blood. Looking at the two Taoist cultivators, he really wanted to scream in his heart. These people, are they still cultivators? What are they doing every day? They even know about such small things. Tell me about it. Xiao Hua smiled. Xiao Jian pointed at the Liao River in the distance and said, Senior, you should know that the Liao River rises twice a year, and each time, it covers the entire Longevity Town by 2 miles. After the river water falls, the mud and other things in the water will remain on the shore, and even the barren land will become fertile soil. The rice in Longevity Town also ripens twice a year. When the river falls, it's planted. When the river rises, it's harvested. However, the Water Clan attacked yesterday. The tide rose 30 days earlier than usual, so the rice on the shore hasn't been harvested yet. Huh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, every place has its own people. I'm not from Longevity Town, so I really don't know about it. Well. I know a lot about it too. Zhu Junfeng said embarrassedly. In that case, the disaster that fellow immortal Zhu is worried about won't be too serious. Xiao Hua smiled and said, although there's no harvest this season, the villagers all have some food in their homes. Now that the flood is over, you can plant more rice on the shore. When the second season of rice ripens, Longevity Town will have no more hunger. Of course, the town will be a little tense during this period. When the county governor's messenger comes, you just need to get food from other places or buy it. I'm sorry. Mo Jianli said in a low voice, we only know about cultivation. We really don't know about these things. Now that I think about it, I've taken it for granted. It's best to worry about the people. It's normal to take it for granted. Xiao Hua smiled and said, it's better than taking a position without doing anything. However, since fellow immortal Zhu is so worried, why don't I help you? Xiao Hua reached out his hand and said, fellow immortal Zhu, do you have a storage bag or storage ring? Huh, there's no need to trouble Senior. Zhu Junfeng's face was slightly red. Longevity Academy still has some money. When I return, I'll immediately send some students to the neighboring town to buy food. Storage bag. Storage ring. Mo Jianli was confused again. After a while, he reached out his hand and took out a small bag from his sleeve. He asked, Senior, are you talking about a small universal bag? Small universal bag. That's right. That's it. Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap his own face. He had already thought about it and didn't want to talk about things that he didn't know. Now that he blurted out something about a storage bag and a storage ring, it made people feel strange again. Senior, what do you mean? Mo Jianli handed the small universal bag to Xiao Hua and was even more confused. Ha! Xiao Hua chuckled and didn't dare to ask anymore. He released his spiritual will. Luckily, this small universal bag was the same as a storage bag. He could open it with his spiritual will. Then, he pretended to take out a storage bag from his chest and waved his hand. He returned the small universal bag to Mo Jianli and said, I've been in Longevity Town for a few days. I'm fated with the people of Longevity Town. This little bit of food is my farewell gift to the people of Longevity Town. Very good. Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He reached out to take it and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, Senior is indeed worthy of being a Confucian cultivator. You care about the world and the people. Not only did you step forward in times of danger, but you also worked for the people without any fame or benefits. Although this food can't solve the problem in front of us, Senior's breadth of mind is really admirable. Xiao Hua saw that Mo Jianli didn't check the amount of food in the small universal bag. He knew that Mo Jianli was worried about his reputation. After all, which cultivator would carry a large amount of food in their storage bag that they didn't need? Therefore, he didn't point it out. He looked at Lu Yi and Yuanya who had already returned. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal Mo, fellow immortal Zhu, I'll see you off for 1,000 miles. In the end, we have to part. I'll leave now. You all still have many trivial matters to attend to in Longevity Town. You and I will bid farewell here. If we meet again, we'll meet again." Junior respectfully sees Senior Xiao off. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng said as they saw that they couldn't keep Xiao Hua. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng didn't come here alone. Behind them, there were several disciples of the academy on horseback. When Lu Yi was chased by the Cloak Gang's disciples, it was these academy disciples who attacked and killed the Cloak Gang's disciples. Now that Zhu Junfeng saw that Xiao Hua wanted to take a carriage, he naturally gave him a few horses. Then, he waved goodbye. Xiao Hua floated onto the carriage. Lu Yi drove the carriage while Xiao Jian and Yuanya rode the horses. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng only turned around and returned to Longevity Town after the four of them had gone far away. The two of them didn't manage to keep Xiao Hua. Although it was within their expectations, they still felt depressed. They thought that although Longevity Town was in a mess, the disaster had already passed. As long as the people slowly calmed down, they would be able to calm down. Therefore, they didn't fly on their swords. Instead, they walked on the main road with big strides. The remaining disciples also followed behind them with their horses. Seeing that the evening mist had already risen, Zhu Junfeng's face was illuminated by a layer of orange. He looked at the floating clouds in the sky and sighed, "Today's scene is no different from yesterday. We only saw the sun rise and the moon set, and the stars moved. However, how can the things that happened today be described with a few words? How can anyone think of today's disaster at this moment yesterday?" Mo Jianli nodded slowly. "Junfeng is right. What we see now is ordinary. It is the future that the people who died today hoped for. What you feel now is the past that we can't go back to in the future." Zhu Junfeng raised his eyebrows, as if he had understood something. He almost turned his head to look at the figures of Xiao Hua and the others who had already disappeared. He said, "Perhaps only someone like Senior Xiao, who turns around and leaves, leaving behind the same worries, can truly understand." Chapter 32-28. Troubles are created by people. No one can avoid them. Mo Jianli shook his head slightly. Senior Zhao's cultivation is powerful, but he has his troubles too. He has his past that he has never run away from. His cultivation is his, Xiao Jian's cultivation is Xiao Jian's. Our cultivation can only be ours. Ha ha ha, Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng laughed and cupped his hands. "I've learned. Everyone's cultivation path is different in this world. The Buddhist sect has its Buddhist sect, the Confucian sect has its Confucian sect, and his Taoist sect has its Taoist sect. The Buddhist sect talks about delivering all living beings from torment. The Confucian sect talks about transcending the mortal world. We pursue righteousness, self-cultivation, family governance, and world peace. What about Senior Zhao's Taoist sect? It seems to be to clear one's heart, condense one's nature, and merge with the Tao." Mo Jianli didn't quite understand and whispered. Perhaps. Zhu Junfeng nodded. "They don't care about the common people, but I can't. They can all leave freely, but this Shu cannot just wash my hands of this matter. Just come, let this Shu see what kind of great power the Buddhist sect has, able to chase away my Longevity Academy from Longevity Town." Junfeng. Mo Jianli knew what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. He shook his head and said, "We're just doing our best to help the world. This is cultivation and saving people. If it's purely a battle between the immortals and Buddhas, it's not good. Although it's hard to cross all obstacles, it's hard to find gold after blowing sand. Although the Buddhist sect's appearance is bewitching, only we Confucian sect can help the common people. Jun Feng, you're the last true gold. There's no need to complain." "Huh, Mr. Mo is right." Zhu Junfeng seemed to understand. He smiled and said, "I've been thinking too much. It's still early to think about the future. I'm sure the sect knows about what happened in Chongqing town and will have a solution. I'm just thinking about how to make the people in Chongqing town feel at ease." Indeed, Mo Jianli nodded and said, "Now that Chongqing town is short of food, you'd better send the academy disciples to buy food elsewhere to calm the people. The county governor's emissary will probably arrive in 2 days. They'll definitely be escorting food." Zhu Junfeng explained, "The king of the kingdom of Shi is wise. He was able to consider such matters. The county governor and the others will not be negligent." At this point, Zhu Junfeng said curiously, "That senior Xiao Huaxiao is also very interesting. He doesn't seem like a Taoist expert at all. He actually knows so much about farming, and he's even more of a Confucian cultivator than me. This junior is truly surprised." "Indeed," Mo Jianli said thoughtfully. "This senior must be a descendant of the great Confucian scholar and has cultivated in the mortal world. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, he decided to cultivate instead. Oh, you can take the food in this small cosmos sack. I don't think there's much, but it's all senior's goodwill." As he spoke, Mo Jianli took out a small universal bag and handed it to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng took it and said, "No matter how much it is, it's a timely rain that can save some people. It's 10,000 times better than the flashy Buddhist sect." Ah! Just now, in front of Xiao Huaxiao, the 2 Confucian cultivators were naturally too embarrassed to check the contents of the small universal bag. Now that Zhu Junfeng scanned it with his divine sense, they almost cried out in surprise. "What's wrong?" Mo Jianli was shocked and hurriedly looked at Zhu Junfeng. "Mr. Mo, you can take a look." Zhu Junfeng's expression was indescribable as he handed the small universal bag back to Mo Jianli. Looking at Zhu Junfeng's expression, Mo Jianli realized that he had been careless. When he looked at it with his divine sense, he was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Goodness! This is what it means to have a Buddha in every home. This is what it means to have a heart for the people. Although today I saw with my own eyes that Senior Ci Heng of the Buddhist sect almost became a bodhisattva, the compassion in Senior Zhao's heart is no less than Senior Ci Heng's. The food in his bag is basically enough to save 10 longevity towns. Where did Senior Xiao get so much food? Zhu Junfeng was a little confused. I heard that Xiao Jian of the Jiang Chao Temple can barely make ends meet every day. And this food seems to be different from what the longevity towns use daily. You can only ask Senior Xiao face to face. Mo Jianli smiled and patted Zhu Junfeng's shoulder. With this food, the longevity towns will be in chaos even if they want to. Your last worry is also gone. That's right, I will let them see if this food is edible. This disciple will distribute the food. Zhu Junfeng made a decision. Of course, this name should belong to the Jiang Chao Temple. Jiang Chao Temple. The Jiang Chao Temple has already been taken over by the Shao Jin Temple, right? Mo Jianli shook his head. Using the name of the Jiang Chao Temple, won't the Buddhist sect benefit from it? Then, it's not suitable to use the name of the Taoist sect directly, right? Zhu Junfeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, then use the name of Spiritual Master Shao. Before today, this name was also very famous. Xiaohua's space originally had rice and millet seeds, but in these 100 years, not only did Xiaohua not worry about it, even the green-robed Xiaohua did not care about the rice and millet seeds. On the other hand, that white, fat, and cute little fruit was very competent. Whether it was rice or millet seeds, they were all planted in time and harvested in time. On the vast plains in the space, there were a lot of food piled up. 100 years of harvest. Xiao Hua was stunned when he saw it. But he did not expect that these seemingly useless food would now start the first flame of spiritual master Zhao's miracle on the hidden immortal continent. At this time, Xiao Hua was naturally sitting comfortably in the carriage and chatting with Lu Yi. Lu Yi was very clever. Although he was young, his fate was full of misfortune. His mother died early, leaving only Lu Yi and his father to rely on each other. His father's character was not good. He was addicted to drinking and gambling. Especially because of the departure of his beloved wife, he blamed this crime on Lu Yi. Not to mention the love that a child wanted, he didn't even take care of him. Lu Yi had suffered a lot since he was young. It was normal for him to be hungry and not have a meal. Those beatings and insults were also common. It was more than what he ate. And when he was a little older, everywhere he went, he was kicked to the street by his father and begged from house to house. In the beginning, Lu Yi was too young and didn't know how to beg. He would often return empty-handed. At that time, Lu Yi's father would kick and punch him, teaching him a harsh lesson. Lu Yi would starve and cry at night. After a long time, the smart Lu Yi gradually learned how to beg, so that he would not be hungry. He even used the leftovers to feed his father. Just like that, Lu Yi followed his father through city after city, town after town, and finally arrived at Longevity Town. At this time, Lu Yi's father's body had been hollowed out by the wine. Not only could he no longer punch or kick Lu Yi, he was also paralyzed on the straw on the ground, unable to move. Thus, Lu Yi stayed in the Longevity Town and waited on his father until he passed away. Lu Yi did not have the money to prepare for his father's funeral, but he was also unwilling to let his only relative be wrapped in a straw mat and hurriedly abandoned in the wilderness. After thinking about it, he finally made a decision, which was to enter the Longevity Town's cloak gang. In the entire Longevity Town, this was the only place that could accept Lu Yi and provide him with enough money. Shaojin Temple and Longevity Academy could not accept. Do you know? Immortal Master. It was already late at night, the sky was dotted with stars, there were no people or carriages on the main road, only the sound of a few horses' hooves was particularly loud in the silence. Lu Yi's eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky, his voice also spread further and further in the night sky. When father beat this little one hated him to death. I always felt that I would be beaten to death by him, I always hoped that he would die sooner. But when he could not move, seeing his pitiful appearance, this little one could not bear it. After all, he was this little one's only relative, and also this little one's biological father. If this little one did not care, he would definitely starve to death in a day. This little one could not ignore it. However, this little one did not like him at all, wanting to return everything he had given this little one back to him. However, when this little one threw the leftovers in his face after he spoke ill of me, this little one discovered for the first time that not only was there no remorse or hatred in his eyes, there was instead a kind of gratification, a kind of peace. This little one seemed to have suddenly understood something. Father, although his character was not good, he still loved this little one. He knew that he would not live for long, but he was also worried about this little one's future, so he began to teach this little one the ways of life from a young age, but his methods were really cruel. So, from then on, this little one began to pay attention to father's eyes, as well as the eyes of others. From these people's eyes, this little one discovered a lot of things. In particular, before father passed away, this little one saw that kind of love, that kind of yearning, that kind of reluctance in father's eyes. Although Lu Yi's voice was faint, and his tone was flat, the sound of his rapid breathing revealed the agitation in his heart. After father left, this little one mingled in the cloak gang again, and from the eyes of the gang members, this little one saw the disgust and fierceness that had never been seen in father's eyes before. This little one finally understood that although father had been harsh to this little one since young, he also had no choice. When he hit this little one, he hurt this little one in his heart. That kind of complicated look in his eyes will always be unforgettable to this little one. After father left, there was no more life in this world in this little one's eyes. Although this little one no longer needed to be beaten, this little one really missed those days of being beaten. Although this little one's body hurt, this little one's heart had someone to rely on. As long as I could see father's shadow and hear father's voice, this little one's heart would be at ease. Louis continued, it's a pity that those days have become this little one's eternal memories, and this little one can no longer return to the past. Until one day, this little one saw Xiao Yun on the banks of Liao River. Seeing the panic and helplessness in Xiao Yun's eyes, this little one immediately thought of this little one's childhood. At that time, although this little one felt that life was worse than death, this little one did not panic. No matter how helpless this little one was, this little one still had someone to rely on. Xiao Yun's appearance was so pitiful. Her clothes did not cover her body, and her body was covered with dirty seaweed and many fleas. This little one knew that if this little one did not take care of her, she would definitely freeze to death in the cold winter night. So, this little one brought her back. Although this little one was not a good person, this little one could at least support her and make her a good person. Chapter 32-29. When I first met Master Immortal, I thought that Master Immortal was just an ordinary youth. From top to bottom, Master Immortal didn't have any otherworldly appearance. Taoist Xiao and the old monk Mingyu were both older than you. However, although you saw me stealing money, you didn't catch me. Although I was a little disrespectful to Master Immortal, I knew that Master Immortal didn't care. Because I didn't see any disdain or malice in your eyes. There was only a kind of peace and tranquility. It was also this kind of peace that made me feel safe for the first time after my father passed away. Even when you saved me, I only saw a kind of disdain in Master Immortal's eyes. This kind of disdain made me feel ashamed of my inferiority. I knew that Master Immortal was definitely not an ordinary person. When I heard about the miracle of the river and tide temple, I immediately had a feeling that I had to find Master Immortal. Only Master Immortal could save Xiao Yun. Only Master Immortal could get me out of the quagmire of the cloak gang. Rumble. At this point, a rumbling sound came from Lu Yi's stomach. It had been several hours since the afternoon. Xiao Hua naturally didn't feel anything, but Lu Yi and the others hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Naturally, they were already hungry. Phew. A small black shadow flew out from Yuanya's horse and landed on the carriage beside Lu Yi. Xiao Hua looked at it. It was Yuanya's usual meat bun. Lu Yi touched it, opened it, and took a big bite. He smiled and said, "Thank you, brother Ya, for the bun." Yuanya replied and didn't say anything else. His voice was actually trembling. Xiao Hua could see clearly that Yuanya was biting his lips tightly. Although Lu Yi's life was bitter, he had followed his father since he was young. Yuanya did not know who his father and mother were. He only followed the wild animals in the forest as he grew up. His life was even more bitter than Lu Yi's. Xiao Hua looked at Lu Yi's thin back. In the night, it seemed a little thin. Compared to Yuanya's muscular waist and arms, it was a far cry. However, Lu Yi's quick-wittedness and calmness were something that Yuanya could not compare to. In particular, Xiao Hua had casually killed the two villains from the cloak gang in the small courtyard of the Longevity Town. Xiao Hua had only instructed Lu Yi to keep it a secret, but Lu Yi seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Even when Lu Yi mentioned it to Xiao Hua a few times, he only skimmed over it, not revealing the slightest bit of information. This made Xiao Hua very satisfied. As for Xiao Yun's matter, Xiao Hua told him not to ask about it, so he didn't ask about it. If it was Xiao Hua himself, he probably would have asked the moment he left Longevity Town, right? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua said, Lu Yi, your experience is a kind of tempering for you. It's the best life gift your father has given you. It's a pity that you met this old man too late. This old man couldn't meet your father who had such foresight. However, since you met this old man now, this is your fate. Everything that you were afraid of in the past, from today onwards, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Actually, in Xiao Hua's opinion, Lu Yi's father might not be as good as Lu Yi said. Even, the so-called tempering and the like were all Lu Yi's own ideas. However, was the nature of Su Liuyi's father important right now? Was the original intention of scolding Lu Yi important? Everyone had their own idols. Their father was the first person they worshipped in their life. Whether good or bad, it would have some influence on them. Since Lu Yi didn't become twisted because of his past experience, why couldn't Xiao Hua become the hero in Lu Yi's heart? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Lu Yi's body trembled. He resisted an indescribable intuition. Before Xiao Hua could speak, he said in a trembling voice, Yes, Immortal Master, this little one understands. This little one serving Immortal Master is a great opportunity. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of anything in the world. He. Xiao Hua laughed. It was easy to talk to a clever child like Lu Yi. However, he immediately said solemnly, But Lu Yi, you have to know that before anyone has a great divine ability, they can't be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. To have a divine ability, you have to pay a price far beyond what you think. This price is far more difficult than what you think now. What food and clothing, what bullying, in front of this price, it's nothing but grass. As for the specifics, even if this old man told you now, you wouldn't know. Immortal Master. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, Lu Yi turned around and kneeled on the carriage. He kowtowed and said, This little one earnestly asks Immortal Master to teach me the heaven-piercing technique so that this little one can laugh proudly in the hidden Immortal Continent and spread Immortal Master's fame. Ha ha ha, heaven-piercing technique. Xiao Hua's laughter seemed very loud in the night. This old man here doesn't have any heaven-piercing technique. Lu Yi leaned on the carriage and let the carriage slowly move forward. He didn't speak. You can get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Since this old man wants to accept you as a servant, I naturally have the intention to borrow your strength. Of course, this old man also won't be stingy. Cultivation techniques. I will also choose some for you. As for how well you cultivate and what your future achievements will be, it will depend on your own ability. Many thanks, Immortal Master. Lu Yi forcibly restrained his excitement and said in a low voice, This disciple dares not to cultivate diligently and sully Immortal Master's fame. He, you can get up. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, It's still too early to accept you as a disciple. Let's talk about it when you have the opportunity in the future. Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi was already prepared in his heart. Even if he joined the cloak gang, there was still a test. How could it be so easy for an expert like Xiao Hua to accept a disciple? He responded and got up to continue driving the carriage. In addition, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again. He wanted to tell Lu Yi about Xiao Yun's matter. He knew that Lu Yi was a person with deep feelings and would definitely want to know about Xiao Yun's whereabouts. However, when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He was a very curious person and wanted to ask about everything he encountered. He wanted to get to the bottom of everything. Now that he met someone who could calm down his temper, why must he reveal everything? Why not wait and see? If he didn't say anything, when would Lu Yi ask? This was also a kind of test, right? Immortal Master. After waiting for a moment, Lu Yi didn't see Xiao Hua continue to speak. He asked curiously, Do you have any instructions? Nothing, just call this old man Xiao Daoist in the future. There's no need to call me Immortal Master. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it won't be too late to call me that when this old man becomes an immortal. See. When Louis heard this, he almost choked. After a moment, he suppressed his heart that was about to jump out of his throat and carefully said, "This little one understands, Xiao Daoist." Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Jian who was standing in front of Yuanya. He understood that Xiao Jian's story might be even more than Yuanya and Lu Yi's combined. Xiao Hua's feelings didn't only come from these dozen or so days, from what Xiao Jian vaguely said, as well as the appearance of those two Buddhist sect guards, even more so from when Xiao Jian received the steed from Longevity Academy's disciple, mounted it in an extremely skilled manner, the instant he raised the horsewhip, that surging expression. However, Xiao Jian's shrewdness was really too deep. He knew that Xiao Hua's impression of Yuanya was not bad. Yuanya had arrogantly asked to become his disciple several times. Even though Xiao Hua ignored him, he still vaguely pointed out that Yuanya had a master and he wouldn't accept Yuanya as his disciple. Yuanya couldn't tell, but how could Xiao Jian not? However, he didn't mention giving Yuanya to Xiao Hua at all. Moreover, it was clear that Xiao Jian needed Xiao Hua's help, but he also wanted to maximize his own benefits. Therefore, Xiao Hua knew what Xiao Jian was thinking, but didn't bring up this topic. He wanted to see just how Xiao Jian was going to open his mouth and bargain with him. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Let's find a secluded and safe place. We'll rest for a bit. Yes, this junior understands. What Xiao Jian was thinking, only he knew. Ever since they left Longevity Town, he didn't say much, only hurrying along. When he heard Xiao Hua's words, he hurriedly replied. Only, when he raised his eyes and looked around, apart from the faint moonlight scattering down on the great path and mountain streams, the sounds of insects and wind by his ears, how could he tell where was a quiet place? However, after riding for a while, a slightly flat slope appeared on the side of the road. Xiao Jian hurriedly pointed, calling out, "Senior, what do you think about that place?" "This old man doesn't care." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "If you all think it's fine, then it's fine." Xiao Jian turned his horse around and looked at Xiao Hua's young face under the moonlight. Although this young man called himself an old man, he didn't feel anything wrong. Thinking back to his previous actions, he was actually that cold to Xiao Hua just because he suspected that Xiao Hua was sent by someone else. Xiao Hua, he was really blind. Different from Xiao Jian's thoughts, Xiao Hua didn't feel anything when Yuanya or Lu Yi called themselves an old man. After all, they were still young. However, Xiao Jian was already old. Looking at this face that was much older than him, Xiao Hua knew that he was older than him, but calling him an old man was still awkward. This junior understands. Let's rest here tonight. Xiao Jian turned his horse around and swung his horsewhip. The horse rushed out of the uneven road and rushed up the slope. By the time Louis drove the carriage to the gentle slope, Xiao Jian and Yuanya had already dismounted and loosened the reins. They were eating the grass nearby while they waited respectfully. You all should do what you need to do. Xiao Hua's figure flew up from the carriage and landed on the ground in the distance. He said, "This old man has already placed everything in the carriage that can be used in the Tidal River Temple." Yes. When Yuanya heard this, he hurriedly jumped onto the carriage. Sure enough, the originally empty carriage was already filled with things. Yuanya's hands and feet were nimble. He took down the tools from the carriage, then bent down and placed his ear on the ground to listen for a moment. He then took the wooden bucket, iron pot and other things and went to another place. In that direction, Xiao Hua had already used his divine sense to see a stream flowing by. As for Lu Yi, he also obediently ran up the slope and picked up a lot of dry wood under the big tree. Xiao Jian also didn't stay idle. He took the horses from the carriage and sent them to the grassland, allowing them to eat grass. He looked at Xiao Hua who was sitting cross-legged and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't walk over. Chapter 32-30. Not long after, Louis started a fire on the slope. Yuanya also washed the iron pot and brought back some water. After taking the food from the carriage, he started to cook over the fire. Oh! It sounded like a wolf's howl from afar. Yuanya looked up and whispered a few words to Louis. Then, he quickly ran towards the sound of the wolf's howl. His figure jumped on the slope at an extremely fast speed. After half an hour, Yuanya came back. There were some bloodstains on his body and he carried a black thing on his shoulder. Louis saw that it was actually half a wild boar. Then, Yuanya took out a short knife and skillfully cut up the wild boar. He skewered it on a branch and roasted it over the fire. Seeing the wild boar meat sizzling in the firelight and the rich fragrance coming out, Louis' saliva almost flowed out. He was waiting for the boar meat to be ready so that he could eat it. Louis. At this moment, Xiaohua said, "Come here." "Yes, Taoist Xiao." Louis heard and stood up without hesitation. He quickly walked over to Xiaohua. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a fasting pill. He handed it to Louis and said, "This is my Taoist fasting pill. After taking it, you won't be hungry or thirsty for 7 days. Are you willing to take it? This is an immortal pill. Taoist Xiao should keep it for yourself." Louis was shocked. He thought of the rumors he heard and hurriedly waved his hand. Xiaohua said indifferently, "I only want to ask you, are you willing to take it?" "I am willing." Louis said honestly, "I used to be afraid of hunger. I even dreamed of taking this immortal pill." "Eat it." Xiaohua flicked his finger and the fasting pill fell into Louis' hand. Louis immediately put it in his mouth and closed his eyes. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Taoist Xiao. I am not hungry anymore. Do you want to eat Yuanya's roasted meat?" "Yes." Louis didn't hide it. "I have a secret technique here. It will allow you to use the essence of heaven and earth to temper your meridians and bones. It will become the foundation for you to be free in the future. Are you willing to practice it?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Louis was shocked. He looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. Then, he realized that this happiness came too quickly. He hurriedly bowed down and said, "Disciple, you don't have to call yourself my disciple." Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him. "It's just a simple qi refinement technique. If you succeed in cultivating it, then this old man can accept you as his disciple. Otherwise, you're still you. Even if you can enter the ranks, you can't call this old man master." "Yes, yes." Louis' voice was trembling. He could tell that this cultivation method could allow him to enter the ranks. Even if he entered the ranks, he might not be able to call Xiaohua master. Then, with Xiaohua's cultivation, the importance of this cultivation method was self-evident. After qi refining, the world's grains and meat might not be edible anymore. Xiaohua smelled the fragrance of meat in the distance and said, "Are you willing?" "This disciple is willing." Hearing Xiaohua's somewhat shoddy test method, Louis' expression turned respectful. Without the slightest neglect, he hurriedly replied. "Okay." As Xiaohua spoke, he waved his hand and threw out several yellow talismans. With a flash of light, a silencing spell was cast. Then, Xiaohua said, "Come here. Close your eyes and sit in front of this old man. This old man wants to see how your aptitude is." "Yes, immortal master." The excited Louis couldn't help but call Xiaohua immortal master. Louis naturally understood that Xiaohua wanted to teach him the cultivation method. This was something he had never dreamed of. Xiaohua smiled faintly and still waved his hand, saying, "This old man hasn't agreed to accept you as a disciple. Don't be so excited. Yes, Taoist priest, this little one understands." Seeing Xiaohua repeatedly deny accepting him as a disciple, Louis also felt a little strange. Could it be that he was really too shoddy? Actually, it was quite funny. Xiaohua had achieved success in his cultivation, and his cultivation was also profound, but all of his mystical powers had been developed by himself. Xiao Hongyue of Shanghua Ming had never given him any pointers, and neither had Helplessness of the Imperial Thunder sect. On the contrary, it was Xiang Yang who had taught him a lot. When he was on the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua also didn't accept any disciples. Whether it was giving cultivation methods to others or setting up the fortune gate, he just threw out the jade slips and other things and didn't care about them anymore. At this moment, he felt really awkward to be teaching an aura refining technique to a secular person who had never practiced Taoist magic. He felt that it was inappropriate for Lu Yi to be his disciple. After all, he was already a late gold core stage cultivator. How could he accept a secular person who had no foundation in cultivation as his disciple? Moreover, it was his first disciple. However, Lu Yi's luck was very good. First, he was clever; second, he was kind. Third, some of Xiaohua's merit in the longevity town was related to Lu Yi. If Xiaohua didn't give Lu Yi some benefits, there would be some karma. The most important thing was that Xiaohua now had to find a way to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. It wasn't suitable for him to fly around the hidden immortal continent. He had a lot of time to guide Lu Yi's cultivation. Therefore, Xiaohua had the idea of teaching Taoist cultivation methods to Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi sit down cross-legged, Xiaohua stretched out a finger and pointed at the back of Lu Yi's head. Then, a strand of true essence entered Lu Yi's body. Just now, on the carriage, Xiaohua had already taken a look at the qi-refining jade slips sent by Zhang Qingxiao. Inside them, there were methods and spells to check the attributes of the body. Oh. After a moment, Xiaohua was slightly surprised and his brows wrinkled. Xiaohua actually couldn't check the attributes of Lu Yi's body. Could it be that something went wrong when I used it for the first time? Xiaohua thought for a moment and slightly closed his eyes. He pondered over the method in his mind and once again pointed his finger at the back of Lu Yi's head. This method was very simple; for a cultivator like Xiaohua, it wasn't very difficult. However, after a few breaths of time, the doubt on Xiaohua's face became even stronger. Could it be that Lu Yi's physique is heterogeneous and unsuitable for cultivation? Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He immediately understood the root of the problem. Then, Xiaohua rubbed his hands and several rays of brilliance entered Lu Yi's body. After Xiaohua withdrew his magic power, ripples began to appear on the surface of Lu Yi's body. These ripples surged out layer by layer. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors flowed out like fireworks. After half a cup of tea's time, they converged into Lu Yi's body. During this time, not a single color could last for long on the surface of Lu Yi's body. Alas, it's really like this. Xiaohua sighed. Although he didn't have a magic tool that specialized in screening one's physique and could truly determine whether Lu Yi could cultivate, this method and spell were no different from magic tools in the hands of a late nascent soul cultivator like him, whose strength was comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator. Since this spell already showed that Lu Yi's physique was heterogeneous and none of the 5 elements were obvious, then he was a pure secular person and unsuitable to cultivate Taoist spells. Lu Yi naturally didn't know that his fate had been determined. He was still sitting cross-legged. Although his eyes were closed, his face was brimming with excitement. Alas! Xiaohua sighed and said, "Lu Yi, get up." "Yes, Taoist Elder Xiao." Lu Yi replied and hurriedly got up. He stood there respectfully and looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of expectation. Xiaohua actually couldn't bear it and said, "Your physique, this old man has already seen it. It doesn't seem suitable to cultivate my sex cultivation method." Of course, this old man will take another look. Lu Yi's face sank and an indescribable pain flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly put on a smile and said, "Taoist Elder Xiao, it's okay. This little one is just a mortal. It's normal that I don't have the fate to become an immortal. If this little one hadn't met Taoist elder, I wouldn't have known that there was a path of cultivation and wouldn't have thought of cultivating. Xiao Hua could naturally feel the disappointment in his heart. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Xiao Hua could only smile and say, "It's all this old man's fault for being reckless. I didn't carefully examine your physique and just casually read it out for you. How about this, since you can't cultivate the Taoist sect's divine ability, this old man will help you look at the Confucian sect and Buddhist sect. They don't seem to have high requirements for physique. This little one doesn't dare to ask for too much." In just a moment, Lu Yi regained his calm and said respectfully, "This little one only asks to be able to serve Taoist elder. It doesn't matter if I cultivate or not." "All right." Xiao Hua raised his hand and the restriction around him disappeared. He said, "Go and rest." Lu Yi got up and prepared to walk to the side of the fire to rest. When Xiao Jian and Yuanya heard Xiao Hua calling Lu Yi over, their eyes were already looking over there. Their ears also straightened. Unfortunately, other than the first few words, they didn't hear anything else. The two of them naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's technique and couldn't help but secretly regret it. However, when they were disappointed, Lu Yi's body actually emitted a faint brilliance in the dark night, attracting their attention again. At this time, Lu Yi left Xiao Hua's side and returned to the side of the fire. Although he didn't say anything, his face was filled with depression. After all, he was still a teenager. Although he said he didn't care, how could he not have thought about it after pondering for a long time? "Brother Lu." Without waiting for Lu Yi to sit down, Yuanya handed him a piece of roasted wild boar meat and said in a low voice, "Did the Immortal Master teach you a supreme divine ability?" Yuanya was originally this boring. This time, it was okay. He actually handed over a piece of meat before speaking. Lu Yi looked at Yuanya unhappily. He bit his lip, waved his hand, and said with a forced smile, "Brother Ya, Taoist elder gave me a medicinal pill. I'm not hungry now. You can eat this wild boar meat yourself." "Ah. An immortal pill?" Yuanya's eyes flashed with fanaticism. He looked at the roasted meat that he was drooling over just a moment ago. Now, he seemed to feel that it didn't have the same fragrance as before. Then, he asked again, "Brother Lu, your luck is really good. The Immortal Master actually gave you an immortal pill. Also, then, what did the Immortal Master teach you? Can you tell me?" Hearing Yuan Ya's repeated questions, Lu Yi almost wanted to cry. It wasn't easy to encounter an immortal opportunity, but he actually couldn't cultivate. That kind of disappointment was really unbearable. Chapter 32-31. Little brother, my aptitude is not good enough, I can't cultivate. Lu Yi said word by word, tears almost rolling in his eyes. "Ah." Yuanya was startled and hurriedly said with a smile, "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay if you can't cultivate, it's not bad to be able to accompany Immortal Master. Look at me, I want to accompany Immortal Master, but Immortal Master doesn't want me." At the end, Yuanya muttered to himself, I don't know what my aptitude is like." It seemed that Yuanya's words of comfort to Lu Yi were not the main point was the last sentence. Lu Yi curled his lips and slightly lifted his finger, saying in a low voice, "Whether your aptitude is good or not, little brother doesn't know. Look at this Taoist Xiao." Yuanya looked in the direction of Lu Yi's finger. Xiao Jian, who didn't say anything just now, was already holding a piece of roasted wild boar meat in his hand. He had already run in front of Xiao Hua. "Master." Yuanya was startled. He almost lost his voice and said in a low voice, He knows that Immortal Master Xiao doesn't eat the food of mortals." He. Lu Yi laughed and raised his hand, wiping away the tears that overflowed from his eyes. "But Immortal Master is still a human, not an immortal. Although Immortal Master doesn't eat, as a junior, you must have the attitude of a junior. That's right, Xiao Hua was still a human after all. Seeing Xiao Jian holding the fragrant wild boar meat and carefully asking him if he was willing to try this delicacy, he could only smile and wave his hand, saying, "You can eat it later. This old man doesn't eat meat anymore. Hee, this junior knows." Xiao Jian looked at the roasted meat in his hand and said with a smile, "Roasted meat is Ye's specialty, this junior couldn't help but want to let senior have a taste. After all, senior greatly increased the face of our Taoist sect yesterday, this junior has nothing to show respect to you, it's nothing." Xiao Hua heard this and didn't point it out. He smiled and said, "You saved this old man is just giving you a reward." Xiao Jian's face turned slightly red. He immediately thought of his face when he saw Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "That day, this junior lost his composure, please forgive me." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "What you did was normal, what crime is there? It's fine as long as I don't blame you." Xiao Jian smiled embarrassedly and casually glanced at Lu Yi in the distance. He said, "Senior, you really have the ability to see through people. Brother Lu is a clever person. If he can cultivate my Taoist cultivation technique, he might be of great help to you. His physique isn't suitable for cultivation. I'm afraid I can't teach him the basics of cultivation." Xiao Hua didn't hide anything. "Oh. His physique is not suitable for cultivation." Xiao Jian finally brought up the topic of cultivation. He was secretly delighted, but he still asked curiously, "I remember that when this junior was cultivating as a child, there was no such thing as a suitable physique?" "Oh, that's right." Xiao Hua slaps his own forehead and comes to a realization. Right now, it's the hidden immortal continent, not the daybreak continent. This world's spiritual energy, perhaps is different. Are people's aptitudes also different? Before this Xiao left the dawn rain continent, the heaven and earth spirit Qi seemed to have changed. Many disciples of the cultivation clans had their bloodlines awakened, and the cultivation sect's method of selecting disciples was no longer useful. Perhaps this Xiao's physique inspection technique is also no longer useful. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua looks at Xiao Jian and says, "Close your eyes and sit down. This old man will take a look, yes." Xiao Jian's voice is somewhat trembling. He hastily sits down and very skillfully crosses his legs. His two hands form a seal and place in front of his chest. The seal that Xiao Jian formed looks somewhat unfamiliar to Xiao Hua, but there is no doubt that this seal is the Dao sect's seal. In the past, Xiao Jian indeed cultivated Dao sect's cultivation technique. It's just that because he was unwilling to talk about it, it caused his cultivation to be crippled, right? Xiao Hua ponders for a moment. His hands rub again and several rays of light enter Xiao Jian's body. Then, similar rays of light appear on the surface of Xiao Jian's body. Sure enough, Xiao Hua inhales a breath. He knows that his guess is correct. Xiao Jian's physique is also a mixture of the 5 elements. It's not a cultivation physique. Since Xiao Jian can cultivate, then Lu Yi can also cultivate. There are only 2 questions left. One is what kind of cultivation technique Xiao Jian cultivates. The second is the hidden immortal continent's Qi refinement cultivation technique the same as the dawn rain continent's? Senior. When the rays of light on the surface of his body disappear, Xiao Jian opens his mouth and says, "Senior, what did you discover? Your physique is also not suitable for cultivation." Xiao Hua says indifferently. Xiao Jian is anxious, "Senior, you didn't discover anything else?" "No," Xiao Hua shakes his head. Then, he asks, "What is your cultivation technique? Can you tell this old man?" "Sorry." Xiao Jian slightly shakes his head, "Junior, cannot tell senior." Xiao Jian's answer is not out of Xiao Hua's expectation. He thinks for a moment and asks, "What kind of test did you go through? Did you choose different cultivation techniques according to the results of the test?" Junior does not need to go through the test. Xiao Jian replies, but Junior has seen different cultivation techniques. Among them, there is one that is effective for Junior. Junior chose that cultivation technique. Oh, Xiao Hua hears, slightly nods his head and says, call Lu Yi over. Yes. Yes. Xiao Jian sees Xiao Hua avoiding the topic and is somewhat helpless. He agrees and turns around to leave. Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua suddenly speaks. Xiao Jian is overjoyed and hurriedly turns his head. Senior, what instructions do you have? These are a few sweet dates. They are very good to eat. You and Yuanya can have one each. Xiao Hua says, and with a wave of his hand, 2 fist-sized red dates appear in his hand. He passes them to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian is really disappointed, but he still respectfully accepts and thanks Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua quickly returns to the side of the fire. Lu Yi was originally a bit sleepy, but when he hears Xiao Hua's call, he immediately becomes spirited again. He jogs in front of Xiao Hua and says, Daoist, what is the matter? He, I was a bit impatient. Seeing that Lu Yi's eyes are somewhat unable to open, Xiao Hua says with a smile, you go and rest. We will talk about it tomorrow morning. Yes, Lu Yi is very clever. After hearing Xiao Hua's order, he immediately takes out some bedding from the carriage. After giving it to Xiao Jian and Yuanya, he also lies down with his clothes on. In a moment, he enters a dream. In the dream, he rides a flying sword and gallops between heaven and earth. A trace of a smile also hangs on the corner of his mouth. The fire is extinguished, the night is deep. Even the faint wolf howls from a moment ago can no longer be heard. Only the snoring sound of Xiao Jian and the other 2 echoes in the darkness. This day is really too long. The experience of this day is enough for them to use a lifetime to recollect. They are indeed too tired. In the night, 2 eyes that are as bright as the stars in the sky are looking at the distance with great spirit. Xiao Hua does not seem to be sleepy. Instead, he mutters in a low voice, it's a bit strange. Could it be that the cultivation method of Hidden Immortal Continent's Taoist sect is really different from Dawn Rain Continent? But if it is not a 5 elements physique, how can one sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth? How can one draw spiritual energy into the body? Perhaps the cultivation method of Hidden Immortal Continent is unique and can let ordinary people sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This is also not very possible. The Taoist sect of the 3 continents has already declined, and the Taoist sect of Dawn Rain Continent is at its peak. Why can't the Taoist sect of Dawn Rain Continent find a way to do it? Also, the spiritual energy of Hidden Immortal Continent is exactly the same as Dawn Rain Continent. At least this Xiao did not discover any difference. All cultivation methods and secret techniques can be used here. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is denser than Dawn Rain Continent. I can only look for some Taoist Qi refining cultivation methods first. Let's see what the so-called foundation establishment, consecration, fusion, heart stirring, spirit stillness, and other realms are all about. Xiao Hua's gaze looks at Xiao Jian's figure not far away, and says with a smile, since you don't let this Xiao see, then this Xiao can't see. How can there not be Taoist sect cultivation methods in a place where there are vitality stones transactions? Now you want to provoke this Xiao's curiosity again and again, want this Xiao to take the initiative to ask about your story, but why should this Xiao enter the trap? Since you don't want to say, this Xiao will naturally not mention, this Xiao will also not take the initiative to check your meridians and dantian. Your enemy is an entire country. No matter how powerful this Xiao is, it is impossible for this Xiao to be the opponent of an entire country right now. When Lu Yi wakes up, the sky is already bright. He wipes away the saliva at the corner of his mouth with a very red face, then looks regretfully at Xiao Hua, who is already using the Big Dipper God fist in the distance, secretly hating himself for waking up too late. About 10 zhang to Lu Yi's left, Yuanya has already assumed a posture and is practicing with Xiaohua. It looks like he also has the appearance of a master. Lu Yi habitually touches his stomach. Sure enough, it is as Xiaohua said, the intense hunger that he usually feels when he wakes up in the morning did not attack him today, he still feels full like yesterday. Looking around, it seems that other than flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground in his dream last night, everything is like a dream. Lu Yi, Xiaohua calls from afar, follow this old man's movements, see if you can learn it. Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi is overjoyed, he hurriedly stares at Xiaohua's movements, his hands and arms dance at the same time. After half a meal, Xiaohua asks, Lu Yi, do you have any special feeling? Special feeling? Lu Yi is slightly dazed, he does not know what Xiaohua is talking about. Oh, that means there is no special feeling. Xiaohua looks at Lu Yi's blank expression, he knows that he did not really practice the Big Dipper God Fist, he says again, you stop, this old man has something to say to you. Yes, Lu Yi hurriedly stops his movements, he stands there very respectfully. But Yuanya, who is about 10 zhang, looks at Xiaohua, he opens his mouth to say something, but when he sees a flash of brilliance around Xiaohua and Lu Yi, he can only see Xiaohua's mouth moving, he can no longer hear Xiaohua's voice, Yuanya closes his mouth again. Inside the silent restriction, Xiaohua frankly and sincerely says to Lu Yi, this old man has never accepted a disciple before, you are the first one. This old man has never had the experience of teaching other people a cultivation technique from the beginning, therefore, yesterday's test seems to have some problems. Chapter 32-32. Seeing the joy in Lu Yi's eyes, Xiaohua hurriedly waves his hand and says, of course, this doesn't mean that you will definitely be able to cultivate. Don't be happy too early. I thought about it last night. Now I have several different cultivation methods. If you are willing, I can teach you one by one. You can see for yourself, which one is useful. Immortal Master. Lu Yi's gratitude in his heart is incomparable. He really couldn't imagine that he would be able to obtain several different cultivation methods. He can't help but call out, Immortal Master, and kneels on the ground. He is so excited that tears flow down, as if he wants to turn last night's depression into sobs. You don't have to be like this. Xiaohua says with a smile, I am only giving you some insignificant things. Whether you can step on this road in the future will depend on yourself. In particular, I am also doing an experiment on your body to see if my idea is correct. Taoist Xiao Lu Yi calms down and kneels on the ground and says, I know that I am not worthy to be Taoist Xiao's disciple. However, I have regarded Taoist Xiao as my senior since yesterday, the person closest to me in this world. Not to mention doing an experiment for Taoist Xiao, even if I have to sacrifice my life, so what? And, get up. Xiaohua looks at this clever child and says with a smile, just like yesterday, I will recite the cultivation method to you. Yes, Taoist Xiao. Lu Yi suppresses the excitement in his heart and simply doesn't get up. He directly uses his hands to support himself and sits down cross-legged. Then Xiaohua recites an earth attribute cultivation method to Lu Yi's ear 3 times. As expected by Xiaohua, Lu Yi is indeed smart. Xiaohua only needs to recite it once and Lu Yi already remembers it clearly. However, although this cultivation method is simple and crude, it is after all the real cultivation method of the Taoist sect. Lu Yi doesn't understand the meaning of it. Although he repeats it several times and remembers it without missing a word, he doesn't know when he will be able to draw in qi into his body. Lu Yi, you must remember this. This cultivation method cannot be easily revealed. You can only cultivate it by yourself. Xiaohua says again, now you must comprehend it yourself. First, you must be able to sense the qi of heaven and earth. When you reach this step, only then will you know if you can cultivate it or not. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Yes, I understand. Lu Yi was completely baffled by what he heard, but he didn't dare to say anything. His mind was only filled with the first layer of qi refining cultivation technique, and he silently recited it over and over again for fear of forgetting even half a word. Looking at Lu Yi's serious expression, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of himself back then. He thought to himself, this qi refinement technique was originally recorded in the language of Dawn Rain Continent. I wonder if it's suitable for me to use the language of Hidden Immortal Continent to speak about it. However, this Xiao has already used this cultivation method once last night, so it should be feasible. As for the rest, we'll talk about it at the auction. Lu Yi wanted to comprehend an aura refining technique, so the task of driving the carriage naturally fell on Yuanya's shoulders. Although the carriage wasn't small, it wasn't big either. It was filled with all sorts of things, so Xiaohua naturally didn't want to sit in it. Thus, he rode on Yuanya's horse and walked in front of the carriage. After leaving Longevity Town, the main road gradually became uneven. Although it was still wide, there were fewer people walking on it. There were more people riding horses and carriages. After a few days, there were almost no pedestrians. Instead, there were only some carriages and horses. Hidden Immortal Continent's Shi country wasn't as beautiful as Dawn Rain Continent's Shi country. Beside the main road were low hills. On top of the hills were some wild trees that were about 1 zhang tall. They were sparse and couldn't form a forest. Under the wild trees, the grass was also yellowed. There wasn't any verdant green. Occasionally, there was a dense mountain forest between a few hills. If one looked carefully, they weren't lush at all. The sun was hanging in the sky, mercilessly shining on the ground. The dust brought up by the galloping horses was blown up by the wind. When it hit one's face, they would feel a burst of annoyance. Yuanya narrowed his eyes. The reins in his hand were very stable as he controlled the carriage. He let the dust fall on his face and his open chest. This dust was raised by Xiao Jian's horse. It was just 2 zhang away from Yuanya's right hand. Xiao Jian seemed to be in a sorry state. His forehead was already covered in sweat. His back was also soaked with sweat. A layer of white marks appeared on his Daoist robe. Yuanya looked at Xiaohua on the horse in front of Xiao Jian. At this time, Xiaohua wasn't riding a horse like Xiao Jian. He was holding the reins and using the whip to urge the horse. Instead, he was simply sitting cross-legged. He only put the reins on the horse's neck and let the horse move on its own. However, this kind of strange posture made Yuanya feel incomparably harmonious. It was as if Xiaohua was a part of the horse and couldn't be separated. Therefore, not only did Xiaohua's horse run easily, it also ran the fastest. Sigh. Yuanya looked. He couldn't help but feel as if he was looking at a high mountain. For someone like Yuanya who had grown up in the jungle, the divine abilities that Xiaohua had displayed before were indeed shocking. However, it wasn't as profound as the unity of man and nature that Xiaohua displayed while riding a horse. He couldn't help but sigh. He turned his head and looked at Lu Yi who was comprehending the cultivation technique behind him. A kind of jealousy that he had never felt before spontaneously arose. In his heart, strength was supreme, whether it was in the jungle or in the arena. And Xiaohua was the most direct method to raise his strength to a level that he had always dreamed of. That's right. In Yuanya's heart, Xiaohua wasn't necessarily a teacher. He was just a method or path. Suddenly, a kind of vigilance arose in Yuanya's heart. It was as if there was an even more ferocious animal spying on him from behind. It immediately made all the hair on his body stand on end. Which immortal friend has come to visit? Please show yourself. Just as Yuanya was about to open his mouth to warn Xiaohua, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed the reins of the horse. He spoke in a very leisurely tone. Stop. Yuanya pulled the carriage with his arms and turned his head to look at the road they had come from. Immortal friend Xiao is indeed powerful. A voice that was full of praise but also a trace of disdain came from afar. At this time, Yuanya and the others were on a mountain ridge that wasn't very high. A winding mountain path extended from the bottom of the mountain ridge to the top of the mountain. At the end of the mountain ridge, a cloud of thick smoke was rapidly moving along the mountain path. When it reached the foot of the mountain, the faint sound of horses neighing could be heard. The thick smoke actually floated up from the mountain path and rushed towards Yuanya and the others. The sound of horses neighing could be heard. Yuanya felt a chill in his heart. His steel-like arms couldn't help but tremble. When he looked at the 4 fine horses, they were even more unbearable. Lie lie lie. The same neighing sound, but it was actually a sorrowful cry. The 4 horses' legs went soft and they collapsed on the ground, scared witless. Their 4 hooves trembled and they didn't dare to move. See. Yuanya jumped up and at the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Yi, who had his eyes closed, by the collar and easily landed on the ground. Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian naturally also easily floated down from the back of their horses. They looked back with some astonishment. When the black smoke flew closer, Yuanya's eyes narrowed and he coldly looked at it. It was a large and sturdy horse. It was about 10 feet tall and its entire body was pitch black. This large horse was very strange. Aside from a few extremely long manes, there were also strange scales covering its body. It looked like an ordinary armor. The black smoke came from the mouth and nose of this large horse. The black smoke rolled and brought with it countless sparks, enveloping the entire large horse. Looking at this strange black horse, there was a 10 feet tall strong man sitting upright. This strong man was as arrogant as the black horse. He was also covered in pitch black armor. Even the armor was emitting wisps of black smoke that enveloped his entire body. It was impossible to see this person's true appearance. The black horse fell from the sky without making a sound. Looking at the place where the black horse landed, the sparks from the black smoke had already melted the mountain rocks on the mountain path. The 4 hooves of the black horse seemed to be floating there. This one is Xiao Hua. Greetings, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua didn't release his divine sense. He calmly looked at the black horse and the person landing and cupped his hands. You are the Taoist Xiao Hua. A loud and clear voice came from the black smoke, carrying a trace of surprise. That's right, it is this one. Fellow immortal has chased me for so long from the immortal town. How should I address fellow immortal? Xiao Hua nodded and said. Hee hee. That person coldly laughed. The black smoke on his face scattered. His body slightly leaned forward and said in a low voice, This old man was sent by the small gold temple to kill you. With that, taking advantage of his body slightly leaning forward, that person stretched out his hand and actually took a 10 feet long snake spear that was as thick as a duck egg from a hook on the black horse. His 2 legs clamped on the black horse. The black horse jumped up from the ground. Black smoke and sparks filled the air. At the same time, that person waved his hand. The 8 feet long snake spear was like a bolt of black lightning that streaked across the sky. It carried the power of the person and the horse as it pierced towards Xiao Hua. Ah! Yuanya suddenly froze. His originally slightly squinted eyes instantly shrank to a point. He didn't know what others were feeling. He only knew that when the person on the horse waved the 8 feet long snake spear, waves of sonic booms came from the spear. The pitch-black lightning attracted all of his attention. His mind couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Yuanya believed that if he was facing this spear, there was absolutely no way he could dodge it. There was no other way but to die. Buddhist sex bald donkey, is really hateful. Yuanya's heart was filled with hatred. He looked at Xiao Hua with extreme worry. Woo! A sound like a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Then there was a loud bang. Yuanya felt a burst of pain in his ears. Then a wave of air rushed out from not far away. In an instant, his body was lifted up and he was sent flying towards the side of the mountain, lie. Without waiting for Yuanya to stabilize his body, an even louder horse's mournful cry sounded. The black horse that was previously incomparably arrogant seemed to have been struck by lightning. It trembled violently and quickly retreated. There was even more black smoke and sparks coming out of its mouth and nose. However, the black smoke around its body was blown away by the wave of air just now, revealing 4 slightly trembling hooves. Chapter 32-33. Looking at the black-armored man, he was in an even worse state than Yuanya. His body had been sent flying, and the 8-feet-long snake spear in his hand flew diagonally into the air. The black smoke that was originally protecting the black-armored man had now disappeared, revealing a large head under the armor. On the face of this head, there was a pair of broom-like eyebrows and 2 leopard eyes. Now, they were filled with horror. On the mountain path, Xiaohua's thin figure stood steadily. The wishful staff in his hand gently twirled one after another, as if the attack just now was child's play. He looked at the embarrassed man in black armor with a smile that was not a smile. Xiaohua said very easily, "If fellow immortal wants to test this Xiao's skill, then say it as soon as possible. If this Xiao didn't know that you don't have Buddhist telekinesis, your life would be left here today." Humph. The black-armored person coldly snorted. Black smoke rose from his body and seeped out from within the black armor, supporting his body that had lost its balance. Immediately, he waved his hand. The black smoke rushed out like a tentacle and wrapped around the snake spear that was about to land on the ground. At the same time, the black horse that he was sitting on stabilized and appeared below him. "This old man just wanted to see how strong you are. If we talk about fighting. Hee, how can this old man directly compete with you?" The black-armored man straightened his back. With a loud bang, several feet of black flames rushed out from his black armor. Amidst the black flames, a strange skeletal horse and skeleton flashed before disappearing. What was special was that the skeleton's eyes flashed with 2 pitch-black dots, and there was a kind of terrifying brilliance. Looking at the powerful black flames, Xiao Jian and the others couldn't help but tremble, and a kind of fear appeared in their eyes. Fortunately, the black flames on the man's black armor flickered in the air for a few breaths, and then quickly disappeared, slowly revealing the true face of the man in black armor. The man in black looked at Xiaohua with extreme dissatisfaction. "Fellow immortal and this Xiao are not enemies, there is no reason to fight to the death." A strange look flashed across Xiaohua's face. He looked at the man's weathered face and said with a smile, "This Xiao doesn't know why fellow immortal chased me all the way here from the immortal town. Is there something you need this Xiao for?" "I'm Xue Ping." The black-armored man's face turned serious as he hung his snake spear on the hook. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm the Left General of the country of Shi's Nanpu County. I'm currently the county governor's envoy in charge of disaster relief for the Longevity Town." "Oh, so it's General Xue." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and cupped his hands. "I wonder, what advice does General Xue have?" "This Xue has come for 3 matters." Xue Ping's gaze was like lightning as he shot a glance at Xiao Jian who was standing by the side. He said coldly, "The water race flooded Longevity Town on Liao River. This matter infuriated the county governor and he wishes to investigate the root of the problem. He wants to know which demon is so arrogant. As for that so-called princess of the water race, she came from the River Tide Temple. I, Xue, want to bring this Xiao Jian back to meet the county governor. If the king is enraged, I will bring this Xiao Jian before the king." "General Xue, you are mistaken." Xiao Jian was somewhat fearful, but he was abnormally calm in front of Xue Ping. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, he immediately pointed at Lu Yi who was standing by the side and said, "Although this old man is considered the abbot of the River Tide Temple, that girl was brought to the River Tide Temple by this young man named Lu Yi. This old man doesn't know the origin of that girl, so this matter has nothing to do with me." Oh. Xue Ping raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. 2 wisps of black smoke spewed out from his nostrils as he said loudly, "Is this true? If you dare to deceive this general can kill you right now." "My lord." Although Lu Yi's eyes were filled with fear, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Taoist Master Shao is right. Little Yun was indeed brought to the river-tide temple by this lowly one. However, this lowly one doesn't know the origin of little Yun. She was only picked up by this lowly one from Liao River." Lu Yi's voice was trembling as his teeth slightly chattered. Clearly, Xue Ping's terrifying black flames had frightened him. "All right then." Xue Ping laughed sinisterly. "Since you are the source, then follow this general back to Longevity Town." He. Seeing Lu Yi's footsteps moving towards the black horse despite his fear, Xiaohua sneered. "General Xue, if this Xiao hadn't left Jiangqing City, this Xiao wouldn't have cared how you treated Lu Yi. However, after leaving Jiangqing City, this Xiao has already taken Lu Yi in as a servant. His coming and going isn't up to him. You need to ask for this Xiao's opinion." "Fellow immortal Xiao." Xue Ping was stunned. He didn't expect Xiaohua to stand up for Lu Yi. He asked curiously, "Is this true? Whatever this Xiao says, is true." Xiaohua replied proudly. "Fellow immortal Xiao." Xue Ping hesitated slightly as if he didn't want to fall out with Xiaohua. He said faintly, "Liao River's water tribe flooded Longevity Town. This is something that has never happened in Nanpu County in the past 50 years. The prefectural governor is furious. I believe that the monarch's imperial edict will arrive soon. Lu Yi is the person involved. This matter is of great importance. This general came to Longevity Town on the orders of the prefectural governor to investigate the truth of the matter. I must bring Lu Yi back to Nanpu County." "Taoist." Lu Yi said timidly, "Please tell me where you are going. I will follow General Xue to Nanpu County and then look for Taoist. You are only my servant. You have no right to speak here." Xiaohua waved his hand and ignored Lu Yi. He looked at Xue Ping and said, "This old man has already told Mo Jianli the cause of this matter. Even if Lu Yi returns with you, the matter will still be the same. There won't be another word. This old man has a use for Lu Yi. I won't let you take him away." Hearing Xiaohua's words, Lu Yi silently lowered his head. He took a few steps back and stood beside Yuanya again. "Fellow immortal Xiao." Xue Ping was displeased. "This general sees that you are also of the Taoist lineage. That's why I'm talking nicely with you. If it were anyone else, fellow immortal Xue." Xiaohua's tone was the same. "This old man also sees that you are a Taoist itinerant cultivator. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't argue with you. Lu Yi is my servant. How can he leave with you just because you say so? If fellow immortal insists on letting Lu Yi go with you, then there's no need to talk about the other 2 matters. You." Xue Ping's eyes widened as he stared straight at Xiaohua. The black horse beneath him snorted and spewed out a lot of black smoke and sparks. Its front hooves kicked the mountain path and melted several deep marks into the ground. For a moment, the entire mountain path was silent. Even the wind had stopped. "Xiaohua, you are making things difficult for this old man." Xue Ping finally spoke. "Xue Ping, if something belongs to this old man, let alone a servant, even if it's a primordial stone, if this old man doesn't agree, no one can take it away." Xiaohua didn't back down and said indifferently, "This old man isn't making things difficult for you." "This old man? You call yourself this old man in front of me?" Xue Ping chuckled as if he was about to fly into a rage. Why would Xiaohua be afraid of him? He looked up and down. The wishful staff in his hand was still waving slowly. He looked completely lazy. "General Xue." Xiao Jian hurriedly said from the side, from what I know, Longevity Academy's principal Zhu Junfeng and the prefectural governor are old friends. Since Principal Zhu knew about this and didn't keep Lu Yi, then Mr. Zhu should be able to explain it to the prefectural governor. Moreover, Mr. Mo Jianli and the others from the Chongyun sect didn't mention this matter. General, there's no need to fuss over this matter. General, you came here for 3 matters. The first matter. I'm afraid it's not the most important, right? Let's talk about the 2 important matters first. Forget it. Xue Ping thought for a moment after hearing Xiao Jian's words. He waved his hand and said, Longevity Academy is in charge of Longevity Town. The prefectural governor basically doesn't interfere. It's just that this matter is too terrible and the prefectural governor can't ignore it. Since Mr. Mo knows about this matter, this general can also report this matter to the prefectural governor. He. Xiao Hua only smiled faintly and didn't even say a word of thanks. Since Xue Ping was given a way out, he said, of course, this general isn't afraid of fellow immortal Xiao. It's just that this general came to Longevity Town not only to investigate the truth of the matter, but also to take charge of the disaster relief of Longevity Town. When this general arrived, I heard from Principal Zhu that fellow immortal Xiao had donated 100,000 dan of rations. Not only did this solve the famine in Longevity Town, it also allowed this general to bring the remaining rations back and distribute them to other disaster areas. Therefore, this general chased after you to thank Daoist Xiao. As for the matter of your servant, this general won't pursue it on account of the rations. I'll have to trouble General Xue. Hearing that Xue Ping chased after him to thank him, Xiao Hua cupped his hands. This matter involves the people of Longevity Town. This Xiao is duty-bound, so there's no need to thank me. 100,000 dan of rations. Xiao Jian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. On the other hand, Yuanya and Lu Yi didn't have any concept of 100,000 dan, so they didn't have any reaction. Xue Ping touched his black armor and took out an inch-long vermilion jade pendant. He threw it to Xiao Hua and said, this is a reward personally issued by my Nanpu Prefecture's prefectural governor. Fellow immortal Xiao has contributed to the people of Longevity Town and donated rations. You can receive this reward. Also, this item has some uses in my country of Xi. Alright, Xiao Hua glanced at the ordinary jade pendant and nodded, keeping it in his pocket. What's the third matter, General Xue? Xue Ping glanced at Xiao Jian and the others on his left and transmitted his voice. Fellow immortal Xiao, this old man came here for official matters, but this last matter is a private matter. Oh. Fellow immortal, please speak. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and transmitted his voice back. This old man will first ask, does fellow immortal Xiao hold a position in other countries of hidden immortal continent? Xue Ping asked somewhat urgently. No. Xiao Hua seemed to understand Xue Ping's thoughts and shook his head slightly. This Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I like to be a free cloud and a wild crane. I don't like any restrictions. Chapter 32-34. Great, Xue Ping was about to clap his hands as he exclaimed, it's great that fellow immortal Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I wonder if fellow immortal Xiao is interested in the position of Nanpu County's right general. Xiao Hua laughed as he waved his hand, this Xiao has already said that I am an idle cloud and wild crane. I am used to being free and do not like any restrictions. Sigh, fellow immortal Xiao. Xue Ping laughed bitterly, 30 years ago, this old man had the same thoughts as you. I wanted to practice Dao techniques and refine my divine ability so that I could be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. However, reality is cruel. Our Daoist sect is already in the middle of the hidden immortal continent. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects are not fond of us. The primordial stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs that we need for cultivation are not easy to obtain. Especially Daoist cultivation techniques. Even if Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects destroy them, they will not fall into our hands. This old man cultivated to the third stage of the first grade primordial energy back then but was unable to advance any further. I thought of many methods but to no avail. Thus, I had no choice but to serve under Nanpu County's county governor. You see, in just 30 years, this old man has advanced from the third stage of the first grade primordial energy to the second stage of the second grade primordial energy. This is something that this old man did not even dare to think about in the past. This old man is unable to tell fellow immortal about the benefits within. However, fellow immortal can think about it. With the power of a county supporting your cultivation, how could you not advance by leaps and bounds? At least it is better than a rogue cultivator like you finding your own way, right? Xue Ping advised again, under Nanpu County's county governor, there is only this old man as the left general. The cultivation of the other Taoist cultivators are all shallow. This old man alone is unable to support them and is unable to contend against the other Buddhist sects and Confucian cultivators. When this old man arrived at Longevity Town, I heard Zhu Juanfeng's words and knew that fellow immortal's strength is immense and that you have the courage to defeat 10,000 men. I immediately rushed here to thank fellow immortal. If this benefit is not given to my Taoist fellow immortal, who else can it be given to? Secondly, I wish to ask fellow immortal to lend this old man a helping hand and become the right general of Nanpu County. With the two of us working together, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves in Nanpu County and even request for the position of general from the king. Not only will it make a name for itself in the country of Shi, it will also be extremely beneficial to our cultivation. When he spoke up to hear, Xue Ping sighed again. Actually, in the end, it's because I've seen too few Taoist disciples, and it's even rarer to see a disciple who can charge into battle like fellow Taoist. I can't let go of this opportunity. He. Xiao Hua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only chuckles and says, "Many thanks for General Xue's good intentions. This Xiao really can't go back with you. This Xiao has more important things to do. General Xue, please pay more attention to the right general. Fellow immortal Xiao, are you really not going to reconsider?" Xue Ping seemed to have the intention of recruiting him. That strike from the first time they met had left an extremely deep impression on him. No need. If General Xue has nothing else, then this Xiao will take his leave. We will meet again someday. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Fellow immortal Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's resolute reply, Xue Ping knew that he couldn't keep Xiao Hua, so he hurriedly said, since fellow immortal isn't willing to be the right general, then this Xue doesn't dare to force it. However, this Xue has something to ask fellow immortal for help next year. I wonder if fellow immortal is interested. Xiao Hua frowned and immediately thought of the treasure hunt in the West Sea. He looked at Xue Ping and smiled bitterly. General Xue, could it be that you've discovered another lost treasure somewhere? Ah. Fellow immortal. Xue Ping was shocked and asked curiously, fellow immortal knows. What does this Xiao know? Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, this Xiao isn't interested in treasure hunting. General Xue should find someone else. Sigh, fellow immortal, do you think this old man doesn't want to find someone else? Xue Ping smiled bitterly. This old man is familiar with some Taoist disciples, but they are all useless. The one with profound cultivation is a Confucian disciple, and that place happened to be a Taoist ruin. I heard that there are ancient elixirs hidden inside that are extremely beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. This old man also needs to prepare for the bottleneck of the second grade of essence force. Second grade of essence force ah. Xiao Hua muttered to himself and thought, this hidden immortal continent is very strange. How could Taoist be exterminated by them? What is the truth behind it? If this Xiao wants to return to the Dawn Rain continent, these Taoist ruins are probably the same as the Buddhist ruins on the Dawn Rain continent. I have to take a look, right? If a mere second-grade essence force cultivator can take a look, then what's wrong with this Xiao going? After all, the Taoist sects in the hidden immortal continent have already declined. It's good to be able to help a Taoist disciple. Alright. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This Xiao can lend you a hand. However, this Xiao also has a matter to trouble General Xue. Please speak. Xue Ping didn't find it strange at all and smiled. If fellow immortal Xiao has any conditions, feel free to state them. You and I are villains before gentlemen. Xiao Hua waved his hand. It's not much of a condition. It's just that this Xiao is looking for a place called Lu Town. If General Xue can help this Xiao find a place called Lu Town in the hidden immortal continent, this Xiao will definitely help you. Xue Ping took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Hua. His expression was strange, but he couldn't tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he sneered again. Fellow immortal Xiao, are you making fun of this old man? If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Why make such a boring condition? Who knows how many countries there are in the 9 great provinces of the hidden immortal continent? Who knows how many villages and towns there are? How can this old man find the Lu town you're looking for in the vast sea of villages and towns? Sigh, it's really not as simple as this Xiao and Xiao Jian thought. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and spoke again. General Xue is wrong. This Xiao isn't lying. This Xiao is indeed looking for Lu town. Since General Xue is the left general of the country of Xi's Nanpu County, you must have some conveniences in this area. Alright, Xue Ping saw that Xiao Hua wasn't speaking nonsense and nodded slightly. This Xue can help you search, but this old man is powerless. I'll search as much as I can, right? In that case, many thanks to General Xue. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and added another sentence. How about this, if General Xue is only searching in Yuzhou, then how about adding a sect called Misty Sect? Misty Sect? What sect is that? Confucian or Taoist? Xue Ping frowned again and asked patiently. This Xiao also doesn't know. Xiao Hua spread his hands and smiled bitterly. This Xiao is also helping others search. Since you can help this Xiao can also help General. Alright. Xue Ping nodded. If it's only Yuzhou, this Xue can give it a try. Since General Xue has promised this Xiao, then this Xiao will also promise General Xue. When this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go to Nanpu County to look for you. How about that? Xiao Hua didn't dawdle and agreed very swiftly. Great! Xue Ping clapped. With fellow immortal Zhao's help, this matter will be settled. As he spoke, Xue Ping took out a pitch-black token from his armor and handed it to Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal Xiao, this is this old man's token. When you come to Nanpu County next year, you can use this to find this old man. This old man will return today and make preparations. I will quietly await Immortal Senior's arrival in my residence. Alright. Xiao Hua grabbed the token and said, when this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go look for General. Alright, this Xue will take his leave. Xue Ping bowed on the horse and patted the back of the black horse's neck. The black horse raised its head and neighed. Black smoke and sparks spewed out from its nose and mouth. Black fog also appeared from its 4 hooves. It carried Xue Ping and charged into the air towards Longevity Town. This Xue Ping didn't dare to jump off the black horse from start to finish. Xiao Hua sneered as he watched the black fog fly away. It's not only because he's wary of this Xiao, but also because his cultivation is connected to this black horse. This kind of cultivation method seems to be somewhat similar to Huan Country's beast cultivation method. Seeing Xue Ping fly away with the black horse, Xiao Hua retracted his gaze. The 4 horses that had collapsed on the ground due to the black horse's arrival now stood up again. They all snorted and sweat dripped from their bodies. It was obvious that they were extremely frightened. Damn it, what kind of monster is this black horse Xue Ping? Could it be a demon from the thousand-beast sacred realm? With this horse, is there still a need to fight on the battlefield? As long as this horse neighed a few times, wouldn't the other horses collapse on the ground? His title of Left General is truly a waste. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that the horse couldn't even pull the carriage. Yuanya, pack up. We'll rest here for a while. Xiaohua saw that there was no way to leave and could only instruct. Yes. Yuanya's reply was always concise. Lui walked over with a nervous expression and said in a low voice, Taoist priest, this little one thanks you. Humph, go and comprehend it. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him. If you can't even comprehend such a simple incantation, you might as well have been taken away by that charcoal head. Being this old man's servant, is truly shameful. Yes, this little one will continue to comprehend. Lu Yi's somewhat long face immediately smiled and hurriedly went to help Yuanya tidy up the horses. However, how could Yuanya allow him to do so? He was still chased to the side and sat there, closing his eyes to continue his interrupted comprehension. Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian walked over and said with a smile, although Xue Ping's actions are somewhat reckless, what he said is extremely true. Senior Xiao should agree to head to Nanpu County. Oh. Xiaohua raised his brows and said with a smile, if what fellow Taoist Xiao said is the same as Xue Ping, then there's no need to say anything. This Xiao has his own plans. This Xiao doesn't care about the few conditions he mentioned. If you have other ideas, feel free to say them. Xiao Jian was somewhat embarrassed. He knew that Xiaohua was very dissatisfied with him for pushing Lu Yi out. However, in reality, Xiao Yun was brought to the Tidal River Temple by Lu Yi. If he didn't hear Xiaohua and the others mention it on the way, he wouldn't have known that Xiao Yun was the princess that the Water Tribe wanted. Xiaohua was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Jian, and Xiao Jian himself felt wronged. Chapter 32-35. Junior doesn't know about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the Pure Land. Xiao Jian smiled, but on the hidden immortal continent, if one wants to make a name for himself, whether it's a Confucian cultivator or a Taoist, one must have a strong backing. Otherwise, it's impossible to step into the ranks of cultivation. Especially my Taoist. Right now, you can teach Lu Yi the basic incantation and let him enter the foundation building stage. However, if he doesn't have the support of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills, I'm afraid it will be impossible for him to reach the enlightenment and fusion stages by himself. Senior has already cultivated to the third level of origin energy and is the target of recruitment for the prefectural governors and monarchs of various countries. Senior can take advantage of this. No need to say more. Xiaohua waved his hand, this Xiao has no interest in this matter. Yes, Junior understands. Xiao Jian hurriedly shut his mouth, but after thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, actually, Senior can also hand over the matter of finding Lu Zhen to Xue Ping. The country of Xi is neither big nor small in Yu province and has a good relationship with the nearby countries. It's hard to say about other provinces, but Yu province should be able to find out. This old man has already entrusted it to him. Xiaohua said indifferently, oh, by the way, it seems like you're very familiar with the situation in Yu province. Yes, Junior did a lot of homework in this area back then. Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with joy. He finally got the words he wanted to say. Oh, then let this old man ask you. Xiaohua seemed to be interested, how many Taoist sects do you know? How many Taoist rogue cultivators do you know? This. Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiaohua to suddenly ask this and was somewhat caught off guard. However, he hesitated slightly and smiled bitterly, Senior, you know that Taoist sects are not allowed to be established on the hidden immortal continent. How do you want Junior to answer? Hiss. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. To be honest, for the past 10 days, he had been trying to find out the specific situation of the Taoist sects in the hidden immortal continent. However, until now, he hadn't seen a cultivator with a cultivation level that could directly talk to him. Not to mention Xiao Jian, even Xue Ping just now was only at the Foundation establishment realm. Their strength determined their vision, they wouldn't give Xiao Hua a real answer. However, Xiao Hua still did not expect that on the hidden immortal continent, the situation of the Taoists was so bad. Of course, this situation was much better than when the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators were on Dawn Rain continent. Xiao Hua's eyes turned again, and he said with a smile, not on the surface, but in the dark. This. I don't know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. When I stepped into Taoist cultivation, I was already warned. He could cultivate, but he absolutely could not establish a sect. If he did, the Confucian cultivators would definitely send people to exterminate him. This was the iron law of the hidden immortal continent. Is that bullshit immortal Buddha grand ceremony supposed to be like this? Then why do you still want to cultivate Tao techniques? Why didn't he choose Confucian cultivation? Even the Buddhist sect is better than the Taoist sect. Xiao Hua asked with a smile that was not a smile. I'll let Senior know. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This isn't something that Junior can choose. My single young kingdom was founded on Taoism, and I was chosen to be the crown prince since young. Of course, I have to cultivate Qi and cultivate Taoism. Ah. Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously, what? Taoism is not allowed to establish a sect, but if you establish a country with Taoism, you can. That means, there are many countries supported by Taoism in the hidden immortal continent. Indeed. Xiao Jian nodded. But Senior is too optimistic. In the hidden immortal continent, most of the countries are established by Confucian cultivators, and there are very few Taoists. And now, there are a few, replaced by the Buddhist sect. That's really strange. Xiao Hua was especially puzzled. This was somewhat illogical. Could it be that, it's okay for this old man to support a country? Of course you can. There is no doubt. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up, and he said with certainty, with Senior's current cultivation, you can barely be the state teacher of a country. If your cultivation is a bit higher, you can naturally control a country with your own will. He. Xiao Hua smiled. I'm afraid it's not that simple, right? Is the king willing? Xiao Jian showed some awkwardness and said with a smile, of course it has to be mutually willing. Moreover, being the state teacher is different from being the left general. You have to contend with the nearby countries, and you have to help the king expand his territory. Forget it. It's not tiring enough. Xiao Hua waved his hand, seeming very dull. But if you stop the state teacher and control a country, you can easily get all the things you need for cultivation. Xiao Jian was a bit anxious and quickly explained. My cultivation is still shallow, so I don't dare to think too much. Xiao Hua raised his head and said, Yuanya has already prepared the carriage, let's hurry. Yes, Xiao Jian was a little dejected. It was not easy for him to say some of his thoughts in the conversation just now, but he was mercilessly interrupted by Xiao Hua again. He really did not know why Xiao Hua, who looked very approachable, was so good to the ruffian Lui and was equally good to the uneducated Yuanya. Why didn't he want to listen to his thoughts? In the following few days, the number of carriages decreased, as if they had entered a remote village. Xiao Hua thought that next, the main road would be replaced by a small road, and the small road would be replaced by a wasteland. He was afraid that he could only ride a horse and walk. However, in less than 2 days, the number of carriages increased again. The main road did not show any signs of narrowing, but instead became more spacious and flat. While Xiao Hua was feeling a bit strange, before he could ask Xiao Jian, he saw that several li away in front of him was a large and magnificent river. Above the river, there was a stone bridge that spanned across both sides. Soldiers that had never been seen in the past 10 days were now standing on both sides of the bridge, wearing neat armor and holding bright weapons in their hands. They were valiant and high-spirited. Xiao Jian, where is this? What kind of bridge is this? Why is it so important? Xiao Hua was a bit puzzled. When he got closer, he asked Xiao Jian, "You actually need to send so many soldiers to guard it?" "I'll let Senior know." Xiao Jian looked up. This is the border of the country of Xi. This river is called Fanli River, which is the border between the country of Xi and the country of Jiasa. The people of Xi call this bridge Fanji Bridge, while the country of Jiasa calls it Libei Bridge. This bridge connects the country of Xi and the country of Jiasa, so the two countries naturally have to send a large number of soldiers to guard it. As long as we cross this bridge, we will reach the border of the country of Jiasa. Ah! Xiao Hua almost cried out, This is the border of the country of Xi. Xiao Jian, tell this old man, this country of Xi, how big is it? At this moment, Xiao Hua finally realized that he was a country bumpkin. He always thought that the country of Xi was as big as the country of Xi in the cultivation world. Who would have thought that after walking for a few days, he actually walked, yes, walked, not flew, and reached the border of the country of Xi. Thinking back to a few days ago when he casually brushed off Xue Ping didn't suspect him at all. It turns out that Xue Ping knew that he could rush back to the country of Xi next year. Even if he had to walk. Xiao Jian clearly didn't understand Xiao Hua's astonishment and replied curiously, previously, this junior has already told senior that the country of Xi is considered a medium-sized country in the Yu province. It should have a radius of 1,000 li. Nanpu County is also the county closest to the country of Jiasa. Although Longevity Town is also the closest town to the country of Jiasa, it is still about the same. As for the country of Jiasa, according to what this junior knows, its radius is only about 800 li, smaller than the country of Xi. And on the other side of the country of Jiasa is the country of Bronze Pillar. The country of Bronze Pillar is rich in bronze and its territory is twice the size of the country of Xi. It should be about 2,000 li. It is said that the country of Bronze Pillar is currently fighting with its neighbor country of Jiang. If there are no accidents, the country of Bronze Pillar should be able to win. Then, after the country of Bronze Pillar annexes the country of Jiang, it will expand to about 3,000 li. Damn it, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua almost roared from the bottom of his heart. No wonder this hidden immortal continent has provinces as the boundary. It is within these provinces that the countries are divided. It turns out that these countries are all extremely small and can't be compared to the countries of Xi, Meng and Lian on the Xiaoyu continent. If this is the case, not to mention one country, even if this Xiao supports 5 or 10 countries, so what? It's just a territory of 10,000 li. Looking at Xiao Hua's green and red face, Xiao Jian didn't know what Xiao Hua was thinking. Xiao Hua didn't say anything and he didn't dare to ask. However, when he saw the side of the bridge, the line of carriages waiting for the soldiers to inspect and pay, he immediately understood. He hurriedly explained, Senior, although we need to pay taxes to cross the border between the two countries, we are Taoist disciples. Yuanya and Lu Yi are considered our servants, there is no need to pay for them. Senior, you don't need to worry. Am I that stingy? Xiao Hua unhappily glared at Xiao Jian, but he was still very surprised. It was just a short period of 10 days, how could Xiao Jian know that he was stingy? Yes, yes. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied. Oh, that's right, this Jiasa country is only 800 li, it's a small country. Then why is the Copper Pillar country giving up so much? Xiao Hua asked, puzzled. Xiao Jian understood something and said with a smile, didn't this junior already say it before? Every country has an imperial advisor and the others, and even has the support of various Confucian sections. Although this Jiasa country is small, it should have the support of the Chongyun sect and other Confucian sects, so the Copper Pillar country does not dare to invade. As for the country of Jiang, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be supported by a Daoist senior. At this point, Xiao Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness, and he added, of course, in the past few decades, the Buddhist sect has infiltrated the hidden immortal continent too quickly. Perhaps the situation in the country of Shi has long exceeded this junior's knowledge, and there is a high possibility that there is an expert from the Buddhist sect secretly presiding over the country of Jiang. No matter where you go, power, benefits, and strength cannot be separated. Xiao Hua sighed and did not ask any more questions. Chapter 32-36. Just as Xiao Jian said, there were many carriages and merchants waiting to be inspected by the Shi soldiers. They passed through the border and entered the bridge. Meanwhile, Xiao Jian spurred his horse on, not even bothering to line up. He galloped through the center of the road, heading towards the soldiers who were holding weapons and guarding the bridge. Daoist priest, please wait. One of the soldiers walked out and raised his hand, shouting, please take out the official document for inspection. Boundless holy man. Xiao Jian called out his Daoist name. He reached into his bosom and took out a square jade clip. He handed it over and said with a smile, this is my official name. Please check it, General. Daoist priest, please wait a moment. The soldier took the jade clip without looking at it and hurried towards the side of the bridge where several tents were located. Not long after, a strong man wearing armor with a sword hanging from his waist quickly walked over with the jade clip in his hand. He bowed and said, this general, Li Xianyu, greets Daoist priest Xiao. I, Xiao Jian, greets General Li. Xiao Jian's face was indifferent. He raised his left hand and saluted, saying, I brought my disciples and seniors to travel around Yu province. At this moment, we are heading towards Jia Sa country. Please make an exception for us. Daoist priest Xiao, you can naturally bring your disciples to Jia Sa country. This general only needs to inspect the carriage. Li Xianyu looked at Xiao Jian, then looked at Xiao Hua and the others, and said with a smile, but you only wrote Daoist Xiao and a boy named Yuanya in the official document. There are still a few blanks left behind, and the remaining two boys, how dare you? Xiao Jian shouted, raising his hand. He looked at Xiao Hua very respectfully and said, this is the senior of this old man's sect, how can this old man's name be written on this old man's official document? Ah! This general greets immortal master. Li Xianyu was shocked and hurriedly bowed in front of Xiao Hua. After all, for a young man to be called a senior by an old man, this young man immediately had the demeanor of an immortal master. Xiao Hua nodded and waved his hand. Li Xianyu couldn't help but stand up. Immortal. Immortal elder. Li Xianyu straightened up, swallowed his saliva, and said nervously, I know that immortal master is a senior expert, but, does immortal master do you have an official document? This old man doesn't have any official documents. Xiao Hua shook his head, this old man also doesn't need any official documents. This. Li Xianyu gritted his teeth and said awkwardly, the order I received is that, anyone who comes from the border in front of me must either pay customs duties or, have an official document. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded, this old man won't make things difficult for you, senior. Xiao Jian smiled and said, as long as you fly over this bridge, you won't have to pay any tariffs. Humph. Xiao Hua unhappily looked at Xiao Jian. He clapped his hand and took out a low-grade spirit stone, throwing it to Li Xianyu and said, this old man doesn't have the gold and silver used in the secular world. This is a primeval stone, what do you think? Immortal master. Li Xianyu didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so amiable and actually take out a celestial stone. He hurriedly and carefully caught it, smiling apologetically, you don't have to do this. The order is just to prevent people from pretending to be outsiders. Since Immortal Master is an outsider, you naturally don't have to pay customs duties. How can this old man take back what he took out? Xiao Hua said indifferently, you are also a general of a region, so you still have to abide by this order. Besides, this old man doesn't care about a single primeval stone. Yes, yes, this little one understands. Li Xianyu lowered his head. Can this old man leave now? Xiao Hua asked politely again. Li Xianyu hurriedly stretched out his hand and pulled the reins of Xiao Hua's horse, saying respectfully, this little one will send Immortal Master over. He, thank you for your trouble. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. Damn it, a single primeval stone. It's gone just like that. Xiao Jian watched as Li Xianyu put the primeval stone into his pocket. His eyes turned into hooks, wanting to hook the primeval stone out of Li Xianyu's pocket. He complained in his heart. Li Xianyu led Xiao Hua's horse all the way to the middle of the bridge before stopping. He bowed and said, Immortal Master, after crossing this bridge, the border of Jia Sa country will be there. This little one doesn't dare to cross, so this little one can only send you here. Okay, thank you General Li. Xiao Hua nodded his head and patted the horse. The horse took small steps and crossed the blood-red mark in the middle of the bridge. At this moment, wah-ha! A burst of noise that sounded like the chirping of birds came from the distant horizon. At the same time, a gust of wind blew, causing the various flags on the bridge to flutter in the wind. Lie lie lie. The pitiful horse let out a mournful cry, as if it was extremely scared. It kicked its 4 hooves and was about to rush down the bridge. Humph! Xiao Hua frowned and coldly snorted. The horse immediately felt its body become heavier. Don't talk about running, it couldn't even stand stably. Just as the horse was about to collapse on the ground, Xiao Hua floated down and patted the horse. The horse obediently lay down on the bridge. Caw caw caw. The sound of birds chirping turned into a burst of horse laughter. It came from the right side of the bridge. A black cloud flew over from there and quickly passed by everyone's eyes. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and saw an extremely ugly demon within the black cloud. Its body was covered in black fur, but it was holding an almost naked woman in its embrace. The woman was as beautiful as a flower, her skin was whiter than snow. Her lotus-like arms were wrapped around the demon's neck. The black and white contrast between the two people was extremely clear within the black cloud. These two people didn't seem to care about the secular people on the ground at all. They seemed to be teasing them as they rushed forward and disappeared. See? This. Isn't that a demon? Xiao Hua was a little shocked. Looking at the trembling Li Xianyu not far away, he asked curiously, how can it come and go so freely in Jia Sa country and Shi country? Good, Senior Immortal knows. Li Xianyu lowered his voice and said, this demon is not from my Shi country. In the middle of Jia Sa country, Bronze Pillar country and Jiang country, there is a black cloud ridge. It is a place that the 3 countries are unable to take care of. If I'm not wrong, this demon should be from the Black Cloud Ridge. Oh, Senior Immortal, if you go to Bronze Pillar country, you naturally won't be able to, but if you still want to go from Bronze Pillar country to Jiang country, then you will have to pass by the Black Cloud Ridge. Senior Immortal must be careful. I heard that many people have been buried there. Yes, this old man knows. Xiao Hua nodded. He floated onto the horse and was about to enter Jia Sa country. Senior Immortal, Senior Immortal. Another voice came from behind Xiao Hua and the rest. Oh. Xiao Hua turned his head to look, only to see an old man with white hair and a beard catching up to them while panting. Xiao Hua looked at the old man and frowned. It was obvious that this was an old man from the secular world. He looked to be around 60 years old. To be honest, compared to Xiao Hua's age, he was really like a child. However, Xiao Hua looked to be in his 20s. When facing this kind of white-haired old man, he felt a kind of pressure in his heart. He would naturally call him an old man, and would also naturally call him a brat. Could this be the legendary judging a book by its cover? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly to himself. What's the matter, old man? Fortunately, before Xiao Hua could speak, Xiao Jian had already stood in front of Xiao Hua. Greetings, Taoist. The old man bowed respectfully. This old man is Qi Jin from the Sun Hai Trading Company. I came to look for Taoist. There is something I would like to discuss with Taoist. As he spoke, the old man glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian frowned and said curiously, I and the others don't have a place to stay, and we don't have any training grounds. If old man has any wish to fulfill, I'm afraid I and the others won't be able to satisfy it. Taoist. Qi Jin's face had a trace of pleading as he said in a low voice, this old man doesn't want to pray for the gods. This old man has another matter to discuss with Taoist. If possible, I would like to ask Taoist to cross the bridge with your master and wait by the roadside. This old man will explain everything. As he spoke, Qi Jin took out a small silver ingot and stuffed it into Xiao Jian's hand. He said, in addition, my Sun Hai Trading Company will pay for the customs for Taoist and the others to enter Jia Sa country. I only hope that Taoist can hear about this matter. Xiao Jian touched the silver ingot and felt it was slippery. His heart was already blooming with joy. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Senior, what do you think? He, you have already agreed, so why ask this old man? Xiao Hua smiled. At this time, he already had a plan for the road ahead. Everything was just a kind of experience. No matter what the old man's request was, in Xiao Hua's eyes, it might not be difficult. Even Xiao Hua had some intuition that it was related to the evil spirit in the black clouds. Ai's master has agreed. I will wait for you at the front. Xiao Jian looked at the many carriages lined up behind the old man and knew that this was the Sun Hai Trading Company's fleet. It would take them a lot of time to cross the border. Yes, thank you Taoist, thank you immortal. Qi Jin was overjoyed at the unexpected good news. He bowed and hurriedly ran to the back. Following his shouts, a burst of laughter rang out. Some of the people next to the carriages saluted Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua didn't care about these people's thanks. Instead, he asked in astonishment, Xiao Jian, could it be that, after crossing the border between Xi and Jia Sa country, not only do we have to pay customs in Xi, but also in Jia Sa country? Senior. Xiao Jian pulled the reins of his horse and followed Xiao Hua down the bridge. He explained, that's right. However, people and goods are different. People only have to pay 10 copper coins for crossing the border, while goods have to pay according to the value of the goods. Isn't this robbery? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the perverted sea beast he encountered in the West Sea. What was the difference between this and a sea beast? If there was any difference, it would be that they were openly using the banner of righteousness, making it impossible for people to avoid. Chapter 32-37. Senior, this is different. If the goods of Sun Hai Trading Company are bought in Xi, there must be an official document to pay the tax. Here, there is no need to pay. If the Sun Hai Trading Company is passing through Xi, they have already paid the tax when entering Xi. When leaving Xi, there is no need to pay again. Xiao Jian explained with a smile, however, looking at Qi Jin's appearance, it seems that they have traded in Xi. Moreover, there is no official document to pay the tax. At the border, they must pay a certain percentage of the tax. Then when they enter Jia Sa country, they must pay the tax. Xiao Hua asked. That is natural. This tax is from Xi, the other side is from Jia Sa country. Xiao Jian nodded. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion, alas, this business is not easy. The tax is an important part of a country's income and expenditure. It is impossible to exempt it. Xiao Jian said with familiarity, of course, it is not only for business, but also for anything in this world. Even if it is to be the ruler of a country. While speaking, several people went down the bridge. Sure enough, under the bridge, there were some people similar to the soldiers of Shi. However, their armor and flags were completely different. Everyone entered the border of Jia Sa country. Half a mile away from the bridge, there was a tea shed. Xiao Hua looked at the scorching sun above his head and ordered them to rest near the tea shed. After waiting for a full meal's time, they saw nearly 20 carriages led by Qi Jin coming out of the soldiers' blockade. When Qi Jin saw the carriages parked in front of the tea shed, the disappointment on his face immediately disappeared. He urged the horse under him and hurriedly brought a man dressed in martial arts clothes to the tea shed. There were not many people in the tea shed. Xiao Hua and the other three were sitting at a shabby table. Except for Yuanya, who was drinking cup after cup of tea, the other three closed their eyes and did not speak. Taoist. Qi Jin rushed into the tea shed. He originally wanted to talk to Xiao Hua, but after thinking for a moment, he walked to Xiao Jian and cupped his fist. Our humble trading company has too many goods. It is a bit troublesome to pass the customs. Sorry for the long wait. No matter. Xiao Jian opened his eyes and smiled, we are just traveling. Whether we walk or lie down, it is all cultivation. This wait is nothing. Taoist is really a master. What you said is really profound. Qi Jin looked at Xiao Jian with an extremely admiring gaze. This old man and the others have worked so hard for Adu's item. I don't know when we'll be free. When it's time to be free, you'll definitely be free. When you can't be free, just say it. Xiao Jian was much more familiar with these words than Xiao Hua. Yes, this old man understands. Qi Jin put his palms together sincerely. However, when he saw Xiao Jian's unfriendly expression, he immediately understood. He put his palms down awkwardly and pointed at the burly man beside him. Escort Chen, this is the Taoist Xiao I mentioned just now. Come and meet him. I'm Chen Kai from Fu Wei Escort Agency. Nice to meet you, Taoist masters. The burly man stood up and cupped his fists in greeting. His voice was loud and clear, but there was a valiance and unwillingness in his eyes. Boundless holy man, Chen Zhuang, greetings. Xiao Jian seemed to understand something and returned the greeting with a smile. He then looked at Qi Jin and said, Elder Qi, what do you mean by this? This. Qi Jin was a little embarrassed and explained his intentions. It was as Xiao Jian had expected. The distance from the border of Jia Sa country to the nearest city was about 100 miles. There was a section of the mountain road that was quite dangerous. There were 3 groups of mountain bandits alone. These mountain bandits often went down the mountain to rob, and the merchants passing by were all terrified. Jia Sa country had sent troops to kill them several times, but they returned without success. In the end, they simply ignored them and let these mountain bandits fend for themselves. Since the mountain bandits were born, how could they be destroyed? Although the leader and number of the mountain bandits were constantly changing, these mountain bandits had become a malignant tumor at the border of Jia Sa country. Unfortunately, there was only one main road from the kingdom of Shi to the kingdom of Jia Sa. On the left side of the mountain road, there was an impassable forest. Therefore, even if a merchant like the Sunhai Trading Company knew that there were bandits here, they could only brace themselves and pass through. At best, they could hire more armed escorts like the Fu Wei Escort Agency to protect their own trading company. Qi Jin had just seen the Shi general's unusual respect for Xiao Hua, so he had a sudden idea to ask Xiao Hua and the others to protect him through this section of the mountain road where the mountain bandits were rampant. Although Xiao Hua and the others were not escorts, Qi Jin's lack of trust in Fu Wei Escort Agency and his behavior of seeking medical treatment halfway through the journey made Escort Chen extremely dissatisfied. Chen Kai didn't say anything, but how could Xiao Jian not see the disdain and even a faint hostility in his eyes? He had seen this kind of look in Zen Master Ming Yu's eyes more than once. If I had known, I wouldn't have collected Qi Jin's silver. Xiao Jian was somewhat regretful. After listening to Qi Jin's explanation, he already understood that these mountain bandits couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, they lived so freely at such a close distance to the border. If it weren't for the fact that they had nothing to do with the border guards of Jia Sa country, Xiao Jian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. As for Qi Jin's intention, Xiao Jian was even more aware. Qi Jin didn't necessarily want to rely on their martial strength. What he valued was Li Xianyu's respect for Xiao Hua. Qi Jin thought that since they were familiar with Li Xianyu and the others, when they encountered the mountain bandits ahead, they would definitely make the mountain bandits hesitate. As for this reason, Qi Jin couldn't tell Chen Kai or Xiao Jian directly. He could only use a probing tone to ask Xiao Jian and the others to protect them. Damn it, we're all smart people. After Xiao Jian felt regretful, he subconsciously looked at Xiao Hua. It was obvious that they couldn't have any relationship with the border guards. Li Xianyu's respect was for Xiao Hua and that piece of vitality stone. Facing the mountain bandits, not to mention himself, even Yuanya might not be able to protect himself. How could Xiao Jian dare to make a decision? Oh. Escort Chen, contrary to Xiao Jian's expectations, a trace of joy flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He asked, "Let this old man ask you, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency?" Lotus Escort Agency? A trace of vigilance flashed across Chen Kai's eyes. He asked curiously, "Daoist knows the people of the escort agency. Tell this old man, do you know the Lotus Escort Agency?" Hearing Chen Kai's answer, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed. He seemed to be somewhat ecstatic as he asked hurriedly. Chen Kai shivered. Xiao Hua's gaze was like lightning, as if it pierced into his heart, giving him a big fright. The dissatisfaction in his heart had long been thrown out of the highest clouds. He hurriedly replied, "Good, immortal elder knows. This one has never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency." Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly, appearing extremely dissatisfied. Immortal elder. Chen Kai's forehead was somewhat sweaty. Facing Xiao Hua's dissatisfaction, he felt an indescribable feeling of oppression and powerlessness. It was as if facing Xiao Hua was a huge mountain that could crush him into meat paste at any time. Now he truly knew how powerful Xiao Hua was. This one has heard of the Lotus Escort Agency, Swallow Escort Agency, Zhenfeng Escort Agency, but I've never heard of the Lotus Escort Agency. What about the Misty Sect? Xiao Hua knew that there wouldn't be any definite answer, but he still asked in a low voice. This one has also never heard of it. Sweat dripped down Chen Kai's face. His knees almost went soft. He really couldn't face Xiao Hua's incredulous gaze. This lowly one is just an ordinary escort. What immortal elder is talking about, this lowly one doesn't know. Who? Xiao Hua let out a long sigh. He sighed again in his heart. AI, escort. Isn't this one's second brother an escort? Lotus Escort Agency, Misty Sect. Why should this one make things difficult for an ordinary escort? Xiao Hua let out a breath. Chen Kai immediately felt that the danger that could easily crush him to death had suddenly disappeared. Only then did he involuntarily stretch out his hand and wipe the sweat off his forehead. His heart also relaxed as if a huge rock had been removed. Immortal Elder. Qi Jin naturally saw Chen Kai's sorry state and was even more overjoyed in his heart. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression was good, he hurriedly said in a low voice, "This old one is so bold as to ask Immortal Elder to come with us. We will properly serve Immortal Elder along the way, AI." Xiao Hua ignored Qi Jin and raised his head to look at the road outside the tea shed. His gaze was somewhat blurred, as if he saw the end of the road and also the end of time. It was when Qi Jin mentioned the escort agency and the escorts that those distant memories began to appear like fragments. Lotus Flower Escort Agency, Armed Escort Agency, escorts and other unfamiliar terms appeared like a fountain. He couldn't help but have the urge to ask. He really wanted to get what he wanted from this escort called Chen Kai. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was still disappointed. Perhaps, they're not far away. Xiao Hua's heart was somewhat moved. The arena, the village, the escort agency, these are all things that Xiaoyu continent doesn't have. They're all from this one's memory, senior. Xiao Jian's voice was indistinct again, as if it came from the horizon and woke Xiao Hua up from his homesickness. We have to go either way. Why don't we go together? Up to you. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water, and it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, Xiao Jian already knew that Xiao Hua was somewhat unhappy, so he hurriedly said, "If senior likes peace and quiet, we won't follow the caravan." "There's no need." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "If we want to follow, then let's follow. It's good to be able to give them a helping hand." "Yes, Junior understands." Xiao Jian's mouth revealed a smile. He turned to Qi Jin and said, "Why aren't you thanking Daoist Xiao?" Yes, thank you Daoist Xiao, thank you Daoist Xiao." Qi Jin was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. He then pulled Xiao Jian's sleeve and hurriedly left, as if he had something to say. Chen Kai couldn't stand Xiao Hua's imposing manner and also took the opportunity to slip away. Seeing that everyone had left, Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya and said, "Yuanya, why haven't you spoken these days? Have you had enough of this tea? Daoist, Junior doesn't know how to speak. I might as well not speak." Yuanya drank another cup of tea and placed the somewhat tattered teacup on the table. "Junior will go get a carriage." Chapter 32-38. With that, Yuanya hurriedly got up and hurriedly walked out. He. Xiao Hua looked at Yuanya's back and then looked at Lu Yi, who was sitting beside Yuanya and had closed his eyes to think after drinking a few mouthfuls of tea. Xiao Hua brought Lu Yi out of the tea shed. The carriages of Sun Hai Trading Company had already started to move. Qi Jin and Xiao Jian came out from behind a big tree. Both of them had a satisfied expression and seemed to be chatting happily. As for Chen Kai, he was already riding a horse in front of the carriages. Lu Yi. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the tea shed. The owner of the tea shed was lowering his head to clean the tables while secretly glancing at the carriages. He coldly snorted and turned to Lu Yi and asked, "Have you comprehended this cultivation technique?" "Yes, Immortal Elder knows." Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Lu Yi opened his eyes and revealed a complicated expression. "Under Immortal Elder's guidance, this little one has already comprehended it yesterday." "Ah. You already comprehended it yesterday? How many days has it been?" Xiao Hua was shocked. He looked at Lu Yi from top to bottom. After all, Xiao Hua was not a competent master and didn't know how to teach other people cultivation methods. Lu Yi was just an ordinary person and had never come into contact with Taoist cultivation methods before. Lu Yi was a little shy, but his eyes revealed a trace of pride. He whispered, "If it is as Immortal Elder said, this little one has already comprehended it. Then, can you sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" Xiao Hua asked impatiently. Lu Yi shook his head regretfully. "This little one cannot sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that Immortal Elder spoke of. I don't know if this little one's comprehension is wrong or this little one does not have this kind of aptitude." Xiao Hua nodded, "Get on the carriage, this old man wants to hear your comprehension." Yuanya watched Xiao Hua bring Lu Yi onto the carriage and then the carriage became silent. Although he could see their mouths moving, he could not hear anything and knew that this was Xiao Hua's technique. He sighed slightly and drove the carriage to the back of the Sun Hai Trading Company. However, when he sighed, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This smile was somewhat mysterious. After about half a meal's worth of time, Xiao Hua, who was inside the carriage, sighed like Yuanya. He looked at Lu Yi and smiled bitterly. "Lu Yi, it's not that this old man is praising you, but your aptitude is incomparable. You have indeed thoroughly comprehended this cultivation technique, and there is no mistake about it. But even so, I'm afraid it's because your physique isn't good enough that you're unable to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yes, Taoist priest, I understand. At this time, when Louis heard Xiaohua's praise, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Taoist priest has already said this at the beginning. This little one has a plan in mind. This lowly one is already fortunate enough to have a glimpse of the immortal cultivation technique. As for whether or not I have the fate to cultivate, this lowly one doesn't care anymore. Yes, it's great that you have such intentions. I'm just afraid that you're too ambitious. Xiaohua nodded and said, since that's the case, this old man will teach you another cultivation technique. You can try it again. Yes, I'll listen to Taoist priest's instructions. Louis nodded vigorously. After Xiaohua passed on a simple water-type cultivation method to Louis, he once again irresponsibly gave him a few small dates, allowing Louis to comprehend it himself. Xiaohua himself once again exited the carriage, riding on the back of a horse, leisurely and contentedly admiring the scenery outside the main road. Brother Ya. After Xiaohua left, Louis closed his eyes for a long time. After carefully memorizing the cultivation technique, he walked to the front of the carriage and sat down cross-legged. He whispered, you've worked hard these past few days. Hee, it's not hard at all. When Yuanya heard this, he didn't turn his head. He shook the reins and stabilized the horse pulling the carriage. He said, now that you have an opportunity, you must properly grasp it. The immortal is a good person. It's our great fortune to have met him. He won't be able to stay with us for too long. You must cultivate well and strive to have the immortal accept you as his disciple and take you away. It's easier said than done. It's too difficult. Louis sighed, since I was young, I boasted that I was smart and had a photographic memory. But look at the hundreds of words the immortal gave me. Shoo. Yuanya, who didn't know much about the ways of the world, was suddenly shocked and hurriedly said, Brother Lu, you can't say this anymore. Only you know it. Yes, I understand. Louis hurriedly smiled, Taoist priest only said that I can't pass it to others. He didn't say that I can't nag. If the immortal says one, you must think two. Yuanya wanted to say something, but looking at Louis, he didn't know how to express it. In short, you know this better than me. It's better not to make the immortal angry. Yes, I will remember. Louis looked at Yuanya, who didn't speak much, and his heart warmed. He handed the spirit dates in his hand to Yuanya and said, this is the date given by the immortal. I haven't eaten it yet. Try it. Okay. Yuanya didn't hesitate. He reached out and took it. He threw it into the air and was about to use his mouth to catch it. If you don't want to die, then don't eat it like this. Xiaohua's voice drifted over. The thumb-sized spirit jujube stopped in midair. Yuanya raised his head and waited foolishly. At this moment, the carriage suddenly sped up. Yuanya's body involuntarily fell down on the carriage. With a pa-da sound, the spirit jujube fell down and hit Yuanya's nose. Gidge! A burst of laughter suddenly sounded, like a string of silver bells swaying to the left of Yuanya. A red pony happily ran past Yuanya. Not only was the pony's mane fine and smooth, but there were also strands of light coming from the saddle and other things on the pony's back. There were also traces of red mist coming from where the pony's hooves touched the ground. It was as if the pony didn't touch the ground at all, and it didn't make the slightest sound. Looking at the little red horse, there was a woman dressed in red. Her face was covered with a layer of red veil. Although her figure was graceful, her face couldn't be seen clearly. The laughter came from the woman's veil. As the woman laughed, the little red horse galloped past Yuanya's carriage, and a faint fragrance wafted through the wind. Jia! Jia Wu! Yuanya was originally lying on his back, but when he heard the laughter, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His face suddenly turned pale, and he used all his strength to push his arms back. His entire body flew out of the carriage as he screamed in disbelief. Gidge! Gidge! The silver bells continued to ring, but they were getting further and further away. The little red horse was very handsome. In a short moment, it had already caught up to the front of the Sun Hai Trading Company. Jia Wu! Yuanya groaned. Before he even landed, he stepped on the horse pulling the carriage and wanted to chase after Di Fui. Get out of the way, get out of the way. A rough voice came from behind, followed by the rumbling of horse hooves. The entire avenue was shaking. Everyone looked up and saw a cloud of dust rising from the bridge that they had just stepped off. A group of cavalrymen wearing pitch-black armor and riding pitch-black horses were chasing after them with long spears in their hands. Although this group of soldiers was quite far from the woman in red, everyone, including Xiao Hua, thought that this group of soldiers was the woman's bodyguard. The soldiers were in a line of 3, almost occupying the entire road. Under the rough shouts, the workers and bodyguards of the Sun Hai Trading Company hurriedly moved the carriages to the side, trying their best to make way for the soldiers. As for Yuanya, he had already landed on the second carriage in front of him. However, the soldiers in front of the group of soldiers had already raised their spears. Hidden behind their helmets, their gazes were like sharp swords as they stared at Yuanya. Yuanya, come down. Xiao Hua said indifferently. You won't be able to catch up. But. Yuanya stood on the roof of the carriage. His face was filled with an indescribable excitement and reluctance. In the distance, at the end of the road, the woman's figure was like a burning cloud. Yuanya knew that, he really wouldn't be able to catch up. Hurry! Hurry up and come down. Seeing the dozens of soldiers in black armor turn their heads to look at Yuanya, the spears in their hands were raised. If Yuanya made any strange movements, these spears would not hesitate to stab at him. Xiao Jian hurriedly shouted, "This! I don't know which country's black armor army this is." Yes. Yuanya looked into the distance with some unwillingness before looking to the left and right. Only then did he jump down from the carriage. Rumble. The black armor army quickly galloped past under everyone's gaze. There were more than 100 of them and their movements were uniform. Even the hooves of the 100 black horses were almost the same. When the black armor army was far away, the workers of the Sun Hai Trading Company urged the carriages to move again. The dozens of carriages slowly moved again, leaving Yuanya standing on the side of the road in a daze as he lightly bit his lips. Yeah. Xiao Jian asked curiously. This is the Jia Wu you were talking about? She doesn't seem to know you. She was only around 3 years old at that time. How did she know me? Yuanya suddenly understood something and smiled bitterly. Also, I gave her the name Jia Wu. She might not know it herself. What? Xiao Jian's eyes widened and he almost laughed out loud. You. The woman you yearned for day and night, was actually, with you when you were 3 years old? She. How could she possibly know you? You. You aren't joking with your master, right? No. Yuanya's emotions surged and he lost his usual calmness. Have you only seen her once? Also. You couldn't have seen her real appearance just now. Xiao Hua was also curious and asked softly, how many years has it been? The Jia Wu of 3 years old and the Jia Wu now. How could they be the same? How could you recognize her? Alright, immortal elder knows. Yuanya's face finally revealed a trace of blood as he proudly said, when I heard her laughter, I knew it was her. Also. Whether immortal elder believes it or not, I can smell Jia Wu's scent. Chapter 32-39. N. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the first time he saw Fairy Hongxiao. Didn't the red mole at the corner of Fairy Hongxiao's mouth give him a familiar feeling? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Jia Wu is pretty good looking. Xiao Hua said softly as he looked at Yuan Ye's dazed expression. Furthermore, this old man has already left a mark on her body. As long as it's within 100 li, this old man will definitely be able to detect it. Really? Yuan Ye's eyes were filled with ecstasy as he clenched his fists tightly. His arms were trembling. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed but did not reply. Ha ha ha. Yuan Ye jumped up and somersaulted a few times in the air before landing on the ground. He was clearly extremely happy. Looking at Yuan Ye's appearance, Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Damn it, it's good to be young. No, this old man can't take advantage of his seniority in the future. There's no reason for me to be so lifeless, it's really boring. Yes, wasn't Xiao Hua the same as he was in the past? However, after coming out of seclusion for 100 years, he felt that he was old for no reason. He kept calling himself this old man. It really felt like he was past his prime. This Xiao is just over 200 years old. If I reach nascent soul, my lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Compared to an ordinary person, I'm only around 10 years old. Damn it, this Xiao is still underage. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. Senior. Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua strangely. This senior had beaten Xiao Hua from the peak to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It's nothing. Xiao Hua's face immediately became as cold as ice. Then, he raised his eyebrows and unhappily looked towards the horizon 100 zhang away. There were a few pigeon-like birds that were quickly flying past. Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. Those birds suddenly fell down and fainted when they landed on the mountain rocks. As the saying goes, snakes and rats are in the same nest. It's really like that. Xiao Hua's gaze turned and looked at the tea shed in the distance. Brother Ye. Seeing Yuan Ye happily land on the carriage, Lu Yi was also happy for him. He carefully handed the spirit jujube that had fallen on the carriage to him. You're really amazing. You've already decided on a marriage at the age of 3. I really envy you. Slap. Yuan Ye raised his hand and slapped the back of Lu Yi's head. He scolded, how am I as despicable as you think? I was only 7 or 8 years old at that time. Tell me. What is going on? Just as Yuan Ye finished speaking, another person appeared out of thin air. That person's voice was extremely wretched. Old. Yuan Ye was furious. Just as he was about to scold him, he saw who it was and immediately smiled apologetically. Immortal. Immortal Elder, you. Why are you here? Tell me, tell me. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I've heard you play the Sun in the River Tide Temple. At that time, I didn't see Jia Wu, but now, this old man knows what Jia Wu looks like. If you don't tell me, hee hee, Yuan Ye helplessly looked at Xiao Hua's disrespectful appearance. He then looked at Xiao Jian, who was riding a horse and pretending not to care. However, his ears were already perked up. Yuan Ye could only drive the carriage and tell the story of what happened. Yuan Ye had lived in the mystic jade dark forest since he was young. He danced with the wild wolves in the forest. When he was 5 years old, the black wolf that raised him was bitten and seriously injured when it was fighting for territory with another wolf. The night the black wolf died, Yuan Ye took the black wolf's corpse into the depths of the wolf valley. He wanted to bury the black wolf. However, on that full moon night, Yuan Ye heard the faint cry of a baby. This was the first time Yuan Ye had seen a human baby. It was the first time he had seen a human like himself. Therefore, after burying the black wolf's corpse, he brought the baby back to the wolf's den. However, the arrival of the baby attracted the attention of the pack of wolves. Perhaps because they no longer had the black wolf's protection, the pack of wolves wanted to chase Yuanya away. Thus, a fight broke out between Yuanya and the pack of wolves again. The 5-year-old Yuanya was naturally no match for the pack of wolves. After being bitten and covered in cuts and bruises, he carried the baby, whose left arm was also injured, out of the wolf's den. At that time, the baby should have just been born. It cried loudly and had a high fever after being attacked by the pack of wolves. Yuanya naturally did not understand this. He only thought that the baby was hungry, so he caught rabbits and roasted them for the baby to eat. How could a newborn baby eat these things? Just as Yuanya was helpless and the baby was on the verge of death, a group of colorful butterflies fluttered their enchanting wings in the morning light and flew past Yuanya and the baby. The baby seemed to be attracted by the colorful butterflies. Perhaps it had run out of strength and stopped crying hysterically. This made Yuanya very happy. Ignoring the cuts and bruises all over his body, he carried the baby and followed the butterflies to the side of a lake. At the side of the lake, there was a doe that had just given birth. It was mournfully licking the dead baby. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. Looking at the lifeless baby and the milk dripping from the doe's mouth, Yuanya suddenly understood something. He quickly caught the doe and used its milk to feed the baby. After eating its fill, the baby fell asleep and slept for half a day. After half a day, it cried loudly and ate the milk again. After a few days like this, the baby's fever subsided and the wounds on its left arm healed. However, the wolfsbane had left a long scar on the baby's arm. Other than a small blanket and a sun, the baby had nothing else. Yuanya himself did not have a name, but he gave the baby the name Jia Wu. Just like this, Yuanya, Jia Wu, and the doe that had lost its baby lived by the side of the butterfly pond. Jia Wu gradually grew up, from swaddling clothes to learning to walk, and then to babbling. They lived there for 3 years. During these 3 years, Yuanya would go hunting during the day and Jia Wu would stay with the doe. At night, Yuanya would accompany Jia Wu and play the sun for her. Every time he played the sun, Jia Wu would obediently lie in Yuanya's arms and look at him with sparkling eyes that were like the stars in the sky. These happy days lasted until one day. Yuanya remembered it very clearly. It was a stormy day. Yuanya woke up early to hunt as usual, but before he could catch any prey, he suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if they had a telepathic connection. Yuanya hurriedly ran back to Butterfly Lake. As expected, the side of Butterfly Lake was covered in blood. The doe had been killed on the ground and there were light footprints beside it. Yuanya angrily followed the footprints out of Butterfly Lake. Unfortunately, under the heavy rain, Yuanya quickly lost track of the enemy. Helpless, Yuanya left Butterfly Lake and searched the entire Mystic Jade Dark Forest to find Jia Wu. Unfortunately, Yuanya had underestimated the Mystic Jade Dark Forest. He had spent 5 years and had not even explored half of the forest. The remaining areas were filled with fierce beasts that Yuanya could not deal with. Yuanya had gathered his courage and tried to deal with a fierce beast that he thought he could handle. However, he was heavily injured by the fierce beast and was captured by a hunter who had entered the Mystic Jade Dark Forest. After that, Yuanya was taken out of the Mystic Jade Dark Forest and sold to the arena. Speaking of the arena, Yuanya seemed to be touched by something sad. His face revealed a sorrowful expression as he raised his hand and placed the spirit jujube in his mouth. Just as he was about to fiercely chew on it to relieve the dryness in his mouth, Xiaohua's interested voice sounded out again, "TSK TSK. What an unforgettable love between childhood sweethearts. This old man advises you to eat it bit by bit. Otherwise, you will never see your Jia Wu again." Xiaohua's words were naturally not as fast as Yuanya's actions. However, before Yuanya heard Xiaohua's words, he seemed to have lost all his strength. No matter how hard he tried, he could not bite down. Only after Xiaohua finished speaking did he regain consciousness. He. Yuanya laughed embarrassedly and lightly bit down on a piece of spirit jujube. In an instant his mouth was filled with a sweet fragrance. This sweet fragrance was something that Yuanya, who had lived in the forest since young, had never tasted before. When he greedily chewed up the spirit jujube and swallowed it into his stomach, an indescribable warmth rushed into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. A comfortable feeling spread through his limbs and bones. Ah! Yuanya could not help but moan. He licked his lips, wanting to take another bite. However, he was extremely reluctant. Seeing that Yuanya was about to hide the spirit jujube in his bosom like a meat bun, Xiaohua laughed, "No need to be so stingy. This old man has a lot of these things. If you want to eat some, you can ask this old man anytime." As he spoke, he took out 2 more spirit jujubes and threw them to Yuanya. Yuanya stretched out his hands and very nimbly caught them, immediately keeping them in his bosom. Ai, how pitiful. Xiaohua stood up and stood on the carriage. He sighed, "Yuanya, you and Jia Wu. Perhaps it was the enmity from your previous life. If you don't owe her, then she owes you. However, the heavens threw the 2 of you together at such a young age. TSK, now. You know her, but how could she know you? Moreover, she is now a descendant of some royal family. What about you? Such unrealistic thoughts should be put aside for now." At this point, Xiaohua suddenly froze. He looked at Lu Yi, who was eating a spirit jujube with his eyes closed. Although Yuanya and Jia Wu's story sounded a little absurd, wasn't it similar to Lu Yi and Xiao Yun's experience? One was a wild boy who grew up in the forest, the other was a descendant of a royal family. One was a shrew in the marketplace, the other was a princess of the water tribe. Immortal elder. Yuanya's face was slightly red. He smiled and said, "You're thinking too much. Jia Wu is a family member to this junior. Moreover, she is his first family member. This junior is very concerned about her life and death. Since she is living well, this junior can rest assured. Whether she knows this junior or not, whether she sees this junior or not, it doesn't matter. What an ill-fated relationship." Not far away, Xiao Jian's ears drooped. He sighed and did not say anything else, as if he was warning Yuanya. Taoist elder. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, Lu Yi suddenly opened his eyes in surprise and shouted, "This junior. This junior knows what spiritual energy is." Chapter 3240. A strange expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. He didn't dare to give Lu Yi too many spirit fruits and only gave him the lowest grade spirit jujube. Firstly, it was to let him eat until he was full. Secondly, it was to let him experience the spiritual items of Taoism. Xiaohua didn't place too much hope on the spirit jujube. However, Xiaohua still underestimated the spirit jujube in his space and also underestimated Lu Yi's aptitude. Just this one spirit jujube was enough for Lu Yi to grasp the spirit jujube as a small foot. You should first experience it and don't do anything else. Xiaohua thought for a moment and instructed, "My Taoism's divine abilities all rely on the spirit jujube of heaven and earth. If you can't experience the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, just relying on these spirit fruits, it's impossible for you to step onto the path of Tao." Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi was very happy. He took another bite of the spirit jujube and closed his eyes to experience it. Looking at Lu Yi's excited appearance, Xiaohua inwardly sighed. Lu Yi's aptitude was indeed not bad. Not only was he able to comprehend a qi refining cultivation method that he had never cultivated before, he was also able to keenly sense the faint spiritual energy within the spirit jujube. This was absolutely impossible for the previous Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was even more clear that if Lu Yi couldn't sense the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, it would be impossible for him to step onto the threshold of cultivation. Without the spirit jujube of heaven and earth, all of Taoism's cultivation was just a castle in the air. After entering Jia Sa country, other than encountering the black armored army led by Jia Wu at the bridge, there were no other unforeseen events. The caravan of Sun Hai Trading Company moved forward in an extremely orderly manner. When night came, someone led them to a spacious mountain ridge to rest. The caravan was prepared. Not long after, Qi Jin led 2 people and brought some food to Xiao Hua and the others. What made Xiao Jian depressed was that other than his own stomach being hungry, Lu Yi and Yuanya didn't feel hungry or thirsty at all. They didn't even drink a mouthful of water. Compared to Xiao Jian's depression, Qi Jin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Otherworldly ah. What does this mean? This means that the immortal in front of me is really an immortal ah. As for the Taoist priest who took his silver coins, he was just like him, a layman. After Qi Jin left, Xiao Jian gnawed on a stewed pig trotter. Although the pig trotter was very fragrant, Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness as he looked at Xiao Hua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. His mouth was tasteless. Xiao Hua ignored him and seemed to have fallen asleep. After the meal, a bonfire was lit in the middle of the group of carriages. The escorts and some of the workers from the trading companies took out food and wine, and even gambling equipment. They started to make a ruckus. Seeing this lively scene, the eyes of Xiao Jian, who had been silent all this time and felt somewhat out of place with Xiao Hua, suddenly lit up. He glanced at Xiao Hua from the corner of his eyes and quietly walked over. However, he had only taken a few steps when Yuanya hurriedly got up and followed him out. When they reached the shadow of a carriage, Yuanya hurriedly caught up with Xiao Jian and said in a low voice, "Master, for you." "What?" Xiao Jian was stunned. When he saw Yuanya carefully take out a spirit jujube wrapped in an oil bag from his bosom, his face turned cold. "Pa!" He slapped the oil bag away and said, "This old man doesn't need the pity of others. This old man has eaten a lot of these spirit fruits in the past." After he finished speaking, he ignored Yuanya and quickly walked away. The embers of the bonfire gradually extinguished in the night wind. Xiao Jian happily walked back while humming a tune. He lay down near the carriage and quickly fell asleep. In the night, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and indifferently swept a glance at everything that was somewhat messy. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. The Taoist's divine sense was actually used by Xiao Jian in gambling. I'm afraid that if the Tao's sovereign above the 9th heaven knew, he would fly down in anger to punish Xiao Jian, right? On the 2nd and 3rd days, they didn't encounter the bandits that Qi Jin was worried about. Everything was normal. Moreover, there were more carriages on the road. Not only were there bodyguards from the Sun Hai Trading Company, there were also bodyguards from other trading companies. It seemed that even if bandits came out, there was no need for Xiao Hua and the others to make a move. These bodyguards could handle it. Qi Jin and the other managers of the trading company were happy, but on the other hand, Xiao Jian couldn't be happy. His divine sense was originally weak. On the first day, it was exhausted. This divine sense won him a lot of money. However, on the 2nd and 3rd day, there were more bodyguards participating in the gambling. Xiao Jian no longer had any means to cheat. He didn't know if it was because of bad luck or other reasons, but Xiao Jian lost again and again. At the beginning, Xiao Jian wanted to withdraw in time. Unfortunately, he won too much on the first day. How could the bodyguards who lost money let him go? After he lost all the money he had won in the past to others, even with Qi Jin's reminder, the red-eyed Xiao Jian simply couldn't listen. He even said that he would get angry with anyone who didn't allow him to gamble. This kind of gambling behavior was the favorite of all gamblers. The gambling continued until dawn. Under the morning light, Xiao Jian walked to the front of the carriage, somewhat tired. In the distant shadows, a group of bodyguards and some shop assistants who participated in the gambling secretly poked their heads out. They were afraid of the otherworldly Xiao Hua, and even more afraid of Yuanya, who was more ferocious than a beast. However, they couldn't let go of the vitality stones that Xiao Jian lost to them. Losing a game wasn't scary. What was scary was, the more you bet, the more you lose, and the more you lose, the more you gamble. On the third night, no one came to wake Xiao Jian up. However, as he looked at the bustling scene around the bonfire and heard the bets being placed, Xiao Jian felt as if there was a pair of small hands clutching at his heart, making it impossible for him to fall asleep and calm his heart. Finally, Xiao Jian resolutely walked to the side of the bonfire. Looking at Xiao Jian's long shadow in the bonfire, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. Xiao Hua felt that he understood, but in reality, what he understood was still too little. When the moon was high in the sky, Xiao Jian came back and took away the last portion of the vitality stones. However, Xiao Jian didn't come back to rest. He followed his own vitality stones to the bonfire. This time, Xiao Jian didn't stay for long. Soon, the bonfire was abnormally noisy. Xiao Jian staggered back. Although the darkness of the night was a very good layer of protection, Xiao Hua could clearly see that Xiao Jian's face was bruised and swollen. When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, he already understood everything. Xiao Jian actually began to cheat after losing all his primeval stones. If you want to cheat, you can cheat, but you were discovered by others. If it wasn't for Xiao Hua and Yuanya behind Xiao Jian, this guy would have been beaten to a pulp by a group of bodyguards. Perhaps one could see true feelings in difficult days, but one's true nature would never be seen. Perhaps only when one was comfortable and relaxed could one see one's true nature. How many loving couples could help each other when they were in poverty, but when they were rich, they couldn't help each other? This was what people often said, being able to share hardships but not happiness. When Xiao Jian didn't have money, he could bring Yuanya along. No matter if it was divination or running a training hall, he was able to keep his loneliness. However, when he was comfortable and his life was secure, the bad side in his heart immediately revealed itself. No matter how much he pretended, it couldn't hide it. The morning wind blew, blowing away the darkness of the night. Everyone stood up in high spirits, their faces filled with smiles as they faced a new day. That's right, how could a few boxes full of vitality stones be compared to ordinary gold and silver? But it was Xiao Jian who lost it all. Everyone who received vitality stones was abnormally happy. This was something that they couldn't even dream of. Even if they went home now, in this lifetime, no, several lifetimes, they wouldn't be short of money. This world was like this, there was only so much happiness. If you were happy, others wouldn't be happy. If you weren't happy, others would take away your happiness. Xiao Jian was like this. Others completely robbed him of his happiness, leaving him with only bitterness. Other than frowning, he was listless. Yesterday at dusk, he still had wealth comparable to a rich man. Today at dawn, he had become a pauper, with nothing left. However, contrary to the expectations of Xiao Hua, who was coldly watching from the side, after the carriages had left for half an hour, the dejection on Xiao Jian's face had already disappeared. It was as if he didn't go to the bonfire gambling house, and even more so, as if he didn't receive any vitality stones at all. Hee, how interesting. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Jian, who was in a good mood. He really didn't understand. He was very clear about the value of those spirit stones. If he lost those spirit stones, Xiao Hua would definitely not forgive himself, and would definitely be heartbroken. Oh. There are interesting things every year, but it seems like there are a lot of them this year. Xiao Hua's gaze had just moved away from Xiao Jian, and immediately looked at a few tall mountains in the distance. Those tall mountains surrounded the main road, and it was unknown when the main road under their feet started to narrow. The weeds on the side of the road were also lush, it was as if it was a barren place. Perhaps the huge gambling house from before made these escorts' sense of smell become dull. Only when they saw the tall mountains did they become alert, and immediately sent a few escorts to rush into the mountains to investigate. Including the carriages that joined the carriages later, there were already dozens of carriages in the Sun Hai Trading Company. There were also close to 40 escorts from different escort companies. They waited for a moment, but still didn't see any signal, and couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, Qi Jin came again. The pitiful Qi Jin was now knocked out by Xiao Jian's vitality stones. Those were immortal stones. Qi Jin, who had traveled extensively, had long heard of it. His own home also had a lot of immortal stones, but seeing Xiao Jian lose more immortal stones than he had collected in his lifetime, he really didn't dare to put Xiao Jian, who had taken his money, together with the current Xiao Jian. He had already regarded Xiao Jian as an otherworldly expert. Even though this expert had been beaten up by many escorts, he only regarded this otherworldly expert as someone who was playing in the mortal world. Seeing Xiao Jian impatiently waving his hand, and then looking at Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged on a horse with his eyes closed, Qi Jin confidently returned to the carriages. At this moment, the escorts who entered the mountains also sent a signal that it was safe. Chapter 32-41. Dozens of carriages started moving again. Although the escorts were nervous, they still urged their horses forward. This was the only way to enter the capital of the Jia Sa kingdom. Beyond these mountains was a sprawling forest filled with wild beasts. There was no way to go. The only thing they prayed for was that the mountain bandits would not come down the mountain to rob them. They were either drunk, had robbed enough, or had seen that there were enough escorts in their carriages. Unfortunately, these escorts' luck had already been used up a few days ago when they gambled with Xiao Jian. They had only been on the mountain path for about 2 hours when their extreme joy turned to sorrow. After a series of loud gongs, hundreds of bandits dressed in different outfits swarmed out from the side of the mountain ridge where the carriages were located, surrounding the carriages like dumplings. Even if the group of escorts wanted to escape, there was no way for them to do so. Ha ha ha. While everyone's expression changed, Xiao Jian was covering his mouth and laughing. That's right, he had nothing on him now. His primordial stones had long been used up. He was the only one who wasn't afraid of the mountain bandits. Nay, loud roar came from the front left of the carriages. A yellow horse turned out from the mountain ridge. The man on the horse was 20 feet tall. He held a long saber in his hand and shouted, "This road is opened by me." Then, there was another loud roar that was even louder than before. A bull-like mount came out from the back of the carriage. There was also a valiant person sitting on it, and he shouted with a ferocious face, "This tree was planted by me." Soon after, the man stopped talking again. Only some of the bandits on the left were beating their gongs with all their might. When the sound of the gongs faded away, 2 more burly bandits appeared from the front and the right of the caravan. They shouted, "If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll." That was the best song of all time. Strange, what's going on? Xiao Hua was puzzled. He looked around and asked in a low voice. Taoist. The quick-witted Lu Yi had already opened his eyes. He wasn't nervous at all. He smiled and said, "These 4 mountain bandits belong to 4 different strongholds." They said 4 sentences at the same time, which means that the 4 of them will attack together today. I think, they found out about the bet a few days ago and attracted the attention of the 4 strongholds at the same time. Normally, they would take turns and only come out when it's the turn of the village. Well, that's the only way. Xiao Hua came to a realization. He had clearly killed all the birds that were sending messages, and he hadn't seen any suspicious birds flying over these past few days. How could these bandits know the exact amount of treasures in these carriages? Perhaps this was the only explanation. However, what Xiao Hua didn't know was that although he was cautious, he still made a mistake. Among the information that the birds brought, in addition to the information about the trading company, there was also information about Xiao Hua and the others' Taoist identities, and also a warning to the bandits not to make a move. However, since Xiaohua had killed these birds, the mountain bandits naturally wouldn't be able to find out about the warning. Naturally, they would come out to intercept him. Especially with the existence of Xiao Jian, the Taoist master. Even if these bandits knew about this, would they let go of this great opportunity to make a fortune? Since Louis knew about it, the other escorts would also know about it. Some of the escorts had already urged their horses forward to collude with the bandits. Xiaohua put away his doubts and released his divine sense. He watched with interest as the righteous and evil sides discussed over there. This familiar scene made him believe even more firmly that his original home was in the hidden immortal continent. He was being chased by two nascent soul experts, but unexpectedly, he profited from a disaster and returned to his homeland. The collusion only lasted for a short moment before both sides broke down. It wasn't that the bandits wanted too much, it was that the escorts and the trading company wanted to give too little. Immediately, the sounds of fighting rang out. Under the escort of the escorts, the workers of the carriages risked their lives to break out of the encirclement. The bandits from all directions also raised their weapons and charged forward. When both sides came into contact, casualties immediately appeared. Although there were many bandits, the majority of them weren't skilled in martial arts. Although there were few escorts, they were all experts. Most of the miserable screams came from the mouths of the bandits. The escorts were rarely injured. Just like this, the carriages once again charged forward for a distance of several dozen zhang. Xiaohua and the others were also very depressed. At first, Yuanya followed behind the carriages. Later, the bandits chased from behind. When Yuanya prepared to meet the enemy, those bandits actually let go of the worn-out carriages in the carriages. They didn't even look at Xiaohua and the others. They directly passed by and challenged the escorts guarding the carriages. This. Xiaohua looked at these ant-like bandits and didn't know how to deal with them. He was a nascent soul cultivator. Although he could casually attack and these several hundred bandits wouldn't be able to leave their lives behind, could he do it? Could he make the lightning from the 9 heavens fall on the heads of these bandits who didn't have any magic power? Even if these bandits' steel blades were once stained with blood. Immortal Elder. Immortal Elder. In the distance, a faint shout sounded. When it entered Xiaohua's ears, it was Qi Jin's cry for help. Xiaohua glanced at Xiao Jian, who seemed to be rejoicing in other people's misfortune, and didn't seem to have any reaction to this cry for help. Xiaohua instructed, Yuanya, go, help Elder Qi. Yes, Yuanya had long wanted to move. Now that he heard Xiaohua, he immediately jumped up from the carriage. Take the weapon. Xiaohua waved his hand and threw the magic wand to Yuanya. With the magic wand in his hand, Yuanya was like a tiger with wings. He leaped into the air among the bandits. Every shadow of the wand would break the bones of the bandits. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He was invincible and was about to reach Qi Jin. You brat. At this time, on the mountain ridge to the right of the carriage, a fat monk holding a crescent moon spade roared. He urged his donkey-like mount to rush down the mountain ridge. The monk's chest was bare. His 2-inch-long black hair danced in the mountain wind. When he waved the crescent moon spade, it made a woo-woo sound like a ghost's cry. The donkey was even more strange. When it wagged its tail, it was actually twice as fast as a horse. It rushed down the mountain ridge as if it was flat ground. In a few breaths, it had already arrived in front of Yuanya. Have a taste of my staff. The fat monk roared again. With a woo sound, the crescent moon spade smashed down with earth-shattering force. Clang! Yuanya did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his magic wand to meet the attack. With a deafening sound, the fat monk and the donkey were stopped and almost moved back half a foot. Yuanya was shaken off the mountain path. His whole body somersaulted a few times in the air, but he could not dissipate the huge force. After landing on the ground, he was pushed back several feet before he could stabilize himself. Looking at the area between Yuanya's thumb and index finger, there was a faint trace of blood. The area between his thumb and index finger was actually split by this attack. Awesome! Yuanya's eyes flashed with a fanatical expression. His legs moved, and with a trembling hand, he waved the magic wand and rushed toward the fat monk. Ha ha ha! The fat monk also laughed and urged the donkey to fight with Yuanya. The fat monk was also very good. The crescent moon spade flew up and down. It was a match for Yuanya. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was no clear winner. However, Xiaohua could see that Yuanya did not have many moves, but each of his moves was dangerous, forcing the fat monk to be tired. Coupled with the weight of the magic wand, Yuanya gradually gained the upper hand. Although the fat monk's moves were very tight, his strength was slightly inferior to Yuanya's. He also did not have Yuanya's fearless fierceness. Soon, he was at a disadvantage. He might be fine for now, but after a long time, he would definitely be defeated. Huh, fake monk. You also have a day like this. The fierce man who had been standing at the back of the caravan on his bull-like mount laughed loudly. He raised the steel spear in his hand and shouted. Second brother Ji, if you don't help me, that cheap sister of yours will be a widow. The fat monk was finally able to catch his breath under the shadow of Yuanya's staff and shouted loudly. Just as the fat monk finished speaking, woo! The sound of a staff whistling interrupted the fat monk's shout. This old man is coming. The fierce man called second brother Ji urged the old bull under him. The bull's hooves actually emitted a faint smoke, and it rushed toward Yuanya. Humph! Xiaohua sneered. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard the sound of hurried horse hooves in the distance. A clear and slightly childish voice sounded. Bold mountain bandit, you actually dare to do such a wicked thing in broad daylight. Eat my sword. Not only was Xiaohua shocked, even second brother Ji who was about to attack Yuanya turned around to look. Dozens of feet away, there was a large green horse. On the horse, there was a scholar who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. This scholar was wearing a green scholar's robe. His thin lips were tightly shut, and he held a 3-foot-long green sword in his hand. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his bright eyes flashed with hatred. Although the green horse's back was as bumpy as waves, the scholar stood steadily on the horse's back. When he got a little closer, the scholar's figure jumped from the horse's back. Using the horse's momentum, he rushed into the air and pierced toward second brother Ji like a wild goose. Still wet behind the ears, little brat. You don't even dare to tell me your name, and you actually dare to be so serious with your grandfather. Second brother Ji saw that the sword light was like a star, sweeping through the air and piercing toward him. He couldn't help but sneer. Pointing his spear in the air, he roared and turned around to meet the scholar flying toward him. Clang, clang, clang. The scholar's robe fluttered in the air. The sword light was like a floating frost, and the steel spear was like a horned plum blossom in the flying frost. The moment the scholar and the bandit met face to face, they immediately exchanged several moves. The scholar's figure was forced to dodge in the air by the bandit. After borrowing the force of the attack several times, he finally had no choice but to land on the side of the mountain ridge. Where did this scholar come from? Second brother Ji seemed to be somewhat afraid of this scholar. He shook the steel spear in his hand and coldly said, "Which academy are you from? You have no business here, so you should leave early. You are not my opponent." Ha ha ha! In broad daylight, when is there a place in the hidden immortal continent where a thief can teach a scholar a lesson? The scholar waved his green sword, and a green light flashed. He coldly looked at second brother Ji and loudly said, "I am not willing to tell you my name because you thieves don't deserve to hear my name. If you hear my name, it will be an insult to me for no reason." Chapter 32-42. Huh, ignorant child. Second brother G laughs again, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. Don't you think about it, I and the others have been here for several years. How many people more powerful than you have yet to make a move? How could a child like you know about this? Humph, I don't know about the actions of others. I only know that the people of the world care about the world's affairs. We wanderers naturally have to care about the world's injustice, get rid of the world's evil deeds. The scholar is not afraid at all, he coldly snorts, and says righteously, I boast that I am not good at learning, but I read books, practice etiquette, cultivate righteousness, and hold a 3-foot-long sword, so I should move forward and get rid of the world's evil deeds. Although I can't do what the ancient proverb says, but, if a bandit soldier commits an evil deed, I will kill him. If a bandit general commits an evil deed, I will also kill him. If we can't get rid of evil, what joy do we have in life? Laughing proudly in the world, getting rid of the universe, what fear do we have in death? Good. Xiao Hua suddenly stood up from the carriage. This scholar's few words had instantly enlightened Xiao Hua. His previous hesitation had all disappeared. He almost wanted to clap his hands and exclaim in admiration. Since you want to die, I will let you die. Killing a nameless scholar like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I don't believe that the academy can find my mountain stronghold. Second brother G is furious. A man of character will not change his name. I am the wanderer Yu Zhongquan. The scholar's eyes flash with determination. He knows that this battle points to disaster, so he clenches his teeth and says word by word. When the scholar's name enters his ears, Xiao Hua's figure sways, and he almost falls down from the carriage. Yu Zhongquan. Xiao Hua is dumbfounded, a bitter face, and a desolate call immediately flashes in his mind. Yu Zhongquan, wanderer, you, where are you? This is the end of the tragic love story of Little Cabbage in front of Tianmen Mountain, on the bank of the cold river, and also the last words of the malicious spirit Huang Yi before he fell into the cycle of reincarnation. Xiao Hua didn't expect that this story would actually appear in the hidden immortal continent. This Yu Zhongquan is it that Yu Zhongquan? Xiao Hua looked in that direction, inwardly pondering, is it the ranger Yu Zhongquan that Huang Yi mentioned? See no indecent, hear no indecent, speak no indecent, move no indecent. However, since his name is Yu Zhongquan and he is a ranger, how can I just stand by and watch? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as the green light between his brows flourished. Ripples instantly appeared in the air as tens of thousands of lightning bolts began to move, but just as Xiao Hua was about to use the thunderclap lightning flash technique, his heart stirred. With a wave of his hand, a centipede that was several feet long and as thick as a fist flew out from the void. Right now, the Herculean centipede was completely different from before. On the black shell, there were some strange runes. These runes flashed with a faint black and gold light as the God Power centipede flew. The God Power centipede didn't have many legs before, but now, they were even longer. Thick black smoke was coming out of each leg. The smoke supported the God Power centipede as it floated in the air. Looking at the two most eye-catching sword-like antennae on its head, the cold light had long disappeared. At the sharp ends of the antennae, curved runes spread all over the antennae and landed on the top of the Herculean centipede's head. At that place, a faint golden rune formed into a strange rune that looked like a tadpole. Go. Xiao Hua looked at the Herculean centipede and indifferently waved his hand. He wasn't afraid that the Herculean centipede wouldn't understand his meaning. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua waved his hand, woo! A gust of wind blew as the Herculean centipede urged the black smoke to charge at second brother G. Second brother G was also very powerful. He originally wanted to use his steel spear to kill Yu Zhongquan, but when he heard the wind, he immediately turned around. Seeing the Herculean centipede in the black cloud, he frowned and patted Yellow Ox. He pointed his steel spear at the sky and shouted, "Which immortal friend from the black cloud ridge is here?" Unfortunately, the Herculean centipede didn't talk to him at all. The black cloud was activated, and the air within a few feet was condensed into a beam. As the Herculean centipede attacked second brother G felt like he was suffocating. Ah! Second brother G was shocked. He tried his best to use his steel spear to stab the Herculean centipede. Crack. The steel spear touched the centipede's feeler. The tip of the spear slid slightly and was unable to exert any force. Moreover, an inhuman force came from the shaft of the spear, causing the spear to be sent flying. Second brother G was scared witless. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, before he could think of a second idea, he saw another black smoke streaking across the sky. The Herculean centipede's antennae easily split second brother G and his mount in half. A gust of blood instantly rushed into the air. Seeing second brother G abandon him to deal with the Herculean centipede, Yu Zhongquan was a bit embarrassed and angry. However, before he could fly forward again, second brother G, who was extremely powerful in his eyes, was killed by the Herculean centipede in a flash. Yu Zhongquan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Immediately after, a cold thing swept past his body, making Yu Zhongquan's hair stand on end. He immediately raised his Qingfeng sword and prepared to be on guard. However, before he could raise his Qingfeng sword, the Herculean centipede actually flew up again. It rode the black cloud and rushed in another direction. It seemed that its target was another bandit general. Who is this? Ah! Yu Zhongquan let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, a young man who wasn't much older than him suddenly appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he almost screamed. This young man stood in front of Yu Zhongquan and didn't say anything. He only looked at Yu Zhongquan from head to toe. Under his curious gaze, he almost stretched out his hand and tore Yu Zhongquan apart to take a look. Sensing this malicious gaze, the goosebumps that had just appeared on Yu Zhongquan's skin again. He hurriedly shrunk his neck and raised the Qingfeng sword. As if to boost his courage, he anxiously asked, "You? Who are you?" This person was naturally Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at Yu Zhongquan with a smile, as if he was looking at something very interesting. When he heard Yu Zhongquan's question, he smiled and said, "Don't ask this Xiao first. This Xiao will ask you, you are Yu Zhongquan. How old are you? Where do you live? Are you married? Do you have a wife named Huang Yi? Where did you come from and where do you want to go?" Yu Zhongquan was stupefied. He looked at Xiao Hua with extreme disbelief. He was simply drowned by Xiao Hua's questions. After a while, he finally reacted and said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "You. Is your brain damaged?" As he spoke, Yu Zhongquan walked past Xiao Hua in a few steps. He wanted to rush over and kill the mountain bandit, but strangely, Xiao Hua smiled and appeared in front of Yu Zhongquan like a ghost. He said with a smile, "Yu Zhongquan, if this Xiao's brain is damaged, then I'm afraid there isn't anyone in this world with a good brain. How about this Xiao sees that you are a talented person and wants to matchmake you. Tell me, what kind of girl do you like? How about this Xiao introduce a little cabbage to you? You. Get out of the way." Yu Zhongquan's face was completely red. He pointed his Qingfeng sword at Xiao Hua's nose and said, "This one knows that you are not a mountain bandit, so this one will not sacrifice you to my sword. But if you continue to slander this one and continue to nag like this, don't blame this one for being impolite. AI, you really don't know what's good for you." Xiao Hua shrugged and retreated a few steps. He said helplessly, "This Xiao is the moon elder of the heavens. I fell into the mortal world and wanted to matchmake you a 10,000-year red string. If you are the moon elder, then this one is the sword immortal." Yu Zhongquan unhappily walked a few steps forward. As he spoke, his Qingfeng sword danced and rushed towards a mountain bandit. "Go wherever it's cool." All right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The sky is cool, this Xiao will go to the sky and stay there." As he spoke, Xiaohua activated his flying talisman and flew into the air. He sat there with interest. Humph, you can go wherever you want. What does it have to do with this one? Who would have thought that Yu Zhongquan would completely ignore him? His Qingfeng sword lifted the bandit's padao and stabbed towards the bandit's throat. The bandit's padao flashed. He originally wanted to defend and counterattack, but suddenly, panic flashed across the bandit's face. He actually did not dare to fight against Yu Zhongquan's Qingfeng sword and wanted to dodge. This bandit's underling was originally not Yu Zhongquan's opponent. If he fought with his life on the line, he might have been able to escape with his life. But now that he was so afraid, he only wanted to dodge. Naturally, after a few moves, his throat was stabbed by Yu Zhongquan and he died on the ground. Yu Zhongquan sneered. He ignored the blood on the tip of his sword and the bandit's eyes that were still open on the ground. He jumped up again and chased after another bandit. However, soon after, Yu Zhongquan was extremely puzzled as he discovered that he was really invincible. Not only did the sword light hit him, all the underlings were scared witless. Even before he could catch up, those bandits who saw his shadow also fled. This made him really excited. With righteousness in the chest, evil ghosts will be easily defeated. With righteousness in mind, one will fight 100 battles without hesitation. Yu Zhongquan could not help but roar towards the sky. He shouted with extreme joy, "Come, come, come, who dares to fight 300 rounds with me?" At this moment, Yu Zhongquan had already reached the side of the carriages. The originally terrified shop assistant's face was now filled with ecstasy. He welcomed Yu Zhongquan and shouted, "Thank you, immortal master, for your kindness, you're welcome, you're welcome." Yu Zhongquan was in high spirits. The Qingfeng sword in his hand trembled slightly as he responded proudly. But suddenly, he seemed to have realized something. What? Immortal master. Yu Zhongquan suddenly turned around and saw Xiaohua standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He stood there with a smile, and there was an indescribable wretchedness in his eyes. Yes, the ranger Yu Zhongquan actually understood wretchedness in the eyes of the so-called Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. You really are. Immortal master. Yu Zhongquan's left hand trembled as he raised it. He pointed at Xiaohua and asked in shock. When Yu Zhongquan finished speaking, he felt that it was inappropriate. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. "This Xiao is immortal master." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Didn't I just tell you? This Xiao is the moon elder in the sky." Chapter 32-43. Young Master, Young Master. Just as Xiaohua and Yu Zhongquan were talking, there was a rush of horse hooves in the distance. An old man with white hair and beard was also riding a big cyan horse. He rushed over without a care for his life. Although the old man's face was full of fear, the concern in his eyes was obvious. Seeing that the old man was about to catch up, Yu Zhongquan's face showed a trace of unnaturalness. He hurriedly shouted, "Seventh uncle, I'm fine." Hearing Yu Zhongquan's impatient answer, the old man's eyes showed a trace of comfort. Then he shouted behind him, "You too, hurry up and save the young master. If anything happens to the young master, this old man will peel your skin and pull out your tendons." Behind the old man, there were also two large green horses. Riding on the horses were two men dressed in tight clothes. These two men held the same green sword as Yu Zhongquan. Although these two men urged their horses with all their might, their horses were clearly not as spirited as the old man's horse. Although the two men said yes, they were still unable to surpass the old man. "You two don't want to live anymore." Seventh uncle was furious. He was respectful to Yu Zhongquan, but he was not polite to these two family guards. Seventh uncle. The guard on the left smiled bitterly, "You are chasing the young master without a care for your life. This little one is also worried about the young master, but you gave the most handsome Jue Feng to the young master. This little one can't catch up. That's right. Seventh uncle. The guard on the right whispered, didn't you see that there is an immortal next to the young master? With that old man, wouldn't he be 100 times more useful than us? Fart, fart. Seventh uncle shouted, Taoists are all deceiving things. Even if that person has some skills, how can he be more assured than are you family? If you two don't go and protect him, this old man will break your legs. The two family guards smiled bitterly and hurriedly urged their cyan horses. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, the horses were not enough. In the end, they only arrived with seventh uncle. At this moment, Yu Zhongquan was no longer in high spirits like before. He was somewhat listless as he drooped his head and stood beside Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already landed, but he could clearly see that it wasn't because of him, but because of the old man who hadn't arrived yet. Sure enough, when the old man arrived before them, he didn't even bother to greet them. Instead, he immediately leaped to Yu Zhongquan's side and ran his hands all over Yu Zhongquan's body to make sure that he wasn't missing an arm or a leg. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and said earnestly, little young master, you are the precious treasure of our Yu clan, a piece of meat in our old ancestor's heart. Once you go out. Seventh uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face turned red. He stole a glance at Xiaohua, who was still standing in the air, and complained, there's a senior expert here. You should speak less. Sigh, young master, it's not that this old servant wants to criticize you. Who would have thought that once Yu Zhongquan spoke, seventh uncle would become even more long-winded, this old servant has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. This old servant has walked more bridges than you have walked on roads. What kind of swindler has this old servant not seen? In the past, there were many Taoist priests who came to our Yu clan to eat and drink. Which one of them didn't bow to this old servant when they saw him? This old servant is very clear about their tricks. You sneaked out without telling your family. If this old servant hadn't discovered you early. Seventh uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face turned completely green. His deception of claiming to be a ranger was inadvertently exposed by seventh uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face suddenly disappeared. He didn't even have the courage to look at Xiaohua. He quickly walked towards his cyan horse. Little young master, hee, little young master. The two family guards hurriedly stood in front of Yu Zhongquan and pleaded, if you return home, we will serve you on your horse. If you don't return to see your wife, we won't dare, scram. Hearing his wife, Yu Zhongquan's face turned completely black. He angrily said, this Jue Feng is this young master's mount. You dare not let this young master get on his horse. Seventh uncle, seventh uncle. A fat family guard anxiously said, if little young master gets on Jue Feng, we won't be able to catch up, cough cough. Seventh uncle coughed twice. He glanced at Xiaohua beside him and lightly said, this Taoist priest, this is my Yu clan's private matter. It seems you can't stay here and watch, right? Although you're not a Confucian cultivator and don't know about seeing and hearing indecent things, there's no need for you to stay here and watch the show, right? Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. Xiaohua looked at Yu Zhongquan with interest. It seemed the difference between what he thought and Yu Zhongquan was too far. He laughed several times and flew away. Humph, swindler. Seventh uncle glanced at Xiaohua and then turned to Yu Zhongquan and said, little young master, if you want to hide for a few days, we can just treat it as playing. Xiaohua, who had been reprimanded as a swindler, was flying in the air. Everywhere he looked, there were bandits fleeing in a sorry state. Behind these bandits, there were dozens of bodyguards shouting and chasing after them. They seemed to be extremely happy. Above these bandits, the god power centipede was riding a black cloud. From time to time, it would swoop down. If it wasn't a flash of black light cutting the bandits into pieces, it would be like a black arrow piercing through the bandits' bodies. Wherever the black cloud went, it was truly invincible. No one dared to fight it. Hee hee. Xiao Hua proudly looked at the god power centipede's devastation. He secretly said, with this Xiao's identity, I naturally can't lower myself to the same level as these bandits. But this fake ranger who ran away from home said it well. If the bandits commit evil deeds, I will kill them. If the bandits commit evil deeds, I will also kill them. Although these bandits can't take a single blow from this Xiao, how can I easily let them off with their evil deeds? This god power centipede, and little black and little yellow can help this Xiao. Anyway, there are a lot of evil spirits in this hidden immortal continent. Adding a few more of them won't make a difference. At this time, 3 of the 4 strongholds leaders had already been killed by the god power centipede. The last one was still fighting with Yuanya. However, looking at the panic on the fake monk's face and his scattered moves, it was likely that his mind had already collapsed. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated by Yuanya. The managers of the several companies, including Qi Jin, had already ordered the workers to tidy up the carriages and check the goods. They were ready to wait for the escorts to come back. As for Xiao Jian, his eyes followed the god power centipede as it flew up and down. He stared at it without blinking. It seemed that he was both confused and envious. Woo! With a sharp cry, the god power centipede seemed to have lost its target. It turned a few times in the air and rushed to the fat monk's head. The fat monk's face immediately turned pale. Taking advantage of this moment, Yuanya rushed close to the fat monk. He waved his magic wand and hit the fat monk's shoulder. Bang! With a muffled sound, the fat monk screamed miserably. Under this attack, the fat monk's shoulder bone was broken. He no longer had the strength to lift the weapon in his hand. The fat monk hurriedly shook the donkey and wanted to escape with the donkey. Where are you going? Yuanya roared. He jumped up and waved his magic wand at the fat monk's back. The fat monk was about to be killed by Yuanya. Pfff. The sound of a fart as loud as spring thunder came from the donkey's tail. An incomparably foul smell mixed with black gas rushed towards Yuanya. Even the donkey's tail was like an iron rod that struck towards Yuanya's chest. Bang! Yuanya was scared out of his wits. He only had time to use his magic wand to block the donkey's tail. He himself fell to the ground with a fart that he had never heard before. His face turned black and green. Damn it, they are all weirdos. Xiao Hua was unable to stand steadily in the air again. The incomparably powerful Yuanya was actually knocked out by the fart of the donkey. I wonder what he will think when he wakes up. Ouch, slow down. Since Yuanya was knocked out, the god's powered centipede naturally couldn't stand it. Without waiting for Xiao Hua's orders, it immediately rushed down. The fat monk, who was already weak and numb, couldn't resist the god's powered centipede at all. Xiao Hua still wanted to keep the strange little donkey, but it was already too late. Of course, Yuanya was poisoned by the strange little donkey and not simply fainted. However, in front of Xiao Hua, this little bit of poison was nothing. A detoxification pill was enough to wake Yuanya up. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, Yuanya's face wasn't more interesting than Yu Zhongquan's face. Instead, it was calm, as if being fainted by the fart of the donkey wasn't an extremely embarrassing thing. Ouch, this old man understands. Yuanya himself grew up in the forest. In his eyes, donkeys, are there any differences between humans and donkeys? Xiao Hua, who was watching the show, suddenly slapped his forehead and came to a realization. Since the 4 bandit generals were killed, the escorts who stayed behind to guard the carriages immediately sent out a signal. The escorts who were chasing after the bandits immediately gave up on their targets and returned. Their mission was to protect the carriages of the trading company, not to kill the bandits. Killing bandits was the job of the soldiers. The king of Jia Sa country didn't pay them any money. However, all the escorts looked at the god's powered centipede with fear when they returned. In this battle, the one who deserved the most credit was naturally the god's powered centipede. The 4 bandit generals were beheaded, and more than 10 powerful bandits were killed by the god's powered centipede. If it weren't for the god's powered centipede, the escorts who represented justice wouldn't have been able to obtain victory. The escorts, who were the first to be dissatisfied with Xiao Hua and then disdainful of Xiao Jian and the others, suddenly discovered their own shallowness. Their hearts filled with fear and anxiety, they each began to make their own plans. As soon as they returned to the side of the carriage, they began to discuss. Not long after, Qi Jin was pushed out by the crowd. He walked in front of Xiao Hua with a smile on his face. At this moment, Xiao Hua had just put the god's powered centipede into his space. He looked at Qi Jin with some confusion. Senior Immortal. Qi Jin said cautiously, although Senior Immortal disdained to make a move, Senior Immortal's spirit pet was very brave. It saved our trading company from the bandits. We just discussed that we are willing to pay half of the celestial stones we won from Senior Immortal's disciple. Chapter 32-44. No need. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, this old man has no disciple. The evil in this world must be dealt with by the righteous people. This old man killed these bandits because of this old man's actions. There's no reason for me to ask you for a reward. Yes, yes. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't accept it, Qi Jin was a bit embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Hua didn't want to interfere with their matters with Xiao Jian, so he answered while walking to Xiao Jian's side. As for how Xiao Jian would respond, Xiao Hua didn't care. Because at this time, the so-called Ranger Yu Zhongquan seemed to have reached some agreement with the Yu family's 7th uncle. Under the 7th uncle's lead, he came to Xiao Hua. 7th uncle cupped his hands and said, this old man is Yifeng country's Yu family's servant, Yu Qi. Greetings to Taoist Xiao. From what my family's young master said, it was you who saved him. This old man was a bit slow in treating you. May I know where your Taoist temple is? This old man will report this matter to my family's head and ask him to send people to your Taoist temple to rebuild the Taoist temple and reconstruct the Taoist's golden body. Seeing 7th uncle flaunting his seniority and hearing 7th uncle call himself old man, Xiao Hua smiled and returned the greeting, old man is too polite. This Xiao doesn't deserve such a great reward. Moreover, this Xiao is also a wild crane with no place to stay. This Xiao appreciates old man's kindness. How can that be? 7th uncle didn't give up. He shook his head and said, my Yu family is a great scholarly family. My ancestors have passed down poems and books. Everyone in Yifeng country knows that my Yu family rules with etiquette. If you don't repay such a great favor, how can my Yu family face the world? Damn it. Xiao Hua saw that every word of 7th uncle's was a great scholarly family. Even if he didn't ask for repayment, he would tarnish the Yu family's reputation. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he waved his hand and said, old man's words are wrong. Oh. 7th uncle was surprised and asked curiously, what advice does Taoist have? Although this Xiao isn't a scholarly cultivator, I admire the righteous spirit of scholarly cultivators. Just a few moments ago, the young master of the noble clan was facing hundreds of bandits and the leader of the bandits whom he could not resist at all. The young master said, read books, practice etiquette, cultivate righteousness, and hold a 3-foot sword. Then, we should move forward courageously and sweep away all evil in the world. Such words are like divine thunder from the 9 heavens that awakened this Xiao. He is only a scholar in his teens, but he can rely on the righteous spirit to reach the realm of, even if there are tens of thousands of people, I will still go forward. Isn't that the ranger in this Xiao's heart? Wasn't he one of the rare and magnificent men in the world? This Xiao is only fighting the enemy together with him, so what help is there? Old Sir is worried about the face of the scholarly cultivator clans, but I still have to worry about the face of my Dao sect. In the future, Old Sir must not mention this matter again. Xiao Hua's words made Seventh Uncle's face glow. He naturally didn't know about Yu Zhongquan's performance. Although he looked down on the declining Dao sect and looked down on Xiao Hua did save Yu Zhongquan after all. At this time, he even praised Yu Zhongquan in such a lofty manner. His heart was already blooming with joy. He couldn't even close his mouth as he said with a smile, Daoist Xiao is really exaggerating. Little Gongzi is still young and hasn't learned the true meaning of our Confucian cultivation. This is merely what I heard eldest Gongzi and my master often talk about. Words can be imitated, but righteous spirit is irreplaceable. Xiao Hua disagreed, facing the leader of the bandits who could easily kill him. Your noble young master stepped forward bravely. This is definitely not some simple matter of hearing and seeing. It's all because your sect has taught your son well. Alas! Seventh Uncle didn't expect Xiao Hua to actually hold Confucian cultivators and his Yu family in such high esteem. It seemed that Xiao Hua didn't have any barrier between Dao sect and Confucian cultivators. He was very happy in his heart and looked at Xiao Hua a lot more pleasing to the eye. When he heard Xiao Hua's last words, he couldn't help but sigh, Daoist Xiao may not know, but this old man has watched little Gongzi grow up. Think of the little baby who peed on this old man's neck when he was young, Seventh Uncle. Yu Zhongquan's face was as red as a red cloth. He threatened, if you keep talking, I'll leave. Okay, I won't say. Seventh Uncle was full of smiles, as if he had forgotten his previous vigilance. He asked Xiao Hua, where is Daoist Xiao going? If you have time, how about we go together? He. Xiao Hua laughed and replied, this Xiao wants to go to Bronze Pillar State, but I don't know if I'm going the same way as you. Before Seventh Uncle could speak, Yuanya walked back and handed over the cleaned magic wand to Xiao Hua. He said respectfully, thank you for the weapon, Daoist Xiao. Xiao Hua took it and put it into his space. He looked at Yu Zhongquan and smiled, Yuanya, this is Yu Zhongquan, the descendant of Yifeng State's great Confucian. You didn't see him when you were fighting just now. He actually dared to fight a bandit leader by himself. His courage is definitely out of the ordinary. I'm Yu Zhongquan. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Yu Zhongquan had already seen Yuanya who fought the fat monk. Yuanya's bravery made him admire him. Now that he had the chance, how could he not know how to befriend him? He hurriedly bowed and said, I'm Yu Zhongquan. Although Yuanya wasn't good with words, hearing Yu Zhongquan's courage, he also looked at him in a new light and hurriedly returned the greeting. However, after the two greeted each other, they didn't know what to say after a few words. The scene was quite awkward. Xiao Hua waved his hand again, Lui, Yuanya isn't good with words. Come over here. You're both young people. You should get to know each other. Yes, Daoist priest. Lui didn't dare to move around in the carriage for fear of causing trouble. Now that he heard the call, he hurriedly slipped down from the carriage, mighty. In front of the carriages, there were already shouts from the escort agency. Obviously, they were about to set off again. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Old sir, please. Young people have their own topics. We have our own matters. How about we chat as we go? Xiao Hua was very concerned about the matter between Yu Zhongquan and Huang Yi. Naturally, he also looked at the people of the Yu clan in a new light. He really wanted to get to know Yu Zhongquan better. Of the two Yu clan guards who didn't announce their names, one accompanied Yu Zhongquan, while the other led Jue Feng, which Yu Zhongquan was riding before, over and asked Seventh Uncle to get on the horse. Seventh Uncle lifted his leg and got on the saddle horse. He said to Xiao Hua with a smile, this old man is already old. I'm 82 years old. Taoist priest Xiao has the ability to retain one's youthful appearance. This old man can't see how old Taoist priest is compared to this old man. This. Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant. After thinking for a bit, he smiled and said, "Old Sir's age is really not young. However, Old Sir's skills are vigorous and not inferior to ordinary people. Even if you say you're 60 years old, this Xiao would still believe it." Ha ha ha, seventh uncle laughed heartily. This old man only received the clan head's generous gift to practice the clan's secret arts. Although I can't achieve great success and can't sweep away the demons in the region like the little Gongzi and the others, but when it comes to condensing qi and blood, there's no harm in moving nimbly. Otherwise, how could the heavy responsibility of following the little Gongzi fall on this old man's shoulders? Besides, this old man is nothing. My clan's previous clan head was over 100 years old, but he was still able to wield a 3-foot-long sword and kill the Xuanyang water bandits' leader. That's what you call amazing. At this point, seventh uncle came to a realization and said with a smile, "That's right." At this point, this old man still hasn't asked for Taoist priest Zhao's name. Taoist priest Xiao also doesn't seem to have mentioned my age. Xiao Hua sighed. Looking at seventh uncle's somewhat arrogant smile, he didn't know how to answer. It seemed that the so-called desire to win or lose wasn't only commonly seen in battles and gambling, it was also commonly seen in ordinary speech. It wouldn't wear out because of a person's age. Or perhaps seventh uncle felt that he didn't have Xiao Hua's divine abilities and wanted to find a balance in these minor details. Xiao Hua just couldn't answer this question. Even he himself didn't know his true age. If he counted from the Dawn Rain continent's Shanghua Ming, perhaps he was close to 200 years old, right? However, even if Xiao Hua said the most reliable and also the shortest age at this time, would seventh uncle believe him? My surname is Xiao and my given name is Hua. This year. At this point, Xiao Hua faintly smiled, "I already don't know how old I am this year. I only know that the last time I went into seclusion was 100 years ago." At this point, Xiao Hua suddenly remembered that he didn't know how long it had been since he entered the eye of the sea and woke up in front of the river and tide temple several dozen days ago. Ah! Seventh uncle stared blankly, then immediately smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Taoist priest Xiao is truly a deity. This old man admires you." Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua also laughed heartily and casually cupped his hands. He knew in his heart that seventh uncle's deity didn't mean that he was a deity in cultivation, but rather a deity who bragged. He didn't mind. Wasn't his true situation what Xiao Jian, this so-called Taoist priest, often bragged about? He also didn't need to explain anything to seventh uncle. The carriages continued to move forward. Lu Yi, Yuanya, and Yu Zhongquan were chatting at the front. From time to time, some laughter could be heard. Seventh uncle looked at Yu Zhongquan's beaming face and felt happy in his heart. He unconsciously told Xiao Hua everything that Yu Zhongquan didn't want to say. The Yu family was a scholarly family of Yifeng country. It could be said that the entire Yifeng country was supported by the Yu family. Even the king of Yifeng country had to bow his head and greet the Yu family. The Yu family had many heirs and many side branches. Yu Zhongquan was the youngest among the main branches. Yu Zhongquan was exceptionally intelligent since childhood. He was familiar with poetry and books at a very young age. When he was a little older, he had thoroughly read the classics of the scholarly families. He would often put forward his own unique views and was doted on by the family head. Furthermore, he was also expected to produce another great-grandmaster in the Yu family, or even a literary sage. Unfortunately, Yu Zhongquan's cultivation path was out of everyone's expectations. When he first stepped on the path of refining essence into qi, it was very easy, but when he started cultivating, it was abnormally difficult. Others used a day's effort, but he could only use 10 days to achieve it. The true qi in his chest couldn't be refined and purified. Now, he was already 14 or 15 years old, but he was still in the realm of a scholar. This was still nothing. After all, the Yu family had many scholarly disciples. What kind of situation hadn't they seen before? They also had corresponding secret techniques to deal with it. But what puzzled others the most was Yu Zhongquan's ambition. Yu Zhongquan wanted to be a ranger. Not the great grandmaster that the Yu family had in mind. What was a ranger? The ranger that seventh uncle spoke of was very different from what Xiaohua thought. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.